outsized cultural gravity in this city. It seems like every other movie I watch or book I read is somehow connected to New York City. So as we biked around the city and had socially distanced hangouts with our friends, and as we ate the delicious things the city has to offer, I started to go down this rabbit hole of how the city came to be and how it became so damn big. So I've boiled it down to three reasons. The three reasons why New York City is so big and important. Number one, water. Let's look at a map real quick because, I like to look at maps. The growth of New York City is primarily a story of perfect access to water. Look at where it is compared to the Atlantic Ocean. It's not right on the ocean, like it's not a beach. You've got this nice long island called Long Island, protecting it from the elements and from invaders. Zoom in and you see that Staten Island is also here to protect the city from the wrath of the sea or from conquerors. And yet Manhattan is just this tiny skip away from the ocean for any boat-faring person who wants to come and go. Plus, these waters are super deep, creating nice deep ports which don't freeze during the winter. They allow for loads of traffic from bigger and bigger boats. The first Europeans to arrive and settle this land were the Dutch, who were no strangers to the economic advantages of controlling water. In fact, I made a whole video about the Dutch are obsessed with controlling water. So anyway, the Dutch arrive and they see this prime piece of land, and they're like, yep, this is a sweet piece of land. We need this piece of land. Let's name it after our favorite city back home that also has amazing access to water. And New Amsterdam was born. The Dutch taking over this piece of land is really the beginning of the modern history of New York, and I want to tell you that story. But first, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is Morning Brew. It is a daily newsletter that you get in your email. It's free Monday through Saturday, and it is a fantastic way to get informed about today's business news. I tend to wake up in the morning and sort of just roll over and grab my phone and just take the path of least resistance. Usually that's like opening up Instagram and just sort of scrolling to start my day. It's not really the best way to feel good about your morning. What Morning Brew is a better way to start your day. Morning Brew is a digest of the most relevant and interesting news in business, finance, and tech. Morning Brew does not focus on politics. It's accessible. It's like someone like me who's not like a business insider or a finance guy can read this and feel like I'm more informed about what's happening in the economy and what's happening in big business deals and sports and things that I don't follow super closely but feel like I have access to through this really concise newsletter. So I'm a big fan of what they're doing. It's free. It happens every day, Monday through Saturday. There's a link in my description where you can sign up. Thank you, Morning Brew, for supporting this channel. And let's get on with the story. What are the Dutch up to on the island of Manhattan? As always, there were people living on this land who were not really familiar with the concept of owning plots of land, which clearly belonged to the earth, duh. And so the Dutch arrived and they're like, oh, so you don't mind if we buy this land from you and exploit it to get super rich? And so the Dutch paid the natives $24, and now the Dutch begin to control this little plot of land that is so perfectly connected to and protected from the water. They kept the original name that the Algonquian people had given this island, which was Manhattan, and then they named their surrounding areas after Dutch names like Brooklyn and Bronx. The British eventually took over this piece of land from the Dutch and renamed it after one of their own cities that had nothing to do with water. And after a few years of settling this land, the British really started leveling up when it came to controlling water. They started navigating up this river called the Hudson River, so that they could connect with the newly constructed Erie Canal, which went all the way to the Great Lakes. And so now you have this one city that has protected access to the Atlantic Ocean, as well as to the Great Lakes, all through water. Okay, so perfect access to water is number one, and the main reason why New York City became so huge. Number two is that New York became the world's factory. So it's the 1800s, and there are three industries that are really taking over the world. Number one is the mass production of clothing. Number two is the publishing of books, since there's all this sciencey stuff going on and people want to write it down and publish it, share it, everyone wants to get really smart. And number 3 was the refining of sugar, which European powers were stealing from all over the world to feed the growing obsession with sugar back home. These 3 have something in common. They require some raw material to be shipped in somewhere, to be transformed or refined or rearranged, and then shipped out as a final product to customers all over the world. To us in the 21st century, this seems super obvious that our products would travel around the world to be transformed and manufactured before they end up with us. But back in the 1800s, a global interconnected supply chain was sort of a newish thing, and New York City was uniquely placed to take advantage of this new process. To add to this momentum, back in Britain, they were kind of pissed off that their settlers had declared independence from them and then had beat them in a war. So as a matter of pride, they sort of refused to trade with any of the major revolutionary cities like Philadelphia or Boston. So this meant that New York City was the place to do global business, and the city exploded with industry. This boom in factories and industrial production is really what built this city, from the actual buildings and infrastructure to the population, as workers flocked to the city for jobs. Which gets me to my next point. The third and potentially most important element that built the New York City that we know today is immigration. As the city became the industrial hub for making stuff for people around the world, a steady flow of immigrants started flowing into New York City, mainly from Europe at first. Some of them were fleeing war or oppression, starvation, and some were just looking for a new life, to take a risk, to try something new. And New York was there to meet them. So millions of immigrants started to flow into New York City, many getting on ships and arriving on this island. By 1860, almost 70% of adults in New York were foreign-born. 70%. These immigrants didn't just fill the jobs of the industrial and commercial growth of New York City. This influx of immigrants from so many different backgrounds began to lay the foundation of the incredibly diverse multicultural experience that is New York City today. But even though they all came from different backgrounds, they also had one thing in common. Immigrants tend to be a self-selecting group of risk takers. After all, they made the long, arduous journey into the unknown to start a new life. In other words, they're natural entrepreneurs. What we found that's popular on the East Coast. Because it's just like Tijuana. Here we go. So you take a bunch of risk takers and you gather them into one large growing city to build a new life. And that creates a culture of its own. A culture of new ideas, new businesses, new inventions. And when you have a bunch of new businesses and new inventions and new ideas, you often have rich people show up to try to bet on those ideas, to see whose idea will actually win, with the intention of making money on a successful idea or invention. I'm using a bunch of words to describe the process of investing or finance. For many years in the United States, the epicenter for banks and lenders was Philadelphia. But as New York City filled up with entrepreneurial immigrants, the epicenter of investing slowly shifted to the place where the best bets were happening, and New York City became the financial epicenter. All of the industrial production and factories eventually went away, but the banks and the stock exchange that were built on its shoulders stayed and became the economic foundation of modern-day New York. This explanation of New York City helps me understand the more elusive mystique about this place. And that its pull isn't just about the 8.5 million people that live here, but that those many people, their stories, where they came from, the lives they built here, all from different backgrounds, and yet they were all engaged in the same experiment, cramming into this city to build something that had never been built before. New York City is amazing in its own way. It's a great city. New York City. So there you have it. New York City is a place that had a perfect connection to the water, that was perfectly placed to be the world's factory as the global economy started to blossom. All of this attracting risk-taking immigrants who built the population, but also planted the seeds for the uniquely New York character Video today.
I'm about. What's that? It's a football coach, isn't he? Yeah.
There are a bunch of islands in the United States in the very edge of this map.
That's still being a famous football coach
And they all
today.
say like a little residence to them. They're teeny tiny islands where no one lives, and they're just in the middle of the Pacific, so far away from the actual United States. Why do we own all these weird islands? What happened? Well, it has to do with farming and bird. Back in the old days, farming looked like this. Basically just small groups of people, usually a few families, that would grow food for their community, and that was about it. But soon the world started to change, and started to look a lot less like this, and a lot more like this. People started moving into the city and working in factories, mass-producing commodity items that would be shipped all around the world. And suddenly, farmers had an incentive and a duty to make more food, to ship it to these non-farm workers who are now living in the cities. Farms started specializing in one crop, like corn or wheat, and they were able to sell their crops not only to their local markets, but to markets all around the world. But there's a problem. When you're a farmer and you're producing the same crop year after year, your soil starts to lose its nutrients. It doesn't have time to regenerate, and it eventually becomes completely exhausted, making it impossible to produce in abundance. And if you can't make food in abundance, then you can't feed these ever-growing cities of people who are working in factories. And then the global economy starts to break down, and the whole thing stops. For a moment there in the 1800s, it was looking like Earth would not be able to sustain a population over like 2.5 billion people, because there wasn't enough nutrients in the soil to keep up with the demand for food. But luckily there was a solution to this soil nutrients problem, and that solution looked like this. What animal waste from any animal is packed with the nutrients that the soil needs to rejuvenate itself, to grow more crops year after year. Another term for this is fertilizer. And so now we're talking about farms and industrialization and fertilizer, and you're probably thinking, this is a boring story. But these simple facts led the United States to expand well beyond the borders that we think of the United States today, to colonize far-flung islands in the Pacific and the Caribbean, all in search of one special commodity: bird shit. So in the mid-1800s, and like I said, these farmers are growing a ton of single crops, sending it mainly to cities to be consumed. Now, before all of this urbanization, when people would eat this food, the waste that they would produce would be captured and brought back onto the field, which would help rejuvenate the nutrients in the field and allow them to continue to grow in this sort of sustainable cycle. But now, all of that human waste was being piped into sewage systems and then sent out to rivers and to the ocean, completely lost. One estimate said that every year $50 million worth of valuable fertilizer was just wasted away through the sewer system. And this is where the bird shit comes in. If you go down to Peru and look right off the coast, you're going to see a few islands. These are little more than just some rocks in the middle of the ocean that were totally uninhabited. Well, I guess they were inhabited, just not by humans, but by birds. These birds spend their day eating fish from the ocean around the rocks, inevitably dropping their waste. Pair this with the fact that these rocks don't get a lot of rain. So instead, this bird dung just sits there day after day, year after year, baking in the sun, and eventually it becomes rock hard. You can imagine that after thousands of years of this process, you start to get some pretty thick layers of bird shit. These deposits get up to 60 meters. That's like the size of this random building in Argentina that I found on the internet. The building's not important. The height is. This calcified bird food is called guano. and it contains exactly what the farmers in the United States needed to continue with the demand for more and more food in the cities. Because again, bird and animal waste is full of chemical properties like nitrogen that are vital for regenerating soil, meaning they're good fertilizer. Once this guano was discovered, there was a race for everyone around the world to get their hands on it. Soon in the United States, guano became this like mythical, magical substance. There's all these tall tales that pop up where like this dad leaves his kid in the shed where the guano is contained, and he opens the shed an hour later, and the kid is now a full-grown man with facial hair. Or the farmer who sprinkles guano on his cucumbers, and the vines of the cucumbers pop up and start to like attack the man. I mean, it's just, this is crazy. It's obviously not factually based or true, but it gave a sense that there was this craze that guano was going to be the savior of all of the farmers' issues in the United States. So inevitably, an economy and a trade around guano emerged. And, as always at this time, the British got there first. So there was a British firm that had a monopoly over all the guano trade from these islands, which was sort of the best known place for guano at the time. So with this one British firm controlling the whole guano trade and demand surging, the prices skyrocketed, making it way more expensive for American farmers to get their hands on this amazing stuff. So who steps in to solve this issue? The President of the United States. In his first State of the Union address, President Fillmore gets up and talks about guano. He says that, quote, Peruvian guano has become so desirable an article that he felt it, quote, the duty of the government to secure it at a good price for American farmers. This is crazy to me. Can you imagine the President of the United States getting up to address the nation and making it a national priority to go to some far-flung place to secure some natural resource that is really important for economic growth?
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that weird, I guess. So yeah, this is becoming a geopolitical issue. The president is involved. They want all the guano. President Fillmore says, quote, nothing will be omitted on my part in the effort to secure this magical, life-giving birdship. Okay, actually, he didn't say that last part. The quotation should have ended, like, up here. I just sort of paraphrased the rest. The point is, President Fillmore was serious about this issue. He was going to get his guano at any cost. So he did what you do when you're a rising superpower, and he promised to send in warships to these Peruvian islands if he had to, in order to secure guano at a good price. Even though Peru rightfully had sovereignty over these islands, and yet there's a president sending in warships in order to secure the resource again. Kind of sounds familiar. But American lawmakers in Congress had another answer to this problem, which would allow Americans to get their own guano islands. The proposed law said that any American citizen, not a government official or a military personnel, could go out on their boat anywhere in the ocean, and if they stumble upon one of these rocks that's covered in calcified bird poop, they could claim it, not just for themselves, but for the country of the United States. No treaties, no negotiations, no official declaration, no government involvement even. Just American citizens out on their boats looking for bird poop islands. Some lawmakers at the time were understandably uneasy with this law. Now remember that the U.S. was expanding a lot at this time. Remember that video I made about Mexico and how they're sort of taking over Texas and California and that whole area? Yeah, that's happening around this time. But the U.S. hadn't moved beyond this landmass, this contiguous shape that we think of when we think of the United States. Yeah, we had moved west, but we hadn't gone for far-flung colonies far into the Pacific Ocean. And secondly, the lawmakers are like, since when do we let just like random American citizens go out and like help us colonize islands anywhere in the world? This would set a precedent that these lawmakers were worried would have way bigger consequences than just like letting people go get fertilizer for their farms. The sponsor of this bill, who was trying to get it through Congress, came out and said, listen guys, you're overreacting. This isn't like legit imperialism. We're not like going out and like taking over whole countries like the British or the French were doing, carving up continents. No. We're just going to these rocks to get some fertilizer for our farms. It's harmless. And this was apparently enough to convince the critics. And this law passes, the Guano Islands Act of 1856, where literally any American can go help expand the United States by claiming Guano Islands and mining this stuff and bringing it back to the United States. And so now a giant blitz of guano exploration begins by American citizens. Sort of like the gold rush, but for soon these planes start rolling into the U.S. government. Random guy X from Nebraska sailed to a random island in the Pacific, planted an American flag, and now it belongs to the United States of America. All in all, by the end, there were 94 separate islands, mainly in the Pacific and the Caribbean. The guano was shipped away, harvested, put on ships, brought back to the United States, and farmers thrived. But you know who didn't thrive? The people who had to mine this stuff. I mean, you can imagine being the person who has to go onto these islands where you have thousands and thousands of years worth of layers of bird droppings to drill and cut that away and to bring it onto a ship to be shipped back to the United States. It's just like excruciating to think about. This was a pretty horrendous job, and it came with all sorts of side effects like lung issues or running out of food, because you're not on an island that grows food, you're on a little like rock, so the food would go bad in these ships, and the people would be like stranded at sea. Unsurprisingly, these guano families would trick people into coming with them on these expeditions. In the case of the Pacific, they would often target Hawaiians to recruit for these jobs, and in the case of the Caribbean, they would often target Black Americans recently freed from slavery to come work on these guano ships. As some members of Congress at the time worried, the Guano Act had ramifications well beyond guano and fertilizer. In fact, guano became totally obsolete a few years later, in the early 1900s, when a German chemist invented perhaps the most important invention of all time, which was synthetic fertilizer, a way to actually make fertilizer without having to get it from like animal waste. This allowed the population to grow to what it is today and really changed the history of humanity. But what it did is it made guano obsolete. And yet this law that allows Americans to take over random islands, and the islands themselves remained on the books. But eventually with time, these claims for random rocks in the Pacific and Caribbean sort of just withered away, and we either drew the claims or we forgot about them, and they were eventually claimed by local countries like Kiribati or Tonga and places like Haiti in the Caribbean. But a few of these guano islands that we originally claimed remain today. We still own them. They're still a part of our borders in both the Pacific and the Caribbean. But the U.S. government isn't interested in using them for guano anymore, obviously. These mostly uninhabited rocks in the ocean are mainly used by the U.S. military for landing strips and seaports. They also serve to help the U.S. with their ocean borders, because international law says that if you have a piece of island, you get a big swath of ocean around it for your exclusive economic zone, meaning the country who owns this island has exclusive economic rights in all of this ocean around their island. So this greatly enhances the U.S.'s ability to have sovereignty and control over certain parts of the ocean in the Pacific and Caribbean. But perhaps the most important result from this guano fest was a psychological one. Like we talked about before, the U.S. was expanding, but it hadn't expanded beyond this contiguous landmass in North America that it was taking over rapidly in the 1800s. But soon after this law passed, suddenly the U.S. had possessions in faraway oceans. And what happens after this is a domino effect. Suddenly, if we can take over islands in the Pacific, why can't we annex Hawaii or occupy Cuba or Puerto Rico or take over an entire country of the Philippines or Spain? This law that allowed Americans to claim islands all over the world was the first step towards real big boy empire beginning. And it all started with the hunt for birdshed. Thanks for watching my video about birdshed. I want to tell you about Squarespace. They sponsored today's video, and I'm very grateful for that. But I'm also really grateful that they have this really cool service on the internet where you can build a website using really beautiful templates and integrations with tons of tools like email marketing, social integration, analytics, everything that is just really useful for running an online business or portfolio or just having a creative presence online. Squarespace just makes it easy. It's like a one-stop shop. I've used Squarespace for many years, long before they came to sponsor a video, and that's why I'm excited to partner with them and promote them because I really believe in the service. So, if you are looking to either start an online presence or revamp your online presence, I really recommend Squarespace to do this. There's a link in my description that you click helps support this channel, but it also gives you an offer of 10% off any purchase you make on Squarespace. So you can go get hosting or a domain name or whatever you need, and you'll get 10% off if you click that link. And thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I am making a lot of these US expansion videos because there's so much to cover, so many parts of the story, and I want to piece it together in this series, so I'm going to keep doing it, and eventually have the growth of how the US grew to the shape that it is today. So keep an eye out for more of that, and I will see you later.
Just because Westside You think WestsideGangster.com has been
Back
taken?
when the British Empire was colonizing all of this land, they drew a line. The line went right along this little mountain range, and it was meant as a boundary. Back in London, they were saying that no English settler was allowed to settle west of this line. The British Empire did this because they were worried that if settlers started to expand into the west, they would bring the British Empire into a war with native populations. They also didn't want to unnecessarily piss off France, who also had land in the west. So they told their settlers to settle, but not past this line. And then the settlers completely ignored it. These settlers would eventually declare independence from Britain and start their own country. And from there, the floodgates were open for westward expansion.
Upon these people had remade a continent, virtually all productive land had been put to the farm. A free and independent way of life prevailed.
This westward blitz was made possible with the mass slaughter of people who were living on this land, which this little time-lapse ignores. How that all went down will be the subject of another video. But right now, I want to talk about what happened when the U.S. got here. It's the mid-1800s, and the U.S. has 27 states and a bunch of territories in the West. But the country doesn't stretch from sea to shining sea quite yet. At this point, they start to bump into the recently independent country of Mexico. The northern part of Mexico was called Texas, or Texas, and it was populated mainly with native groups who had nothing to do with the U.S. or Mexico. They had just been living there for centuries. So Mexico's looking at this fairly sparsely populated part of their country and thinking, what do we do with all this land? They wanted to incentivize people to go and settle in this land so it would potentially be more economically productive for the country of Mexico. So they made a plan. They started to rent huge swaths of land to American settlers. So they would come in and settle the land. And in return, these American settlers would recruit more settlers to come in and settle the land. Again, all with the hope that it would benefit Mexico's economy eventually. It did exactly the opposite. American settlers fled into Texas onto this newly rented land, just as the Mexican government hoped for. But with them, they brought slaves, which was totally illegal in Mexico at the time. They also brought with them an attitude of independence and frontier fever, this American obsession with moving west to settle new land.
The westward movement was like a great tidal wave. The odd corners were rapidly engulfed.
Mexico soon realized that this plan completely backfired, and that the Americans that had rented land from them, were now not interested in having Mexico as their government. So Mexico sends in the military to remind the settlers that they're still in Mexico and that they're technically renting this land from Mexico. Well, this eventually escalated, and they started to fight all-out battles, and the American settlers lost. The big battle here was called the Battle of the Alamo. This guy, Davy Crockett, who was like the symbol of westward expansion, died in this battle. And this loss spurred even more settlers to come to Texas and join the next fight against Mexico, which the American settlers won. And with that, they declared a new nation, independent of Mexico, the Republic of Texas. Now the map looks like this: a newly declared country of American settlers in between Mexico and the United States. But not everyone actually agreed that the map looked like this. While Mexico conceded that they lost the war, they disputed this map, saying that the border of the new Republic of Texas was actually here, and that all of this was still Mexico. So now you have a big land dispute between Mexico and the Republic of Texas. Well, soon it's 1845, and Texas becomes the 28th state of the United States. And yet this land is still disputed, but now it's a land dispute between the United States of America and Mexico. Let's keep in mind that despite all of this map drawing, there are still loads of native peoples who lived on this land for years, and now being separated by all these nations trying to take their land. Again, that's another episode, and it's an important episode, and I want to do it justice. But for now, what happens next in the Mexico story gets kind of nuts. And the reason it gets kind of nuts is mainly because of this guy, President James K. Polk. James Polk enters the presidency and comes into office with a list of 4 big things he wants to do. It's this big wish list. At the top of this wish list is Polk's desire to capture this very specific part of Mexico, which is called California. Remember that at the time, the U.S. didn't actually stretch from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The U.S. had colonized portions of Oregon territory, but it was kind of confusing because they were kind of competing with the French and the British, and they didn't actually own it yet. But you'll notice that Oregon was also on Polk's short list. But first, California. He first tried to buy California from Mexico for $25 million. Mexico flat out said no. So Polk decides to pull an incredibly dirty move. Remember this big old swath of disputed territory that the U.S. inherited when they admitted Texas into the Union? James Polk was pissed off that Mexico didn't take his offer to buy California. So he sends a small group of troops into this disputed territory and has them march right up to here, right across from the river that separates what everyone agrees is Mexico. But according to Mexico, they've already been in Mexico as soon as they crossed into this disputed territory, which Mexico believes is theirs. So the Mexican army is sent to respond to what looks like an oncoming attack from the United States. This is exactly what Polk wanted. A group of 1,600 Mexican soldiers attack this small group of 80 Americans, killing 11 of them and capturing the rest. They easily won since they were outnumbered by like a magnitude like 20. But this is exactly what Polk needed to get his wish list going. After this battle, Polk goes to Congress and reports that the Mexicans have, quote, invaded our territory and shed American blood upon American soil, even though this wasn't necessarily American soil. It was disputed territory that most people thought was rightfully Mexico, but it didn't matter. The death of Americans was enough to rally Congress around declaring war with Mexico. The U.S. easily won this war, and they did it pretty quickly. Remember that the taking over of Texas was originally a bunch of settlers who band together, made a militia, fought Mexico on their own, and declared the Republic of Texas. Not super great, but at least it wasn't like a government leader sending his soldiers in that he knows are going to lose to provoke another country to kill those soldiers so that he can use democratic processes and institutions to make war, all so that he can take over land from that country. I mean, Polk really wanted California. There were critics of this at the time, one of whom was this guy, who said that letting Polk force the country into war with Mexico was, quote, allowing him to make war at pleasure. And Abe hit the nail on the head. This whole war was started and fought at the pleasure of this president, James Campbell. So anyway, the U.S. easily wins the war. They paid Mexico $15 million, and Mexico gave up all of this. As a part of this loss, Mexico also conceded all of this disputed territory, making it officially a part of the U.S. state of Texas. The U.S. had grown significantly in just a couple of years, and Polk got his California. The U.S. could have taken more land. Some American lawmakers at the time wanted to take all of Mexico, and militarily, they likely could have done this, but they only took this part of Mexico because it was the most sparsely populated, mainly by Native Americans. One senator at the time, who happened to be pro-slavery, argued on the Senate floor against taking all of Mexico, saying, quote, "We have never dreamt of incorporating into the Union any but the Caucasian race, the free white race. Are we to associate with ourselves as equal companions and fellow citizens the Indians and mixed races of Mexico?"
In other words, let me put it plainly, the policy was, let's search for land where we can exterminate the natives and settle white people, instead of, let's take land where there's already big populations that are non-white people that we have to bring into our country. This is a policy that informed American expansion and imperialism for a very long time, and it's what guided a lot of what land we took over and what land we didn't take over.
Okay, so through this unprovoked, racially tinged war, Polk checked off California from his list. And just the next month, Oregon was organized into a territory and working out a deal with the British. Polk had exterminated anyone in his way, and now he had a coast-to-coast country. A few years later, they bought this little piece of land from Mexico. And this completed the southern border that we know today. One that was forged first from a rebellion of American settlers, then a war at the pleasure of James K. Polk, and then finally that little purchase therapy. The native people and Mexicans that lived here when the U.S. took it over,
And let's be clear on something, that is not a small number.
they were predictably oppressed as white settlers fled into this region, often looking for gold. Native people were driven from their land, and the rights of Mexican property owners were erased in the name of a state constitution that only let white people vote.
This land, after a little more than a century and a half, has become a great nation, the United States of America.
So the U.S. stole Mexico in 1800s, partly because they opened their borders to Americans, let them in to work their land, which is just a very strange full circle irony, especially because today we go to the U.S.-Mexico border and we do everything to make it clear that this side of that wall is U.S., when just a few years ago it was all Mexico. I wish, like, the Hawaii video had some high note to end on here, but I don't. So, yeah. These stories about how the U.S. expanded teach me so much about how the U.S. got its shape and how the world works and how countries grow and change. And I've really been learning a lot by delving into these. Before we go, I want to tell you about a really important resource online called Skillshare. It was the sponsor of this video, but more importantly, Skillshare is a platform that I've used for many years to learn a lot of the skills that I used in today's video and I'm always using. Animation, video, design, all of these things I taught myself. I didn't go to school for. Skillshare was a key part of that education. I've taken loads of Skillshare courses over the years, well before they came to sponsor video, and I really believe in this model. And you can get 2 months of unlimited access to all Skillshare tutorials for free if you click the link in my description, which when you click that link, it helps support this channel, but more importantly, it kickstarts your ability to start learning new skills. If you're looking for a course to try out, I want to recommend this course on animation loops. It's called Creating Crazy Animation Loops with After Effects. This course really lays out step by step how you use concept and design interesting designs, then how you can use them in ways that create a much more powerful and interesting animation. So check that out. But honestly, has courses of all kinds, not just animation and video, but like cooking and entrepreneurship and like a million different topics. Thousands of courses. You can get access to all of them for free for 2 months. That link. And then after that, it's like, I think less than $10 a month if you do the annual subscription, which for what you're getting, like, I'm sorry, it's like, it's like a full-on education in like creative arts and that for 10 bucks a month. Like, it's a no-brainer. That's just me. I love learning on the internet. So check out that link. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring this video and supporting this channel. Thank you all for supporting this channel by being here and leaving your feedback. And I will see you in the next video. See you later. I want you to say something. You ready? This is a giant map of Switzerland. I love Switzerland, and one thing I have learned about Switzerland is that the Swiss like to be neutral. This country does not like conflict. They avoid it at all costs, which is strange because they're really good at fighting. Other European countries used to hire Swiss men to fight their wars for them, but back home in Switzerland, they don't fight. They don't take sides. That's partly because they lost a few wars of expansion and have just decided it's probably better to just stay put. But it's also because back when Europe was full of empires, the big European powers thought it would be a good idea to have a mountainous, small, buffer country in between some of the big rival powers. And so Switzerland was kind of deemed this neutral power. But the result is that today Switzerland doesn't take sides. They don't send their troops to fight in other wars. They rarely join alliances. I mean, they're not a part of the EU, they're not a part of NATO, and they reluctantly barely joined the UN as recently as 2002, a decade after North Korea, and the only countries that joined after them didn't exist before them, meaning they came into existence after 2002, so they couldn't have joined before them. Switzerland is serious about neutrality. No conflict, no alliances, leave us alone. When you're right here, right at the crossroads of people trying to take over Europe, staying out of conflict has big benefits for your country and its economy, but it also means staying neutral is really hard. But the Swiss have done it, using their mountains, exceptional engineering, obsessive commitment, and a healthy amount of explosives. The Swiss have kept empires out of their country, sticking to their guns and staying neutral even when Europe was tearing itself apart. So here's Switzerland in the 1940s. Here's your situation. You're surrounded by Nazi Germany to your north and fascist Italy to your south, and quickly are becoming engulfed with all the countries that are now in the sphere of influence of these countries. You're surrounded, and Hitler is winning everywhere, but you're Switzerland, and so you're like, don't invade us, we're not going to fight, we're not taking sides, we'll just keep trading with whoever wants to trade with us, but we're not going to fight or be invaded. No, that's not how Europe was in the 1940s. You could just sit it out. And yet, the Swiss were committed to doing so. The fact is that even with this commitment to neutrality, an invasion from their next door neighbor on the Third Reich was a very real possibility. So, Switzerland devised what I argue is just the most Swiss plan ever to stay neutral during World War II and future global conflicts. It's a plan that still lives on today that you can still see when you go to Switzerland. Here's what it looks like. First up, they looked around their country at any linkages to the outside. It shows key points around the country that would give invading armies access to the country, like roads, bridges, tunnels, any access point. And then they packed it full of explosives. Dynamite, TNT, whatever. Anything that would just completely destroy that linkage. They got really inventive with this stuff. Sometimes they would wire a bridge with dynamite, but they also would put secret cannons in mountains that would pop out and point at a major road and demolish it if needed, making it unusable. Or sometimes they would go to their long tunnels, like this 10-kilometer tunnel down here at the border with Italy, and they would rig it with TNT so that they could quickly seal off this part of their mountainous southern border. Up on mountain passes, they even rigged the sides of mountains with explosives to create artificial landslides to block the road. The thinking here is that if an invading army were marching into Switzerland, they could pull the trigger on all this stuff, igniting dynamite or shelling or otherwise destroying all the ways to get into the country, making it a lot harder to invade and giving them time to retreat to the mountains. There's a wonderful, strange irony going on here. The Swiss are really good at transportation. The trains are immaculate and efficient and go up crazy mountains and are always on time. Roam around the country and you'll see this. These are the little doors in the streets where they would pack explosives.
So it's kind of ironic that all of this infrastructure was packed with explosives, but I guess that makes it even more functional because now it's a defense mechanism in addition to being infrastructure for transportation. I love Switzerland.
There's this one bridge that connects Switzerland to Germany that was built in 2006, and when it was built, it was packed with explosives. This bridge was built in conjunction with Germany. Germany paved half of the bridge, and yet they didn't even know that it was rigged with explosives. It's very aggressive in Switzerland. Okay, so anyway, blowing up their borders and sealing themselves off was one major strategy for aggressively staying neutral. Let's get on to the next one. Zoom into the lower half of Switzerland, and you'll be struck by one massive thing that Switzerland has. Mountains. Big, giant mountains that flank across the south part of the country. Another thing the Swiss have is an unmatched ability to drill holes into those mountains. The country has over 1,000 tunnels, one of which is 57 kilometers long. These people know how to build holes in mountains, and that skill becomes very useful when your situation looks like this. Most of the population lives here, meaning not in the mountains, and so there wasn't much of a separation between these population centers and Nazi Germany. After the Swiss saw Hitler march into Paris and take over huge portions of France, they got serious about figuring out what they would do if Hitler invaded. So they have their plan to blow up the borders and slow down an invasion. But where could they retreat to that would allow them to stay neutral and stay alive during the fighting? In the mountains, they were building giant fortresses and bunkers and tunnels that were literally inside of the Alps. They built thousands of these things in the side of mountains, and they rigged them with guns and cannons, as well as full-on bases that were equipped with supplies and beds and living space. Sometimes they'd be hidden in steep mountain passes, disguised as a barn, but really it would be a bunker with hidden explosives, supplies, and men ready to fight. All over the Alps, the Swiss built these secret bunkers, mainly during World War II, in preparation for any sort of invasion. Once the war ended, the idea of putting bunkers in the mountains for defense and neutrality became pretty embedded in the Swiss security doctrine, as well as just Swiss culture.
So I did a call out on Instagram stories to see if this bunker culture was still a thing, and I got a lot of responses that showed me that it's not just World War II in the mountains. Swiss bunkers are all over the country. Jeez. Bunkers. Thank you to all of those who sent me pictures of your bunkers.
After World War II, the new threat was the Soviet Union and the Cold War and nuclear destruction. Bunkers were now built into homes, apartment buildings, hospitals. Public infrastructure of all kinds had bunkers underneath it. By the 1960s, Switzerland had built enough underground bunkers and shelters to protect the entire population, and with a healthy surplus, something that no other country's ever done.
Okay, so let's talk about the last step here, which is kind of the dark side of Swiss neutrality, the one that no one really wants to talk about, but gotta talk about it. So let me reiterate here that staying neutral and safe when this is your situation is a very difficult thing. I mean, World War II was an incredible tragedy where millions of people lost their lives. During World War II, Switzerland had an official policy of neutrality. This meant that they would trade with
whomever, whether it was the Axis and Hitler or it was the Allies and Churchill. But in reality, Switzerland traded a lot more with Germany, providing them with anti-aircraft guns and other military supplies and ammunition that was used in the war. In addition, Switzerland allowed the Nazi regime to store lots of gold and art and other valuables that were looted from victims of the war, and specifically the Holocaust. Not a super good look. Defenders of this will tell you that Switzerland was doing what it needed to do to stay out of the war, to stay neutral. And just like blowing up your borders or making bunkers in the mountains, this pandering to Hitler and being kind of on decent terms with the Third Reich was a way of making it more costly and more implausible that Germany would just pop right down south from where they are to take over this small country. Neutrality does not mean holding hands and singing Kumbaya. Neutrality in the Swiss foreign policy doctrine means deterrence and defense. There's a Swiss military saying that says, in order to remain in peace, you have to have cannons. And this kind of sums it up. Not only did they have cannons and weaponry, but they also played by whatever rules they needed to in order to stay out of the war. And it worked. Hitler had a pretty developed plan to take over Switzerland, but in the end, it didn't make strategic sense. It was too costly and implausible for them to take over their neighbor to the south, even though he had taken over the majority of the European continent at that point. I will bet a large sum of money that the top comment on this video is someone bad-mouthing the Swiss for all of this World War II stuff, which, whatever, I don't have a dog in this fight. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Okay, so these two massive global wars are over, and Switzerland is still neutral, but they don't have to take as extreme measures to remain so. So what do you do with all these bunkers? First, the bombing the borders thing, where they packed explosives in all of these bridges and roads and tunnels. Turns out that the military slowly started to dismantle all of this a few years ago. And by 2014, the military says that all of the mines and bombs and TNT have been removed from public infrastructure. Good for you, military. No more bombs and bridges. So for the household bunkers that were built during the Cold War, those are still there, and my friends on Instagram tell me that they're just kind of used for like storage rooms, or sometimes like as a laundry room. Extra space, I guess, with really fortified doors that will withstand the radioactivity of a nuclear weapon. I mean, it's not bad to have. But what I'm really interested in is all of the mountain fortresses and tunnels and like bunkers that were in the Swiss Alps. What happened to those? Those were really expensive to build and were expensive to maintain, and the military is honestly kind of eager to get rid of them. Some of them have been sold off and turned into like fancy hotels in the side of a mountain. Others are used as cheese cellars to make delicious Swiss cheese. And then you've got this one, which was purchased by like a tech security company that specializes in keeping your data safe. So you can store your Bitcoin or whatever else you need on these super secure servers in the side of a Swiss mountain. They claim that these servers are so protected that they are impervious even to an electromagnetic shock from an atom bomb. Seems to me like a little bit of overkill, but if you have some really important documents and files that you need to save, this is your place. But the majority of these mountain bunkers and fortresses lie completely abandoned. If you hike around Switzerland, you will see these things everywhere, which is something I've never done and really now want to do. Go like bunker hunting in Switzerland. Sounds kind of amazing. Alright, so the Swiss stayed neutral. They've continued to stay neutral. They will probably continue to stay neutral. And it turns out they will use whatever means necessary to do so. Thanks for watching. Alright, I want to tell you about Squarespace. Squarespace is the sponsor of today's video. Thank you, Squarespace, for supporting this channel and letting me make this cool video about Switzerland. But also thank you, Squarespace, for being a really useful and user-friendly platform where you can build websites and email campaigns and all of these things that make running a business or having a portfolio or being a creative person a much smoother experience on the internet. Squarespace has these beautiful templates that you can use to quickly put up a website with whatever branding you need to do to be able to customize it, but also not have to worry about the technical nightmare that is designing a website if you don't know web design. I'm using Squarespace right now to do a revamp of my own website and my own social and internet presence. And I'm very pleased with how simple and easy it is. It integrates with email campaigns, which is a really important thing if you have a business, to be able to have email lists and do email marketing. It integrates with social platforms and everything you can imagine. So if you want to get a free trial and 10% off your first purchase of a template or a domain, go to squarespace.com/JohnnyHarris and you will get this discount. Purchasing through this link helps support this channel, so it'd be great if you click the link in the description or go to squarespace.com/JohnnyHarris and check it out. Squarespace is great. Thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I've got a lot of really cool videos coming up, and I'm really excited to share them with you. All right, have a good day. A while back, I made a comment. Someday I'll make a video about this whole messy debacle. So today I intend to make good on that promise. Here we go. This line is weird. It's not a border, but I guess it kind of is. It divides something. If it's Monday evening and you fly from Hawaii to New Zealand, you cross into Tuesday evening and then back into Monday evening and then back into Tuesday evening. And because you've been flying for a while, now it's probably Wednesday morning. You just jumped from Monday to Wednesday on a 9-hour flight. Better yet, jump in your boat on a Tuesday afternoon and go a few hundred kilometers south, and suddenly you're watching the sunset on a Monday because you drove south in your boat. Wait, what? So I want to understand this line. So naturally, the first thing I do is go into After Effects and try to map it out. As I scoured the internet for good data on this, I realized that everyone's international date line is slightly different. From Google Maps to the CIA Factbook to the Pacific Island Ocean Observing System, which is an organization that has the elegant acronym of PAC. Anyway, I spent the day scraping all the data I could and trying to map this line. Looks like it's 195 miles, or around 300 kilometers. That's a huge difference. There are entire islands with people that Google says are on one side and PACU say are on the other. Who's right here? Before we settle that, I want to dig into what this line even is and why it looks the way it does. Okay, so this whole crossing a line and passing over a day and going back in time and all of that is a little bit hard for my brain to get around. And I imagine that a lot of you came to this video hoping that you will leave this video with a firm grasp of what the international date line is. So let's delve in and explain it the best I can. First, let's look at the Earth top down. So we're looking at the Earth from above, from top down. Here's Great Britain over here. And of course, we've got our beautiful sun shining light onto our Earth, which gives us day and night. Land that is rotating into this light is seeing a sunrise. Land that is transitioning out of this light is seeing a sunset. And it's the relationship to this light that we measure our time with noon being the point where we are right smack dab in the middle of the sun's light. So right now it's noon in Florida. Okay, you already know this, but I'm setting it up here because it helps the date line make sense. Let's go back to Britain, which is upside down right now because remember, we're looking down on the globe, like we're looking down at the North Pole. Also, this circle is pretty sloppy. Let's clean it up and make it a nice square so you can keep your eye on it. It's important because all time is measured from here, technically in a little observatory called Greenwich. So let's say here in London, it is the middle of the day on a Monday. Okay, so it's noon on a Monday. The sun is shining right on London. So let's freeze time and look what's happening a few thousand kilometers east of here. In the middle of Russia, it's 6 p.m. The sun is setting. It's still Monday, but the sun is setting on Monday. At this same moment, frozen time, over here in East Asia, got China and Japan. It's still noon in London, remember that, but it's late over here. The sun has gone down, it's 9 p.m. in Japan. It's still Monday, it's just late. The sun went down hours ago. These people are finishing Monday. It's like the middle of the night on Monday. It's noon in London. Let's zoom out and realize that it's Monday all around the world. The more west you go from London, it is actually earlier on Monday. East of London, it's late on a Monday night, like we just saw. It's later and later the more east you go. This is the international date line. It divides whether or not it's late on a Monday night or early on a Monday morning. Now let's press play on the globe and watch it rotate into a new day. Remember that these guys right here are like at 11 p.m., basically midnight. They're about to start Tuesday. I'll keep Monday as this orange circle, and I'll use green for Tuesday. Okay, press play. Okay, stop. Zoom in. Here in the middle of the Pacific, it's almost 11 a.m. on Tuesday, right? You're 12 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time in London. Go right over this line, and you'll still be around 11 a.m. The sun is still shining in the same way, but now you are 12 hours behind Greenwich Mean Time. But it's still Monday. You're 12 hours behind Greenwich. It hasn't passed into a new day yet. And that's how you're able to cross this line and go back a day or forward a day, even though you only go a few hundred kilometers. Okay, I'm sure you're tired of looking at this top-down globe. It's kind of disorienting and not super intuitive. So let's see what this looks like on a map, on a regular old map. Here we are in the same exact scenario. It's around 11 a.m. right here, and yet it's Tuesday here and Monday over here. I'm going to call this side, which is later than London's time, it's east of London, the Tuesday side. And I'm going to call this side, which is behind London, or west of London, the Monday side. I'll just use that. That's my own little terminology. I'm still using that, and no one else uses it like that, but I'm just going to for the rest of this video. Okay? I'm interrupting all of this conceptual, non-intuitive stuff for a little intermission. I want you to just look at this for a second. There are a bunch of beautiful islands in the Pacific. This one's called Waikiki. That's really what it's called. That's my best accent. Just remember that the international date line runs through some of the most beautiful ocean in the world, and it's worth just looking at for a second. So let's keep going on this question of why it's different on every map. Why does this line look so messed up? And what's with this notch? And why can't anyone agree on what it should look like? This is the part that I knew nothing about, and it's fascinating. Technically, according to our little conceptual model that we just did, the line should just be like this. A straight line that's on the exact opposite side of the world as Greenwich. Meaning Greenwich is 0, this would be 188. But, as I said many times before, nature isn't super good at straight lines. So instead, it looks like this. It starts out following the 188th meridian, as it should. Then it splits off right here to make sure that this Russian island and then the very eastern tip of Russia don't get sliced in two to become part of different days. As it accommodates Russia, it passes right here between Russia and Alaska. If you zoom in, you'll see that it passes right through these two islands. These islands are just a few kilometers away from each other. The sun sets at the same time on both these islands. They're right next to each other. The difference is the sun is setting on a Tuesday here and on a Monday here. After Russia, the line heads back west to meet up with the 188th, but it passes it in order to keep all of these islands on this side because they belong to Alaska. This notch goes all the way over to accommodate this island of Alaska, which is this tiny outpost of 21 people. It looks like the most western part of the United States, but really, because it's on the other side of the 180th meridian, everything left of this line is actually in the eastern hemisphere. So, this is technically the easternmost part of the U.S., but whatever, it doesn't really matter. These are all fake lines anyway. Okay, so we've zigzagged back and forth, crossing the 180th meridian a few times to accommodate Russia and the United States. It finally gets back onto the 180th and starts following it south for a really long time. Once it gets to the equator, we begin the big game of whose side are you on. All these islands in the Pacific, and there are loads of them, have to make a decision on whether or not they want to be the first people to start new days or the last people to end those days. We've got this big notch here, which basically exists to accommodate Caribas, which is an island nation of just like 112,000 people. But this nation is spread across a huge swath of ocean, which spans an area greater than the continent of the United States. It's huge. It bounces around here to make sure that Caribas is on the Eastern Hemisphere time zone with Australia and Asia, and then other nations like the Cook Islands are on the western part, like with the United States. It dips down here between Samoa, which is on the Tuesday side, and the islands of American Samoa, which are on the Monday side, same with the United States. From here, the line heads straight south, but not along the 180th like it should. Instead, it falls closer to like the 172nd. This is meant to allow a bunch of these island nations to stay in the Tuesday side so that they can be on the same date as big regional countries like Australia or New Zealand. Then finally it meets up at the 180th meridian and it follows it all the way down to Antarctica. Okay, so that is this line and why it exists and why it zigzags and all of its twists and turns. So are two important questions here. Why does it look so weird and why is it different on every map? The first one kind of answered pretty easily after seeing where the line goes, which is this line is really flexible. It's not a real border. It doesn't denote any land that somebody owns. A regular border is defined through conflict or negotiation, and it denotes the sovereignty of a country. You own this and I own that. That is what a normal border does. This doesn't do that. The date line is a decision that every country can make for itself. And then the Pacific, they can decide, oh, I want to be on the same date as Australia and Japan, or I want to be on the same date as Hawaii and the United States. That is a unilateral decision that no country has to negotiate with others.
The Pacific nation of Samoa has decided it would be better off if it observed a time zone closer to that of Australia and New Zealand. So it's declared it will switch to our side of the international date line.
Before that bitch existed, half of Caribas was in the Tuesday side and the other half was in the Monday side, which just made it really hard where it was like Friday on this side, and if people wanted to get in touch with people in their country, it was already Saturday on their side instead of off the weekend. So they unilaterally decided in 1995 to just change the line in the entire country on the Tuesday side. So every country decides how they want to do it, and because of that, it's changed dramatically over the years as countries just make their own decision on what date and time zone they want to be. So now to my second question, and the big one that I was very curious about, which is who's right? After a day of fixating on this question and mapping and doing all this stuff on the computer, it all came down to this moment. You have these two versions of the notch that are different. The black one is Google Maps. So Google Maps displays it on all of their different platforms. And this yellow one is from that PACU's, the Pacific Observer something, but it's like a big authority for the Pacific Ocean. Remember that this is the Monday side and this is the Tuesday side. Same time, different dates. As I zoomed around this, I saw these islands. Google says that these islands are on the Tuesday side, the 1 day ahead side, whereas PACU's says that these are on the Monday side, meaning the 1 day behind side. I checked the official time zone for every one of these islands and discovered that they all belong to the Cook Islands, which is a set of islands connected to New Zealand, but that is on GMT minus 10, means it's 10 hours behind GMT, not a bunch of hours in front of GMT. In short, all of these islands are on the Monday side. PACU's has it right, and Google Maps has it wrong. Google Maps has it wrong. Bit of an existential crisis in the past couple days. I want to be wrong on this. Okay. if somebody comments and points out a flaw in my logic or my analysis here, I will be grateful for that, because this is something that, I mean, I have really deep appreciation for Google Maps and all of the wonderful mapping that they do, but I think they got this wrong. Somebody prove me wrong, please. And if not, my worldview has just shifted. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. The fact that Google Maps didn't painstakingly weave its line through all of these islands is kind of an indication that these borders, these fake borders, these lines don't actually do anything besides describe the preference on how different countries want to measure their time. It doesn't give anyone extra land, it doesn't give anyone extra waters or minerals or any of this stuff that usually make lines really important. In this case, we're describing a preference. And so I'm sure that these mapping organizations haven't cared too much about getting the shape perfectly in this vast swath of ocean that is mostly uninhabited. That's the International Day. I want to hear your thoughts and feedback, everyone, and thank you for watching. So I've been home a lot lately. I've been to, and I've been watching a lot of Netflix and a lot of other stuff. And one thing I realized is that there are a lot of shows and movies on Netflix that I don't have access to just from the United States. For example, that's where ExpressVPN specifically I use. They're the sponsor of today's video. If you don't know what VPN is, it is a service that allows you to encrypt your connection to the internet so that your data is secure and all of your connections when you're looking on the internet is secure. But it also allows you to route your connections through whatever country you want. So I'm sitting there on Netflix and I want to watch Lord of the Rings. Suddenly I can connect through Canada and now Rings is available on Netflix. ExpressVPN allows you to expand your entertainment options while also keeping any work that you do online private and secure. So it's a great product. I've been using it for years, well before they came to sponsor the video. And because they sponsor this video, you can get 3 months of free service when you sign up for a yearly subscription. If you go to expressvpn.com/JohnnyHarris, go route your connection from the UK and watch Rick and Morty on Netflix. It's pretty cool. So anyway, expressvpn.com/JohnnyHarris. Thank you, ExpressVPN, for supporting this channel, and thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
I've been playing around with a really amazing map. It's a map of the solar system. Recently I got really curious and I started zooming out, well past the solar system and deep into the night sky. And this kind of blew my mind. We have mapped these stars that are so far away from us, light years away, and yet here they are on this map, somehow positioned in space. This seems impossible to me. How is it that we're able to, from this little speck of dust, look up and somehow gauge how far away things are? Like this one specific star, how do we know that this is 864.3 light years away? I mean, that's like 8 quadrillion kilometers. It's insanely far. The story of how we did this, how we measure the distance to these incredibly far away objects in the sky, it's a story of people looking up and asking questions, and in the process creating a map of the heavens.
In the old days, people knew about the planets, but they thought the stars were in some sort of vault of heaven, just a bit further away than the planets.
So, mapping the night sky, this is a big topic. Let's start small first, the stuff close to us. How do we know how far Jupiter is? And all of that. From here, the methods get trickier and trickier the further away you get. But for now, the solar system. Measuring the distance from planets is relatively easy because we see the planets move. We see them spin around the sun and we can observe their behavior over the course of decades or generations and report that. After a lot of observation, we realize that planets go around the sun and they go in this kind of elliptical shape. They don't go like in a perfect circle. You can then observe that the planets start moving quicker the closer they are to the sun because of gravity. Gravity pulls it in and whips it around. Observing the planets and how they move around the sun allowed one very smart German astronomer, who apparently exclusively ate with chopsticks. I'm kidding, I know they're not chopsticks. Okay, it's just a joke. It's actually just like this. Anyway, this guy Johannes Kepler used his chopsticks to measure all of this movement, how the planets move. He plotted it, and he came up with some really savvy equations and ratios and laws that gave us the average distance to each planet. Suddenly, the night sky went from 2D to 3D for the first time, which gave us a place, a physical place relative to all these planets floating around the sun. Okay, but this is child's play when it comes to measuring distances in space. These planets are like our next door neighbors. So now let's step into the big leagues and talk about how we started to map stars and their distance from Earth. For the stuff that's not orbiting the sun, that's really far away, we can use a concept called parallax. Parallax sounds strangely familiar when talking about physics and space. There's Alaric, and interested, but he goes by the pseudonym Parallax. It's a great name. Not that parallax, the pseudoscientist from the 1800s. I'm talking about the scientific concept. Parallax is a concept that says that if you're observing something far away and you shift your position relative to that faraway thing, the faraway thing will look slightly different relative to the background. Okay, so let's say we're looking up at the night sky and we want to know how far away this star is. Remember that Earth is always floating around the sun at any given time, which is moving us in space. So if we observe this star in May, and then wait 6 months till November, and observe that star again, we've now gained a new perspective on the star, what it looks like relative to its background. This gives us an angle that we can use to calculate this distance. What we don't know is this value. This is the distance. This is what we're looking for. But we do know a few things. We know this distance because it's just the distance from Earth to the Sun, which happens to be 149 million kilometers, or 1 astronomical unit. This distance times 2. And then we also know this angle up here because we measured it from 2 different perspectives. Thanks to the wizardry that is trigonometry, we can use this distance and this angle to determine what this distance is. This works really well, and it's allowed us to measure the distance to a lot of stars. But remember that a key ingredient to this whole parallax thing is the slight shifting perspective between the first angle and the second angle. As you start to measure things that are further and further away, this angle becomes slighter and slighter until eventually it becomes impossible to discern. It's so minuscule, the perspective shift, that you can't actually detect it. So there's a limit to how far parallax goes. With our Earth-based telescopes, we've been able to perceive the angle enough to where we can see things that are about 300 light years away. I mean, that is way bigger than like the things that are close to us in the solar system, but it's still a tiny number compared to like the galaxy or the universe. Luckily, we have fancier tools like this guy that have really good technology for detecting these slight angle differences from 2 different perspectives of the star, and that's allowed us to observe and measure the distance to stars that are up to 3,000 light years away, way further out. Okay, so here's where we're at. With Kepler's fancy equations, watching the planets move around the sun, we've been able to measure the distance to planets. With parallax, we've been able to measure the distance to stars that are really far away and get a 3D map of our galactic neighbors. But we're still not really scratching the surface of the distances that exist in the universe. So how do we do that? This is where it starts to get kind of crazy and tricky and weird, and I'm going to do my best to explain this in a way that comes through. So here we go. One of the major methods for measuring the distance to super far away stars and galaxies was pioneered by a computer at Harvard in 1912. What? A computer in 1912? Yeah, that's what I said, a computer at Harvard in 1912. Computers were invented in the 1950s. But computers in 1912 looked like this.
This is a group of women who worked in Harvard's astronomy department in the early 1900s. Their job title was literally computers, meaning someone who executes predetermined logical calculations on large inputs of data. Harvard astronomers were taking loads of photos of the night sky with their new fancy telescopes. The images came out like this. Glass plates with photos of the night sky developed on them. The computers were tasked with looking at each of these plates and naming and classifying the stars by their brightness and their type. They were basically creating a 2D map of the sky. They didn't know how far away they were, they just were classifying the position in the night sky relative to our perspective on Earth. At the time, a lot of legit astronomers figured that what was in our galaxy was all there was to the universe. We had no idea of knowing how far away some of these objects were, so we just figured that maybe everything is somewhat close by in our galaxy. One of these computers was named Henrietta. She was a I've been playing around with a really amazing map. It's a map of the solar system. Recently I got really curious and I started zooming out, well past the solar system and deep into the night sky, and this kind of blew my mind. We have mapped these stars that are so far away from us, light years away, and yet here they are on this map. somehow position in space. This seems impossible to me. How is it that we're able to, from this little speck of dust, look up and somehow gauge how far away things are? Like this one specific star, how do we know that this is 864.3 light years away? I mean, that's like 8 quadrillion kilometers. It's insanely far. The story of how we did this, how we measure the distance to these incredibly far away objects in the sky, it's a story of people looking up and asking questions, and in the process creating a map of the heavens.
In the old days, people knew about the planets, but they thought the stars were in some sort of vault of heaven, just a bit further away than the planets.
So, mapping the night sky, this is a big topic. Let's start small first, the stuff close to us. How do we know how far Jupiter is and all of that? From here, the methods get trickier and trickier the further away you get. But for now, the solar system. Measuring the distance to planets is relatively easy because we see the planets move. We see them spin around the sun, and we can observe their behavior over the course of decades and generations and report that. After a lot of observation, we realized that planets go around the sun, and they go in this kind of elliptical shape. They don't go like in a perfect circle. You can then observe that the planets start moving quicker the closer they are to the sun, because of gravity. Gravity pulls it in and whips it around. Observing the planets and how they move around the sun allowed one very smart German astronomer, who apparently exclusively ate with chopsticks. I'm kidding. I know they're not chopsticks. Okay, it's just a joke. It's actually just like on this. Haha. Anyway, this guy Johannes Kepler used his chopsticks to measure all of this movement, how the planets move. He plotted it, and he came up with some really savvy equations and ratios and laws that gave us the average distance to each planet. Suddenly, the night sky went from 2D to 3D for the first time, which gave us a place, a physical place relative to all these planets floating around the sun. Okay, but this is child's play when it comes to measuring distances in space. These planets are like our next door neighbors. So now let's step into the big leagues and talk about how we started to map stars and their distance from Earth. For the stuff that's not orbiting the sun, that's really far away, we can use a concept called parallax. Parallax sounds strangely familiar when talking about physics and space. Alright, and introduced it, but he goes by the pseudonym Parallax. That's a great name. Not that parallax, the pseudoscientist from the 1800s. I'm talking about the scientific concept. Parallax is a concept that says that if you're observing something far away, and you shift your position relative to that faraway thing, the faraway thing will look slightly different relative to the background. Okay, so let's say we're looking up at the night sky and we want to know how far away this star is. Remember that Earth is always floating around the sun at any given time, which is moving us in space. So if we observe this star in May, and then wait 6 months till November and observe that star again, we've now gained a new perspective on the star, what it looks like relative to its background. This gives us an angle that we can use to calculate this distance. What we don't know is this value. This is the distance. This is what we're looking for. But we do know a few things. We know this distance because it's just the distance from Earth to the Sun, which happens to be 149 million kilometers, or 1 astronomical unit. This distance times 2. And then we also know this angle up here because we measured it from 2 different perspectives. Thanks to the wizardry that is trigonometry, we can use this distance and this angle to determine what this distance is. This works really well, and it's allowed us to measure the distance to a lot of stars. But remember that a key ingredient to this whole parallax thing is the slight shift in perspective between the first angle and the second angle. As you start to measure things that are further and further away, this angle becomes slighter and slighter until eventually it becomes impossible to discern. It's so minuscule, the perspective shift, that you can actually detect it. So there's a limit to how far parallax goes. With our Earth-based telescopes, we've been able to perceive the angle enough to where we can see things that are about 300 light years away. I mean, that is way bigger than like the things that are close to us in the solar system, but it's still a tiny number compared to like the galaxy or the universe. Luckily, we have fancier tools like this guy that have really good technology for detecting these slight angle differences from two different perspectives of the star. And that's allowed us to observe and measure the distance to stars that are up to 3,000 light years away, way further out. Okay, so here's where we're at. With Kepler's fancy equations, watching the planets move around the sun, we've been able to measure the distance to the planets. With parallax, we've been able to measure the distance to stars that are really far away and get a 3D map of our galactic neighbors. But we're still not really scratching the surface of the distances that exist in the universe. So how do we do that? This is where it starts to get kind of crazy and trippy and weird, and I'm going to do my best to explain this in a way that comes through. So here we go. One of the major methods for measuring the distance to super far away stars and galaxies was pioneered by a computer at Harvard in 1912. What? A computer in 1912? Yeah. That's what I said, a computer at Harvard in 1912. Computers weren't invented until the 1950s. But computers in 1912 looked like this. This is a group of women who worked in Harvard's astronomy department in the early 1900s. Their job title was literally computers, meaning someone who executes predetermined logical calculations on large inputs of data. Harvard astronomers were taking loads of photos of the night sky with their new fancy telescopes. The images came out like this. Glass plates with photos of the night sky developed on them. The computers were tasked with looking at each of these plates and naming and classifying the stars by their brightness and their type. They were basically creating a 2D map of the sky. They didn't know how far away they were, they just were classifying their position in the night sky relative to our perspective on Earth. At the time, a lot of legit astronomers figured that what was in our galaxy was all there was to the universe. We had no idea of knowing how far away some of these objects were, so we just figured that maybe everything is somewhat close by in our galaxy. One of these computers was named Henrietta. She was assigned to focus on one big cluster of stars in the night sky and to look at and classify those stars. She documented thousands of stars, but was bothered by this one question. If you look up at the night sky and you see a super bright star, is it super bright because it's a big bright star, or is it super bright because it's just close by? By the same token, if you see a really dim star, does that mean it's just really, really far away and it's actually a big star that's super bright, or it's actually just a small, dim star? We really have no way of knowing because, again, they had no idea how far away these objects were that they were measuring. She was looking at this one part of the night sky, this one cloud of stars. She didn't know how far away that cloud was, but she figured all the stars were about the same distance from her. And she noticed that some of these stars were pulsating. They were getting brighter and dimmer, brighter and dimmer. And they were doing it at a strangely consistent rate. If one of the stars took 4 days to get brighter, and it took 4 days to get dimmer, and 4 days to get brighter, it would stick to that pattern, that period, over and over again. Very reliable, very consistent. You may be wondering, what does this have to do with mapping the night sky? We're getting there. So Henrietta decides to make a graph, to start to plot every one of these stars that are pulsating and determine if there's any sort of pattern. On one axis, she put how long it took for these stars' cycle to go from bright to dim. Maybe it was 2 days, maybe it was 5 days, maybe it was 10 days. Remember that each of these stars were showing a very consistent pattern of sticking to their cycle. On the other axis, she plotted how bright they were at each of these phases, at their dimmest and at their brightest point. So you've got brightness on this side, and you've got how long it takes for this pulsating to happen on this one. So let's say she sees a star, and she sees that it takes 2 days for it to go from dim to bright, and then 2 more days to go from bright to dim. And then, at its dimmest point, its brightness value is down here, and at its brightest point, it's more like up here. So this is what an entry would look like for one of these stars that she's observing.
She did this for a bunch of stars, night after night, and she started to see a pattern. What this graph tells us is that stars that have a really long cycle going from dim to bright, let's say they take like 10 or 20 days to do that, those stars are overall really bright, probably big, they have more energy, whereas the opposite is true. Stars that pulsate really quickly, that maybe just take a day or a half a day to go from dim to bright, those stars are actually overall much dimmer, potentially smaller, not actually as bright and intense as these stars that take a long time to do their cycle. So now, if you look at the night sky and you see a really dim star, let's say, you don't know if it's dim because that's just a really small star, or it's dim because it's really, really, really far away. It's actually a super bright star, but it's just super far away from our perspective, so it looks dim. But now with Henrietta's formula, you can look at the pulsating of that star. And if it's pulsating really slow, taking 10 days to go from dim to bright and bright to dim, then you can be sure that that's actually a really big bright star that just looks dim to us because we're super far away from it. This gave astronomers a yardstick that they just didn't have before to observe and understand the distance to stars that were way, way outside of the previous tools that we had to measure distance. Took another swath of the cosmos and took them from 2D to 3D.
Get under the cover and you're gonna get you.
Soon after Henrietta Leavitt discovered this relationship, a man by the name of Edwin Hubble, famous astronomer, decided that he wanted to use this to settle the grand debate on whether or not the galaxy was all there was to the universe. He'd been looking up at the sky and seeing this kind of fuzzy cluster of stars that he didn't really understand. Was it close? Was it far away? Hubble was able to pick out one of the stars in this cluster and look at how it pulsated. Using Henrietta's formula, it became very clear to Hubble that this little fuzzy dot in the sky was very far away, way outside of our galaxy. This settled the debate about whether or not our galaxy was the entire universe or not. That little fuzzy spot in the sky that Hubble was looking at turned out to be the Andromeda Galaxy. It was a groundbreaking discovery, all made possible because of Henrietta Leavitt's formula. And at the time, Hubble estimated that it was probably around 700,000 light years away. We've since honed that estimate to more like 2.5 billion light years away. And now, using the telescope that bears Hubble's name, we've been able to observe that there aren't just a few galaxies outside of our own, but billions. Okay, that's it. That's the answer to my question. That's how I'm able to zoom around the solar system and the galaxy using this computer program. The methods I talked about here are kind of the main building blocks of measuring distance in space. We're continuing to push the bounds on this. There are now methods for measuring the distance to all sorts of types of galaxies and all sorts of types of distances. And we continue to build out a map of the night sky in 3D. And I'm really grateful for that. Honestly, I'm grateful for the pioneers who put their minds to giving us a perspective, because it allows me to see where I live in the cosmos and what kind of space I occupy in the night sky. And for some reason, that perspective, knowing where the stars are, knowing how far away they are, just kind of has ingrained itself into my mind and allowed me to keep perspective as I live my continued life. Thanks for watching. Also, I want to thank Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Squarespace is a really easy to use place where you can build a website or a portfolio or an online presence of any kind. I am currently rebuilding my portfolio and website using Squarespace. I'm learning a ton about these features and how useful they are. There are really easy to use, beautiful templates that allow you to get a website up in minutes. So that in addition to just like hosting websites, Squarespace gives you integration with all sorts of things that make running an online business easier and better, like email marketing campaigns, and of course integration with social media platforms. All of the tools you need to build out a beautiful looking online presence and to do it without a ton of work.
Squarespace is giving a discount to anyone who goes to my unique URL, squarespace.com/Johnny Harris. It's in the description as well. Make sure to use that URL as it supports this channel if you do. And if you do, you get a free trial, you can get everything set up, and you'll get 10% off any purchase of a domain name or hosting space if you go to that URL. So definitely go check out Squarespace. Thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring this video, and thank you all for watching. I'm looking forward to reading comments and hearing your thoughts on this stuff. And I'm excited to make a new video soon. Have a good day. The longest border in the world is really strange. It goes on for thousands and thousands of miles in like a straight line. And there's a bunch of weird little details about this line that I'm becoming quite curious about. This is the border of the United States and Canada. Yeah, I know. 2 Canada videos in a row. I'm just really into Canada lately. And Canada's got some weird stuff going on. And it's kind of this like neighbor to the north that no one ever talks about because it's seemingly just not that interesting, but it actually is really interesting. That's what I'm going to tell you. So, let's do this. I spent the weekend in Vancouver, BC, hanging out with some friends. My friends Chris and Lizzie, and Becky and Chris, who are just gems of people. Really fun to hang out with. Very talented creators. What are we up to? Where are we? What's going down? You can say it loud. Izzy, say it loud. We're getting ramen, but I'm going to say it in my way. Ready to go. 3, 2, 1. We're getting ramen. Oh, that worked out really well. And there was lots of FPV drinks. Oh, you just crashed it. And while on this trip, one of the things I did while we were driving around is what I always do, which is pull out my phone and started looking at the map of where we were. And I just started to get really curious about this line. This straight line goes on for thousands of kilometers. Like 6,500 kilometers worth of line on the map. And I've always just ignored this line. It's kind of like, oh, that's just like the boring line that separates these like 2 countries that are like best friends and have no tension, no drama, or nothing interesting about this line. It's just straight and boring, is what I always thought. Then the rabbit holes began. There's actually some really interesting stuff about this line, like weird enclaves and like a skunk border patrol and all this stuff that I'll explain in just a second. But first, let's remember why I came to explore and have a good time with my friends. Okay, so back to this line. There's a whole history here. I don't know if you're interested in a history lesson right now. I'm not. So let's just put it this way. A lot of Canada used to be owned by the French. Fought some wars with Britain. They lost the wars, and they were kind of like, nah, we'll just like kind of surrender Canada. French writer Voltaire kind of hated Canada, said it was, quote, just a few acres of snow. So the British took over Canada. The United States is starting to expand to the south. They want to take over tons of land. They want to go north and take over Canada. But the British don't really want them to take over Canada, and they fight. And they end up not taking over Canada. And eventually, they established a line between the north and the south that says this is Canada and this is the United States. Through a bunch of treaties, they determine exactly where the line's going to be. There's one number that completely determined how this border would look. And that number is actually the same name as this coffee shop that we're in right now in Vancouver. 49th parallel. This is not a big vision of sitting on this log. I don't think it's going to work. I can trick you to a version with all of these traits and things. Here they go. They've got a line. They've got a number. The 49th parallel. This is like the 1800s. They don't have GPS. In fact, they don't have any precise tools for actually measuring what that line looks like when you're in the mountains of Canada. So they send a bunch of people out with string. They made a bunch of straight lines that were supposed to go along the 49th parallel. And I mean, they did a pretty darn good job of just like using string and compasses. Like, I'm actually pretty impressed. But not surprisingly, if you zoom into this very straight line, you'll see that there's actually a little bit of a zigzagging going on. The border doesn't actually go perfectly along the 49th parallel. To demarcate the border, they put thousands of these stone markings, and then they also, to make it very clear, cut a gap in the trees that's like 20 feet wide. It's kind of a bizarre looking thing, especially for space. You just see this like gap in the trees. So by the end of it, continental United States is going to be south of the 49th parallel, and Canada will be north of the 49th parallel. This is a great thing when you're looking wide at a map, but nature isn't super good at straight lines, which is why when we draw borders, it kind of clashes sometimes with how the world actually works, and so you get some weird stuff. First, over here in Vancouver. Zoom into Vancouver, and you'll see this little peninsula. This little peninsula is great, just like any other peninsula, but look what happens when you draw the 49th parallel through. This is Point Roberts. It's a little enclave that belongs to the United States because it's south of the 49th parallel. But you can see that it's like it should be in Canada. It's cut off from the U.S. This little town of like 1,500 people is strange because there are people living there who are U.S. citizens. They belong to the state of Washington. They have a little elementary school in this village, but what they don't have is anything about an elementary school. So anyone who wants to go to school has to get on a bus, go across the border into Canada, all the way around, like 40 kilometers or something like that, back in the United States, go to school, and then back across into Canada and back into the United States. It's like 4 border crossings in one day. Sounds like a nightmare. Listen, I know we're talking about the U.S.-Canada border and everything, but just take a minute to look at this mossy green forest that I'm in north of Vancouver. It's just the most magical thing I've ever seen. I'm gonna go far away. Is everyone convinced that moss is the greatest thing in the world yet? On the record?
I was on board.
Yeah, you've been on board since the beginning.
I was on board.
Yeah. You're on board now, Peter. I've got everyone on board.
Shut up, Becky!
Okay, so back to this line. Keep going down the straight line, and eventually you'll hit an area where the whole straight line 49th parallel thing doesn't really work as a place to draw a border. The treaty says that as soon as this 49th parallel hits this lake, it's called Lake of the Woods, that the border would need to trace the northwest corner, meaning the upper left corner of this border, and then continue onward. But there was a problem. The map they were using to draw this border was kind of bad and inaccurate, and so it made the lake look a lot more like round and like cleaner and like more in line with their vision for the border. But then when they went to actually survey it, they realized that this northwest corner, the upper left, is actually way up here. Making the border have to go up to fulfill the terms of the treaty and then continue on. From there, it starts to follow rivers and it goes into the Great Lakes and it's a little more complicated. But in the process of going up to fulfill the treaty and hitting the upper left of this lake, you get this. This little blob of land is appropriately named the Northwest Acre. It's the only piece of the continental United States that is north of the 49th parallel. There's a couple hundred people who live there, and if they want to get in and out of the community, they have to go to this little booth, and they have to video call, like Skype, the border patrol to like report people coming in and out and declare whatever stuff they want to bring in and out. It's so cool. It's like Skype border patrol. Sounds cool. I should do this again. We went into this seaplane in Vancouver, and we flew over all of these islands. And I started to realize that while it works to draw these really straight lines in like the middle of Canada, when you get to the east and the west coast in the Canada region, you start to get a lot of little islands, lots of water weaving in and out of islands, cutting them all up, and that's hard to draw the lines through. Luckily, on the west coast, they were able to not stick with the 49th parallel, which would have cut Vancouver Island just in a weird place. They dipped it down and whatever. But over on the east side, they didn't do that, and you end up with this line. This is Canada, but the only way to get into Canada from here is through this land bridge that goes through the United States. Kind of weird, probably not that big a deal, but none of these are actually big deals. Like, they're all like kind of goofy, weird things, but they don't actually cause like too much inconvenience. Although the high schoolers having to go like through 4 border crossings every day is actually a huge inconvenience. So I take that with it. So it was a great weekend in Vancouver. I loved hanging out with these wonderful people, and I learned a little something about this big straight line that I didn't know anything about. And it confirms to me something that I've learned time and time again, which is some lines on the map look really simple and like they just look like straight lines, but you zoom in enough, you'll always find weird stuff. So it's always interesting to zoom in. That's, I guess, the moral of the story. Anyway, thanks for watching. Alright, I'm going to do an ad now about something that I care a lot about, which is Audible. I listen to a lot of Audible, and I have since 2011. And this giant library of now books that really changed my world. So I read a lot more. I just like so reading is like a big thing for me, and now I listen to books and really change my life. I know it sounds like dramatic, but it's actually true, but I'm not going to go into it anymore. Audible is a giant repository of like more audiobooks than any other library in the world. So if you sign up with Audible, one of my favorite parts about Audible is if you start a book and it's not for you, you can easily exchange it and get a new one. Plus, Audible originals choose to love every month. For people who go to audible.com/JohnnyParis, JohnnyParis, you get a book for free. You get a month free of this. The book is for 0 months. Try it out and see if you like it. You can either go to that URL, audible.com/JohnnyParis, or you can text Johnny Paris with no spaces to 500-500, and it'll send you a link. One that I just finished is Sapiens, which completely changed my entire perspective on the planet and history of humanity. Fantastic book, you should check it out. So, audible.com/JohnnyParis, or you can text Johnny Harris to 500-500, and you will get a free month of Audible. If you love movies, it's a killer deal, no brainer for me. That's why I work with Audible, because I believe in it. So, thank you for watching. Thank you, Audible, for watching this video. Have a good day. Here's the original one. I think there's this misnomer that my launch code is dead. No, it's just done. There's just a good amount of this going on. But I think this thing's kind of hilarious for sure. So, this is my desk. I sit here all day and I work, and I look at this map whenever I'm late. I bought this map off eBay in elementary school, and now it's in my office. I notice something every time I look at it that kind of irks me. That something is this. This zero, which is not just one number, but it's actually a corresponding line that looks like this. Let's back up here for a second. Earth is divided into lines. Sometimes they're curved, like they are on my map. And whether or not they're curved or straight has to do with this concept of projection, which I'm not going to talk about here. I've talked about plenty using a knife and a globe back in box. But just know that the Earth is divided up into lines, latitude and longitude lines, ones that go up and down, and ones that go from side to side. All of these lines in the grid have a number associated with them. So for the up and down lines, there's a 0 point. And then anywhere to the right of that, or east of that, starts to go up from 0 to 180 with a little and then everything to the left or the west of it has the same thing, 0 to 180 with a W for west. Okay, that center point is the 0 point from which all east and west things are measured. The same thing for these side-to-side loops. If you go up from here, you're going to start to get higher and higher, maybe to 180 degrees. Or if you go south, you go south. Finding out where the 0 point should be for these horizontal lines is actually quite easy. The Earth has these two natural poles, which make for a natural top and bottom of the Earth. And halfway in between those two poles, you have this perfect center point, the equator, which is a very natural place to put this 0 and to measure it from. The up and down lines are totally arbitrary for an excitement. Like, who's to say that, like, it couldn't be right here in Russia, and this could be 0, and everything could go west and east from here? Or Japan, for that matter. Well, in fact, a long time ago, that's how it used to be. These maps with these grids were really, really important to navigate the world, and so everyone would choose a 0 point. And most would just make their capital or their home base the 0 point. If you lived in Japan, you would just make Japan the 0 point, and the rest of the coordinates would be measured against that 1 0 point. And same if you lived in France or Washington, D.C. This was fine because back then countries just fought wars and competed with each other. They weren't really collaborating or aligning or trading as much as they do today. And so everyone could just have their own maps centered around their place, and they did just fine. But then, around the 1800s, a few things started to happen that completely changed everything. First, countries and empires, instead of just competing and fighting with each other, started to actually say, like, we should align with each other and trade and be friends because that's better for everyone. Compare this with the fact that map making and sea navigation was becoming like a big industry. It was no longer just the king ordering maps to be made for their like expeditions, but now it was like private businesses going out and doing things that private businesses do. And so there was now like a demand for good seafaring maps. In short, map making was trending. Okay, there's one more thing that was happening around this time that was super important, which is this. Trains everywhere. Trains were just like popping up everywhere, and trains were also trending. People were now able to travel like across the country, not just like on their horses, but on this whole system of trains. Buy a ticket, get on a train, and end up somewhere hundreds of miles away. And you know what trains run on, besides coal, is time. Timetables, schedules. How do you know when your train's going to arrive, and when it's going to leave, and when it's going to get there? Time. Some universal set time. The problem is, back in the 1800s, there was no universal set time. Check out this piece of paper. Today, all of these cities and towns would be just on Eastern Standard Time, time zone. But back then, every town had their own time, depending on when it was noon for them. If they were a little bit east or a little west of here, that would be different than in Washington, D.C. Total nightmare for trains. The lifeblood of trains is time. And this time mishmash just wasn't going to work. Okay, so what does all of this have to do with this? Look at this guy. You probably don't know who this person is. I didn't know who this person was. He was the U.S. president that no one remembers. This U.S. president in the late 1800s saw a problem with all this. He realized that having a bunch of different maps with a bunch of different 0 points based on whoever was making it was a problem. And he realized that not having a universal time zone or some sort of universal way of making the same time for everyone was also a problem. So he invited 41 countries to come here to Washington, D.C., where I live, and to sit around and think and talk about where this 0 point should be. Where should the center of the world be? so that you can measure time as well as navigation. All maps can be normalized to this one spot. So after a moment of a bunch of white people sitting around, they came to a vote, and that vote, almost unanimously, said that the zero line should be right here. This line, if you zoom in, goes right through London, England. It actually goes through a little outskirts town called Greenwich. Greenwich is the home of the Royal Observatory of the British Empire. This would be the place where the prime meridian, or the zero point, the entire world, east and west, would start. Every country in the conference agreed that this should be the case, except for the Dominican Republic at that time. They said no. They were the one country that didn't like this proposal. And France and Brazil actually abstained diplomatically, which is kind of what this. France continued to make their maps with Paris as the center point, but eventually they did as well. So that gets to the crux of my big question of why the zero right there, which is a bunch of people voted on it. But why were they so down with Britain having the 0 point be the center of the world? Well, the answer is because it's and Britain was just really good at the ocean. The British Empire was by far the biggest, most powerful navy, the most experience with maps and ocean-faring, and so it was kind of a natural choice to let Britain, in the ocean, have this center point. And from then on, maps started to be drafted with Greenwich, this Royal Observatory, as the center point east-west of the world. Over time, this exact point, exactly where it's drawn, was shifted because of better tools to measure things. So it's actually not literally on the Royal Observatory, but it's effectively the same place as TRUMAN's complex. But they also established that all time in the entire world would be measured against this same spot, Greenwich. Noon at Greenwich, the Royal Observatory would be the peg against which all other time was set. They called this Greenwich Mean Time. So you end up getting a map that looks like this. Zoom in and you see Greenwich is right here. That's GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Okay? You go west of here and you start to get GMT -1, -2, -3. You come all the way back to the United States, and this time zone is Greenwich Mean Time -5 right now. So it's -4 in the United States. But you get the idea. The more you go west, you go back to Greenwich Mean Time. If you go east, it's the opposite. You go forward Greenwich Mean Time. So if it's noon in Greenwich, then this next time zone would be 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., etc. So these time zones have been marked up into some strange shapes. Eventually, if you go 12 steps away from Greenwich, 12 time zones, you'll end up here at this mess. This mess is the international. This is where Greenwich Mean Time +12 or -12 ends up at this line, which is where a new day starts. So let me give you an example. Imagine it's 4 p.m. in Greenwich, right here at this Royal Observatory. It is 4 p.m. GMT on May 20th. It's May 20th at 4 p.m. GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Sitting and chilling and okay, it's 4 p.m. May 28th. Across the ocean here in Washington, D.C. at that time, you can see that we go from 4 p.m. -5, so 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. here in Washington, D.C. at that exact time. Head across the United States to the west coast of the United States to Seattle, and right there it's 3 hours earlier than it is here. Now at 8 a.m. It's 8 a.m. here, it's 4 p.m. It's still 4 p.m. in London. Now you're heading to the Pacific Ocean, keep going west until you get to French Polynesia, at which time it's 5 in the morning. Now GMT -11, it's 5 in the morning. And then you get right up to this messy line. If you were to be in the Baker Islands, which is like a U.S. uninhabited island of you would be at 4 a.m. So it's 4 p.m. over in Greenwich, it's 4 a.m. on this random island. So then, cross this messy looking line, it's still 4 a.m., but now it's the next day. It's May 29th at 4 a.m. Here in Fiji, at the same time, 4 p.m. at Greenwich, it's now 4 a.m. the next day, May 29th. So it went from being 12 hours behind Greenwich to being 12 hours in front of Greenwich, just by going over this international break. You could do this exact same thing going the other way. Start heading east, and you see that now it's 5 p.m., it's 6 p.m., it's 7 p.m., head all the way over into Asia, and now you're getting closer to seeing how that 4 a.m. happens. Some of these countries switch by an hour daylight savings time. Ignore that. Imagine it wasn't daylight savings. Right now, in this moment, daylight savings is this cold across the whole world. Someday I'll make a video about this whole messy debacle. But the point of all of this is to say that because of this conference in 1884 to reconcile train timetables and to make maps more uniform, we now have this navigation and time system that rules our whole world, and Britain is the British Empire has fallen in the world in a lot of ways, but it's still technically the center of the world in a lot of ways. I'm going to put some links in the visualize this. But yeah, my question is actually the answer to this question. So now I'll simply yes. I will know the answer to why it is so. Big thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Skillshare is this giant repository of online tutorials where you can subscribe to have unlimited access to tutorials about everything you can imagine, design to entrepreneurial skills to photography, videography, it's all there. I learned everything I know on online tools in Skillshare, and I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. There's one course in particular that I would recommend, which is this Premiere starter course. I remember the year I switched over to Premiere to edit my videos. I knew a lot about the fundamentals of editing, but I found that going through a course that really lays out all of the features of Premiere, refreshes all of the fundamentals of editing, is really cool. So even if you are an editor who's experienced, I think there's great value in getting it. Because they sponsor this video, they're giving all of you 2 months free, unlimited access to all of these tutorials. Try it out, see if it's good for you. So click the link in the description to get this 2 months free, test it out, see if you like it. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring, and thank you all for watching. I will see you in the videos. It's 1991, and the Soviet Union was down to Yugoslavia, revolution of 16 countries is a great song. More colonies were by Christian Serbs, and they were not going to let together the continent would they attempt to become the successors of the Ottomans. After all, it was they who wanted to be the comprised the majority of Yugoslavia. They didn't want the Portuguese. They wanted the continent. Another country in this Crimean Federation was the Socialist Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Almost half of this country were Bosnian Muslims called Bosnians, and about 100 Christian Serbs.
Yes. Enough time. Enough faces. Yoshi. Media broadcast city. Yeah, the next piece is good. Let's put the next one on Facebook is being discussed. Neither here nor there. The fucking knows the Rothschild issue.
Tell me why the assembly. What kind of to do our business? I say probably better the way I'm talking to you. Collecting stuff in the back. You know, I'm going to say these short answers to talk to the assembly to see. Let's do it. And listen to this. And I know this one. Somebody in my Jackson from Tyson says, we choose them, we support them. What do you mean support them? These people have been out the hills now. We supporting these pro-Hamas protesters, these pro-terrorist protesters. We hear them and support them. Does that mean you're anti-Israel? You're anti-defending yourself from the vicious attack? How does this make picture? And we have to stop winning. Stop winning as we hear public culture. And apparently protesters are saying, stop winning, you can't hide. We tried to withdraw something. And we're as a Tyson is fine as a person. And I think supporting Israel's existence is enough for them to say that they're supporting genocide. And that is really talking about. That's one of those new age progressives. 2,000 years went by, and no one understood the word problematic, and it was never a word. And when all these left progressives decided anything that irritates them is problematic. Not that it's a problem. Really, this progressive movement, we've known that the progressive movement has had very strong anti-Israel, anti-Jewish feelings since forever. Because they consider Israel to be made up of a separate white people who are subjugating the Palestinians. And Hamas is just trying to fight to defend these poor subjugated Palestinians. If you want to get it in all the business ends, all Hamas has to do is completely surrender. All the Hamas all the Hamas soldiers, all the West Africa they do with their hands up, drop their weapons and say, take us to your place. And get back to Hamas. I'm not officially negotiating. The reason this goes on and what Palestinians will say is because Hamas wants to win. And the reason they don't want to win is first chance they get, they want to go back and kill every Israeli and all the people. That's their purpose. And by the way, I have seen Palestine and the support for Hamas in Palestine is about 35%. If there was actually an election, the Hamas side would win overwhelmingly. These families support Hamas. They raise their sons to soldiers for Hamas. These aren't innocent people in Gaza. They're here. And a lot of them, the average age in Gaza, people, about 2% of the people in Gaza are children. They have a lot of kids. And the kids don't end up being Hamas army. So there's not a lot of innocence in that. It's not what you're talking about. There's people affected by that. When you heard the people who were enabled the Hamas regime to be attacked, you thought, hey, look, you voted for these people, and you're not advocating to overthrow them. You're supporting them. You're supplying these soldiers for them. You're raising your children with this intent hatred of Jews for this. You know, this is interesting now. Seriously, this is interesting now. And the California Assembly is the most ineffective place to be in the history of political assembly. There's nothing that they do right for us. They just make our lives worse and worse and worse. Because they're going to kill Gaza. And we come back, Tanzania, composition one. This is another strong propaganda by the relation with others. We supported it, recently supported this measure that you know is coming. And this is about borrowing billions of dollars to allegedly treat homelessness. Call them out. can explain this one. Come on, get from that side, you take out 24 hours. But where is that team supposed to handle it? Doctor also made a number of social media posts in and around the time of the shooting. Under the Division of Criminal Investigations, Northgate says officers found an improvised explosive device during the search of the school. The officer placed students and medical administrators at the shooting. Earlier people have allegedly been breaking into a home that caught fire in Boyle Heights where one person was killed. People were inside the country over time when it went up in flames a few days after everything inside. Customers are living right next door and said she's devastated because when they was leased their home for 50 years, along with a tiny Walmart for the same day on the porch. It's been part of that that people still continue to pay their bills to change this. The home today trying to find its what's inside. Words from fire said the cause is still under investigation, but there was no evidence of emergency. In Boyle Heights, this happened. The LAPD says it is looking for a homeless guy who shot and killed a couple of friends at Florida and Downtown LA. Investigators say on the morning of January 2nd, David Sumlin got into an argument with the guy's owner, and during the exchange, he put a pillow over the 4-month-old dog and pushed the gun under the pillow. He then told the owner, "It's either you or the dog." Hours seconds later, someone fired 2 rounds into that pillow. Detectives say someone is black with black hair, brown eyes, 6'7", weighs 200 pounds, and he's around the area of 7th Street and Stanford Avenue in downtown LA. In several members into these altercations to reverse California's decision to give free healthcare to illegal
It's
migrants.
worse. What's this? He shoots the guy's dog.
There's all these technologies that can be well, some
Yeah, here's the thing. Oh, Yoshi. Sabo. I see almost rapidly.
While the city was portrayed often, worlds and certain
But it's not just the Serbians. Bosnians and Croats also react to this certain forces they've consistently focused
Where's the bee? Where's the bee? Where's she? Where's the fun, yo? Oh, ViralRabbi? What were you?
How did we get this? A map so detailed, so precise, that guys like this would have thought it was magic, an impossibility made manifest by superhumans in the future. One of their fellow explorers, Ernest Shackleton, drew this place on the back of a menu once, dreaming of someday crossing this whole continent and paying a huge price to try. This is a place that has lured explorers from all over, killing many of them. That's because the bottom of the earth is a place that humans really shouldn't go. It's a place that, in fact, they couldn't go. Hey, I'm super excited here to see the rest of this video. First, I need to say thank you to Storyblocks for sponsoring today's video. I actually used Storyblocks to make this video. I didn't put it in got for this video. I got a lot of this footage from Storybox, which is a giant repository, loads of tools that you can use to make your own videos. Over 1 million 4K and HD footage clips, animation templates, music, sound effects, images, and more. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. It's all searchable. It's all there. You can download as much as you want for one monthly subscription. I've been using Storybox for literally a decade before they ever came to sponsor me for a YouTube video, and it's kind of a dream come true. Recently, Storybox changed the game by creating a plugin for After Effects and Premiere, which is perfect to use to edit and animate our videos. What this means is you can be inside of your editor and have access to all of this footage, so you're not like downloading it and moving it to a different folder. You're just grabbing it from the Storybox panel inside of your software. It's truly amazing. And I just found out that all of this footage that I shot from Switzerland and Greenland is actually up on Storybox now. You can go and download as much as you want of beautiful images from these places, in addition to hundreds of thousands of other amazing visuals. This is an incredible service that comes at a very affordable price. It's a set price. There's not like hidden fees. You can have as much stuff as you want. It's one set price. I'm a huge fan. So thank you, Storybox, for sponsoring today's video. It's linked in my description. It is storybox.com/JohnnyHarris. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also lets you learn more about how this service can help you up your game as a visual storyteller, whether you are an individual creator or a production company. Storybox can help you. Let's get back to this video. Our species were able to move and settle across the whole globe, from desolate ice deserts to impossibly faraway islands. Somehow we just showed up. We settled. But even after we had reached every corner of the globe thousands of years ago, there was still one landmass that no human had ever laid their eyes on. But something had to exist down here, they thought, something to balance out all of the land in the north, with land in the south. So explorers and map makers continued to search. And on these maps, they drew their imaginary ideas. A giant continent somewhere down here. Or maybe this island out in the east really extended down, like way down. Maybe there was palm trees and abundance, a new world yet to be discovered. Others mocked the idea of a southern world. They depicted it as a dystopian land full of kingdoms rife with immorality. But these were all guesses. It all remained unknowable, too far away to find out. By the end of the 1700s, explorers had turned most of the world's oceans from mysteries to fact. And it was only then that the vast ocean expanses of the South turned from imaginary musings into the next frontier of discovery. The newly enlightened mapmakers were now drawing precise gridded lines to accurately audit the planet. They were done with their pretend predictions, their monsters in place of knowledge. The map would remain empty until they had evidence to fill in those great blank spaces. Hopefully, with Earth's lost and last continent, for thousands of years conjectured by many, but seen by none. So expeditions were launched moving south, and they failed. The southern seas were simply too vast, the gaps in our knowledge too big to take on this uncharted place. But in 1772, one captain would begin to change everything. He set sail with 2 ships and with him the latest technology, a new clock, the most precise clock ever made at the time, and would for the first time allow him to determine his longitude, to map his every move, to give us the lines that we can now show you on this map. This journey was funded by the all-consuming greed of an expanding empire looking for new soil to exploit. But him personally, he had big things going on in his mind. He was in it for the desire to go south, further south than any man had ever gone, and as far south as any man could possibly go. He wanted to be the one to find the lost continent at the bottom of our planet. So for 3 years he scoured the oceans, yet searching in the temperate latitudes, all he found was water. So he decided to cross a line that no one before him had crossed, the Antarctic Circle. In case it's not clear, we're now looking at the bottom of the world, and this map is actually a story. It's a story of a doggedly determined
explorers and years of his life circling these oceans, dipping more south than any human had ever traveled, then coming up, and then dipping down again, just in case this time he might find something. But all he found was frozen water, floating ice, sharp and perilous. But he kept on, looking for ways in. On a couple of occasions he reached within breathing distance of land, but he never caught sight of it. After years of searching, it was finally time to head home. He didn't find the continent. But what he did do was prove that if this fabled land existed, it would not be the bountiful paradise that people had imagined it before. He had scoured nearly every inch of those latitudes. Instead, he knew that any land down here would be a desolate world, quote, forever buried in snow and ice. So more explorers go and attempt to do what Captain Cook couldn't. And 45 years later, they find something. It was the lost continent, and humans were laying eyes on it for the first time. No, it was not temperate, but barren and merciless. It was seen. It existed. For human beings, a moment like this doesn't mean the end of a goal. It actually just means the very beginning. So they don't stop here. Soon more ships are heading south. Explorers looking to claim land for their country. Seal hunters, whale hunters looking for new untouched waters. Scientists on boats with measuring tools and open minds, recording everything. The unknown place, a little more known, sketched on paper, the shape of a landmass. But these records only served as a new measurement of our ignorance, how much we didn't know. Our discoveries were still scattered and partial, a crude shape, a ghost of something much bigger. To truly unveil Antarctica's mysteries, we needed to venture inside it. A few years would need to pass before the people with power would turn their attention slightly away from mapping and conquering the non-icy world to supporting the full exploration of this desolate place. But eventually they got on board. They needed to know what existed in the last blank land on the map. By then, they had unleashed the magic of mechanical power, power that was fed by carbon from ancient trees, turned into black gold, locked deep in the earth. This new power allowed them to navigate the once impossible ice, unlocking the perilous interior. On board these boats were scientists, explorers, ready to ask and answer new questions, armed with new methods, new tools, progress, discovery, adventure, and of course, the French being French. Soon it's 1911, and there's a race to see who can get to the South Pole first. And it's the Norwegian group who does. The British team gets there second, and everyone dies on their way back. And the map is shaking up. New goals come to replace old ones. We now need to cross Antarctica through the pole, going through the ominous unexplored region on the map. A guy named Shackleton tried this, but didn't make it very far. But his journey became a tale of courage and the will to live. When he and his crew, against all odds, in some of the most hostile circumstances, managed to all return home. The expeditions of that period reset the standards of human limits. And bit by bit, line by line, the void on the map was gradually getting filled in. By 1920, you see maps like this, a red shading on the parts that we know, and yet still so much left unknown. After millennia of dreaming of it, we finally and indisputably conquered the skies. We're now able to lay our eyes on uncharted territories at an unprecedented scale. The first airplane flew over the South Pole in 1928, and in the next decade, many more would follow, each flight providing more detail to add to the compendium of hard-fought observations. But as much as it is a part of our nature to explore and learn, it is also a part of our nature to conquer and dominate. In the aftermath of the most catastrophic war humanity had ever known, humans once again revealed their little eternal paradox, that their love for exploration was often as much about conquest and control as it was about learning and understanding. Petty fights about who owned this land came to the surface. And thus, on the maps, more and more we see these shades of colors, unnaturally straight lines that indicate who owns what. Scientific research stations dot the icy surface, flying national flags, established as much for asserting territorial control as for science. And now it's a new world, where the two superpowers had turned the map into their chessboard for influence. Both were now looking for a share of what was still Earth's largest unexplored territory. And soon the United States is making maps like this, that has a whole shade color dedicated to land that has been seen exclusively by American eyes. It's a map that says because we were here first, creating a paper trail that they could point to just in case they needed to stake a claim here at the bottom of the planet. But then the countries get together and they make an agreement that Antarctica was not meant to be just a new field for our conflicts, but rather a place for scientific inquiry. So scientists keep coming, enabled by better technology. Icebreakers and helicopters are unloaded onto the continent. But despite all the progress, this continent remains unknown and potentially unknowable. That's until humans break a seemingly impossible barrier by escaping the force of gravity that kept us bound to our home planet. We're now throwing up spherical machines with cameras on them into space. Countries use these satellites to snap photos of their enemies on giant rolls of film in gold canisters that would fill up and then be ejected back down into the sky, intercepted by an airplane. And now, yes, we have photos of what our enemy is up to. But look, we also just have photos of the Earth, seeing it like never before. These terrestrial outlines that old cartographers would tediously reconstruct with only the help of scattered observations, math, and plenty of imagination, now readily available to us. For decades, our maps were no longer educated guesses. They were snapshots of reality, thanks to our satellites hurtling around our planet once every 100 or so minutes, taking photos and making measurements while they fly. Millions of ideas themselves now. We have more data than our human brains could possibly comprehend. It's too much. It's basically worthless due to its scale, its detail, its complexity, until new electronic brains appear, allowing us to collect and synthesize hundreds of thousands of images from space, blending them into one map. A map that explorers who broke into this desolate place 100 years earlier could have never imagined. Every nook and cranny of Antarctica is seen. Every hill, every curve, every valley, every cliff, every ledge. But we don't stop there. Now let's measure the radiation emitted from the icy surface. We can measure the chemistry of the atmosphere down here, the temperature of its oceans, the velocity of its ice sheets as they move. We can somehow even map what this place would look like if you removed all the ice. Ice that, let me remind you, is 4 kilometers thick in some places. Scientists soon declared that Antarctica, the place that was always inaccessible to humans, is now the best mapped continent on Earth. This generations-long quest to map Antarctica is ultimately a story of struggle and then triumph, a story of exploration and science, and to me, it's rock-solid proof of something that seems to be deeply embedded into the human experience, the obsession to discover, regardless of the cost and despite the lack of any rational reason to do so, always driven by these twin motives of curiosity and conquest, always willing to do whatever it takes to step foot in a place, no matter how impossible it seems. So yes, we've basically entirely mapped Antarctica and the entire planet at that, but we know we're not going to stop here. As new frontiers reveal their mysteries to us, the same story is bound to unfold, and I can say with certainty that we will continue to do this, not because we need to for survival, but because we need to for some other reason. It's a deeply human impulse that pushes us way past what's reasonable into the impossible, to expand the frontiers of our knowledge, to understand ourselves and our surroundings a little better, to discover the truths of our world in our universe. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. This was a new format, obviously. What I'm really excited about though, because we poured a lot into making this beautiful, immersive. Tom and I developed the soundtrack in a very, very smooth, meditative way. And my hope is that it really stuck. And for me, it's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. I want to tell you about something because I'm very excited about this. I made a poster. It is a poster called All Maps Are Wrong, and it features dozens of map projections. We can't accurately map the world on a 2D surface because the world is a sphere, right? And so we get all these weird map projections, and they're beautiful to look at, they're kind of weird to look at. We just launched this thing right now. It's literally, this is the first time I'm talking about it to you right now. And
What that means is there is a pre-sale discount, 50% off for this week only. This channel, we have lots of presets that we use to color our videos and our photos. Our members of the newsroom are also a major pillar of our community. That's our Patreon, and we get access to an extra video every month, behind-the-scenes vlog, as well as a bunch of other perks that you can check out on Patreon. I'm not TRILLIONAIRE. I started a company called Right Trip. It is all about smart travel products, video products. I love that. And just being watching these videos, commenting, showing your support really actually helps in a big way. So thanks for being here. See you next time.
Champion, baby. Are you done?
This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet. The ocean shoreline to the Alpine mountains, the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass from coast to coast and everywhere in between, there lived hundreds, if not thousands, of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. And then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed. In the spring of 1803, two American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen. The simple stroke of a pen, their country doubled in size, all just $15 million. But in this deal, which is called the Louisiana Purchase, the U.S. didn't actually buy this land from France. France didn't actually own it. What the United States was buying was the imperial rights to this huge swath of North America. This basically meant that France would stay out of the way and let the budding new empire, the United States, colonize it without interfering. If the United States really wanted ownership over this land, they would need to get it from the people who were here first, which at the time was lots of different tribes. These are the people who had been here for thousands of years, way before Europeans had the idea of leaving the continent. This land that the U.S. just bought was theirs. Oh, and this isn't just me, like some modern-enlightened person looking back and judging the United States at this time. The U.S. knew that this wasn't their land and that they were going to have to buy it from the people living there. And they were doing this to do things differently, not like the old imperial powers that they had just broken away from. In fact, George Washington was, quote, determined that the U.S. government's administration of Indian affairs shall be directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity. Go USA, let's do this in the right way. So instead of conquest, they would negotiate and sign formal treaties with these native nations, and they would pay them for their land, fair and square. After all, this is a country's founding document that highlights justice, tranquility, welfare, and liberty. In our series, How the U.S. Stole, we get to see how the U.S. moved from a group of English settlers to a global superpower. But none of those stories would exist without this, the origin story, the first thing that the U.S. ever stole. So Europeans are pouring into this newly formed country, the United States. The government is making deals and signing treaties with the tribes, allowing these newcomer immigrants to settle on the land. At first, this is a fairly peaceful transactional process. The U.S. would offer food, farming equipment, cash, the services of a blacksmith, all in exchange for ownership over this land. Unsurprisingly, a lot of these tribes had no interest in moving out of their ancestral lands in exchange for, like, farming equipment. And this is where all of George Washington's ideals of justice and humanity really start to dissolve. The U.S. was becoming a more powerful nation. They needed more land for their booming population. So the impatient settlers and their government started playing dirty. You start to see what happens when these tribes say no to the new powerful United States. In one instance, one of the tribes up in the Great Lakes didn't want to sell their land. They told the United States that this river would be the border not cross it, to stay off the land. The U.S. said no, took them to war, and lost twice. But on the third time, they won the battle and forced the tribes to sign a treaty giving away all of this land, basically all of present-day Ohio. Something very similar happened down here when the Seminole tribes refused to leave their land. The U.S. military came in, another war killed thousands, forcing the tribes to sign a treaty and pushing them into the swampy interior of the state, where they had no access to their farmland or the ocean. Down here in what was becoming Alabama, the Muskogee Nation refused to sign a relocation treaty, but not wanting to go to war, agreed to sell a portion of their land in return for a guarantee that they could keep the rest. And the United States agreed, and they actually did. And the Muskogee kept their ancestral lands forever. Womp womp. No, it didn't happen. 4 years later, a bunch of white settlers moved in, boxing the Muskogee out of their ancestral land. As tensions grew because of this violated agreement, the U.S. military was called in to force the Muskogee out of their lands. No treaty was ever signed. I mean, the shenanigans ranged the whole game here. They would get tribal leaders drunk to trick them into signing this paper that gave them all the land. They would appoint random people to be the tribal leaders and then tell them to sign away the land for the whole tribe. In another conflict, the Sioux and Arapaho nations defeated the U.S. military over and over until the U.S. finally signed a peace treaty acknowledging their land, and they were safe. Until gold was discovered 8 years later, and the U.S. broke their treaty, redrew the boundaries, built roads on their land, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of white guys with gold pans harvesting this land. Treaties of justice began. Eventually, other tribes caught on to what was going to happen, realizing that refusing the U.S. government would mean violence. So they would sign the paper, take the money, and leave. Over the course of almost 100 years, the United States signed 368 treaties with tribal nations who were driven out one way or another to make way for white settlers who established control over this land that their government had stolen. And yes, you have all the paperwork, all the spreadsheets that they're making, all the treaties, a nice paper trail, but this was all a facade of justice, a thinly veiled campaign for terrible unrest. Before we go on to the story, I just need to tell you that we don't have a sponsor for today's video. Lately, I've been hearing from some sponsors that my videos are too political, which is kind of a bummer because we work really hard to tell really cool stories. And if that means that people don't want to sponsor us, that's fine. Luckily, we have a Patreon where all of you can support this work. It's called The Newsroom. We call it the Newsroom because it sounds cool. Patreon, but it is a place where you can support
In this
more and more. People and processes and happenings around here in the studio. You get royalties for music from Foxy, videos, and live
drinks.
members of the newsroom get to chat with me on the Q&A. They can ask me anything. But more importantly, you get the more pleasant feeling of supporting journalism. And if that floats your boat, go to the description, patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Let's get back to the story. Okay, so we have all of this like big treaty shenanigans going on to help the United States feel like they're doing justice. And it's working. They are moving loads of native people out of their ancestral lands so that white people can settle. But there was one region that proved particularly difficult for this extermination project that was going on. Here in the Deep South, we have these 5 large nations that lived side by side with the settlers for a long time. They all signed treaties with the United States that acknowledged their right to this land. Many of them spoke English, practiced farming, wore European clothes, some even owned slaves. Because of this, these 5 tribes, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole, were known as the 5 civilized tribes. And there's an alternative world where these tribes could have remained on their land, living side by side with Europeans at this point. But that's not what happened. Mostly because of farmers down here were getting super rich off of a very valuable cash crop called cotton that they could sell to textile mills around the world. It was an industry made even more profitable by its key ingredient, free labor, stolen cotton. There was this one strip of land down here called Black Belt Prairie that was particularly desirable for farming cotton. But as you can see, it was locked up with what the United States treaties had formally acknowledged as belonging to native nations. But the farmers down here were looking at this as like, this is a perfect place to expand our cotton kingdom. So they
these southern slave owners did what was kind of becoming U.S. policy towards the people on the land that they wanted. They made up their own rules. The state of Georgia was particularly aggressive in trying to clear this land out, or worse, their governor at the time, to replace, quote, all of the red with white population, targeted the Cherokee Nation, passing a law that abolished their governments. The Cherokee are not going to stand for this, so they fight back using the same shenanigans that the United States is trying to use, the U.S. legal system. They take Georgia to court, a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And guess what? The Cherokee Nation won. Like, there was no way around the fact that they had ironclad rights to this land, signed and sealed. The highest court in the country just ruled that the states could not impose on tribal sovereignty. But, as we all learned in government class, a ruling from the judicial branch only works if the executive branch enforces it. Oh, and who's in charge of the executive branch? Oh, this guy. The guy who wrote a letter to his wife during War of 1812 from the battlefield saying that he had successfully slaughtered 170 Native Americans in, quote, an elegant style. Oh, and the guy who's on $20 bill. Yeah, Andrew Jackson thought that negotiating treaties with the people who were living here was a ridiculous notion. So he looks at the Supreme Court ruling that validates the Cherokee's right to their land, and he literally responds in the snarkiest way possible, saying, the Chief Justice, John Marshall, has, quote, made his decision, now let him enforce it. No, he was not going to enforce it. Jackson can't do it. It came in the form of a law that pushed both governments. His whole worldview towards First Americans embodied in his American legislation, the Indian Removal Act of 1834. This law uses taxpayer money to get tribes out of the United States and to relocate them to an uninhabitable place that surely no American settler will ever end up. This became their dumping ground. And it came with a promise. Move here and we will never mess with you. And what's crazy to me is that even after all of the shenanigans, all of the facades, they continued to play this charade, saying that the nation of Indians may choose to exchange their land where they now reside. The law says that the government had to negotiate these treaties fairly, voluntarily, peacefully, and that the government would forever secure and guarantee them their new land, and that they would break any of the pre-existing agreements that they made in previous treaties. But no, this was just more pretending, a paper trail of pretend humanity. Just as Andrew Jackson had ignored the Supreme Court ruling, he had no intention in following the law that he helped write. But he kept up the rules. More documents, more signatures, more papers that made these civilized, justice-minded people feel like they weren't orchestrating a mass ethnic cleansing sanctioned by the government or by taxes. But they were. This law is independent, and the United States government, military, and private companies start to ramp up their control efforts of the First Americans. They focus in on these 5 tribes who were sitting atop the land that they wanted for their continent. More bribes, more pretend negotiations. When push came to shove, more threats of violence. The Cherokee eventually signed a treaty agreeing to sell their last portion of land. And they moved west out to the little rectangle of land that had been allocated to them by the government on maps. The only problem was that the leader who signed the treaty on behalf of the Cherokee people was not actually the real leader. They had no authority to make this decision. The Cherokee chief furiously protested this, but the U.S. didn't. They had their signature from someone. In their eyes, all was justified. Between 1831 and 1838, nearly every member from the 5 tribes was expelled from the land. 100,000 people, whose home this was, now forced to walk by foot for more than 1,000 miles through brutal weather and terrain towards a little box somewhere, a place they had never been before. The Cherokee would eventually call this journey the Trail of Pride, or the Trail of Tears. Some tried to fight back against their oppressors, and others stood their ground until they were forcibly bound in chains by the U.S. government and herded west at gunpoint. The land was vacant, and cotton farmers with their slaves moved in, and the economy was you'll never know how many people died during this, how many lives were really destroyed. Some people say 3,000, others say 15,000, but you don't need those numbers to see how destructive this was. It was systematic, it was documented, and it was enshrined in law, with the paper trail of all of it, showing the receipts, the payments, the treaties, the bureaucracy of it all. It's like a bunch of spreadsheets from the 1800s. American settlers, in an effort to be different from the old world empires they fled, ended up carrying out the first state-sponsored event. There's a reason why Hitler, 100 years later, references this exact event, this process, when he was carrying out his own activities. He said that the Volga, which is a river in Russia, would be, quote, our Mississippi. He said that Europe, not America, would be the land of unlimited possibilities. The story of what happened to many nations in the first Americans doesn't end here. In fact, this is kind of the beginning. We're going to make a second part to this video, and in that part two, I want to show you what happens next once these tribes arrive to the little rectangle on the map in the interior. The place where these tribes were forced out, dumped, and left to build a new life, and how they once again tried to fight back using the legal frameworks that had pushed them out, and all of them led to the establishment of one state in our country that could become popular. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I need to tell you guys about this poster for a very long time. All maps are wrong. Indeed they are. This poster shows dozens of map projections, all the weird quirky shapes that we try to map a sphere, which is what our globe is, onto a piece of paper, which is flat. It is available right now. So support this channel, but also this a really nice paper. I spent a very long time nudging every one of these maps. I got help from some of my best friends and designers, like she made better. Anyway, it's a fantastic thing, and so link in the description. We also have a big video. A few thousand people are over there supporting us. So that's patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. What else are we going to tell you about? Maybe things like butts and princess. We use butts to make videos. If I have to my butt, to get this live to other people, so we do that also with photos and videos. Those are available in the description. The startup that I founded a few years ago is still along the right track. Check that out.
Destination, North Pole.
North Pole. Check out this newspaper article from 1913. Hope to solve Earth's final puzzle, Icy Crocker Island. And then you see this map of like the North Pole, and right next to it, the theoretical location of Crocker Land, a lost continent that was supposed to be right next to the North Pole. This is the early 1900s. It's a time when the world map has been thoroughly explored and documented. There were just a few places that were still kind of blank. And this was one. The high north, an icy ocean that was incredibly difficult to get through. But people thought there was this North Polar continent, unexplored for now. People wanted to get in on it. They wanted to see what was up there. And in fact, a couple explorers roaming around this area had reported seeing land up here. They created this frenzy, this wonder. was there a lost polar continent up near the North Pole? I want to show you the story of how this all went down. It's the story of the explorers who decided to go into the most impossible terrain on Earth just to explore it. And it led to a passionate rivalry between these two dudes with big egos. It's full of fake photos and smear campaigns. It was kind of like the space race of the day. A race to see who would be the first to get to the top of the world. Okay, so let's get up to speed on what we're talking about. The Arctic is kind of anything above this line, but we should ditch this map. This is the Mercator projection, which I kind of have thoughts on. Where the Mercator fails is its representation of size. It massively distorts everything in the north and south, and it's just not going to be good for the story, so we need a better map. Check out this map. This one's way better. Watch. This beautiful map I have had for a very long time. I'm finally going to give you this. Look at that beauty. Man, this is just such a beautiful map. Just gorgeous. This is what we're going to use to tell the story. This is the top of the world. Before we go on, I need to say thank you to today's sponsor, who made today's video possible. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video. I've said it before, and I'm going to continue to say I'm a massive fan of therapy. I believe that therapy has been stigmatized over the years, and we're going to an era where it's finally being normalized. I've been in therapy for a few years now. It's changed my life, and one thing I know is that finding a therapist is really hard. Like, it's often a very clunky process of like calling doctors' offices and checking insurance and all this stuff. BetterHelp is a platform that solves this. With BetterHelp, you just take a quiz, and then it pairs you up with a therapist in their giant network of like tens of thousands of licensed therapists that aren't trying to treat your patient, and you can communicate when you want. Text message or a phone call or a video chat, you get to choose how you communicate with your therapist. If your therapist isn't a good fit, you can change for free, which if you've never done traditional therapy before, that's much more difficult process. You can message your therapist at any time and schedule live sessions when it isn't convenient. All of this allows therapy to be more accessible, more affordable, and there's even financial aid for those who need it. So, there's a link in my description. It is betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. Clicking that link helps support this channel. It also gives you 10% off the first month. BetterHelp, try it out at a discount, and hopefully see if it's good for you. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video. Let's dive into this insane story about the North Pole.
Okay, the North Pole, the top of the world. Reminder that this is just one giant ocean. But the reason it looks like this is because it's frozen. You can't just like sail through it. And yet many explorers had this lofty goal. They wanted to reach the North Pole, the arbitrary place on our planet that's just a bunch of ice sheets sliding around. All the longitude lines come together. The place that we just decided with map was the top of the Earth.
You know, the North Pole, where Santa lives. That's what we're talking about. That is what the explorers wanted to like get to. So why attempt to reach an arbitrary bit of ocean that's super impractical and risky? Because it's there, dummy. We're humans. We don't ask questions like that. We just have to go. People have been trying to get up here for centuries, trying to figure out what they would find. Maybe if they got through the ice, there'd be some warm water ocean here. Maybe there'd be new shipping routes over the top of the globe. By 1845, explorers were making custom ships. They were reinforcing the hulls of warships with thicker wood that could take on the pressure of the ice. And they would go and explore, and they didn't find any useful shipping routes, but they did find people. These people, the Inuit, knew a thing or two about how to handle the cold. They knew how to build shelters out in the ice. They made kayaks and cargoes. They used dog sledges to get around. Oh, and these dog sledges are pretty cool. Well, let's not be distracted. That's for a totally different story. The point is that these American and European explorers realized that any North Pole expedition with a chance of success would need to rely on Inuit guides. So it's the late 1870s, and we start to see the first serious attempts to find the North Pole. Every attempt being its own version of crazy. Let me show you some of these. All of these little lines are different explorers in their attempt to get here, to the center, to the North Pole. And each one was insane. Like this guy, who intentionally floated from Russia, got his boat stuck in the ice on purpose, and then let the ice, which is always moving around, sort of drift him around and carry him with the hopes that it would carry him to the North Pole. But instead, he just did these sort of loop-de-loops and eventually got spit out next to small. I mean, these guys were climbing 30-foot ice ridges. They were facing off with polar bears, whose territory this is. I mean, these guys were out exploring in some of the harshest conditions ever in the name of adventure, exploration. That is why they were doing this. They became heroes for kids back home. But this is all just backstory. Our story that I really want to tell you about starts now, and it has to do with this guy, Robert Peary, Arctic explorer who is obsessed with getting to the North Pole. I mean, just look at Robert Peary's portrait. Peary was an American Navy engineer who was dead set on becoming famous. Once writing a letter to his mother saying, quote, "Remember, mother, I must have fame." That's who this guy is. He and his obsession with being famous is a huge part of this story. So Peary is out exploring the Arctic. He makes Greenland his hobby. That's what it's called. And on his second expedition, he breaks his leg. Luckily, in his expedition, he's got this greedy doctor who comes and helps mend his leg. And while his leg was healing, they stayed up in the Arctic for 6 months. During that time, this greedy doctor, Frederick Cook, learns a bunch of skills for surviving in the Arctic. He even starts picking up the Inuit language. Okay, so eventually Peary's leg heals, and they head back down south. And Peary is pretty impressed with the greedy doctor who's now learned all these new skills. He's like, "Wow, Cook, you're incredible. We'd love to have you on our next mission here in the Arctic." But Cook wasn't intrigued. He didn't want to be some footnote in history. He was feeling confident after his one expedition, and he decided to strike out on his own as an explorer. Peary was kind of like, "Okay, cool, Cook, have fun trying to be an explorer. You should be super ungrateful for everything I've taught you, but good luck." And thus, the seeds of tension began to introduced. Old school Peary versus newbie starry-eyed Cook. Both with big egos and both willing to do what it takes to show that they were great explorers. So they go their separate ways. The newbie doctor turned aspiring explorer, Frederick Cook, sets out on his own expedition back to the Arctic. Feeling super confident. "Wait, this trip doesn't get me adventure." He's like, "It was a total failure. They barely made it to here, and then they had to turn back and abandon their ship." And Peary is loving this. While Cook was getting owned in the Arctic, Peary continues to kill it as this engineer turned Arctic explorer who finds to be famous. He's busy going to Greenland and bringing back 3 giant meteorites. Who goes out on an expedition and comes back with meteorites from space? Peary. Really. He writes a book about his adventures and starts to get heralded as the greatest Arctic adventurer of their day. Look at this face. This guy's kind of a badass. True story, I was in Greenland 2 weeks ago and tried to do it. Okay, so back to Cook. He doesn't give up. He's slowly getting better at this whole explore the Arctic thing. He goes south to Antarctica and goes on another expedition that goes horribly wrong. But this time, Cook is ready. He meets the challenge, and he makes it out alive, leveling up immensely in the process. By 1898, Peary moves to Greenland, kind of permanently, and makes his focus on getting to the North Pole. That is his dream. He's training, he's recruiting people, and he starts to go out on attempts. He wants to be the first person to the top of the world. And this is where we kind of start to see Peary's true colors. As much of a badass as this guy is, you do a little bit of research and you realize that he's actually kind of crazy. And there's so much to say about this, but little sampler here. He brings back 6 Inuit to New York. 4 of them end up dying, and there's this whole insane story that you can read about in citations. But yeah, he's not a great guy. He cheats on his wife, who's a 14-year-old, and has a kid with her. And then there's this guy. He's number 2, Matt Henson. Henson was one of the best non-Inuit dog sled drivers in the world. He learned to speak the Inuit language, something that Peary wasn't able to do. But Peary described him as, quote, his assistant because he's black. He goes on to
to give him basically no credit for all of his achievements. So yeah, Peary's kind of awesome, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't also an incredibly skilled, determined explorer. I mean, he stays up here for 4 years, refining his technique to get to the North Pole. He obsesses over gear and designs custom sledges, and even creates this like perfect water boiler. And he keeps going back, making attempt after attempt. And each time, some disaster occurs. And he turns back. In the process, he loses 8 toes to frostbite. He keeps going. He gets closer and closer and finally decides that it is his time. So he builds this custom ship. He mounts a massive expedition and he goes out. And on what he hopes is his last expedition, he claims to have passed by a piece of land sticking out of the ice. This would later go on to fuel the idea that there's a continent up here. All these news people are sure, now, is there a continent near the North Pole? But anyway, on this expedition, he still doesn't make it. The furthest he was able to get was just 200 miles from the North Pole. But he had to try. So wait, is that it? Is Peary giving up? He lost 8 toes to frostbite and he didn't make it to the North Pole? Wait, just pause on Peary for a second. We'll talk about what happened next. But first we gotta get back to this guy, Cook. What's Cook up to? Well, it turns out that Cook continued to level up, getting more and more experience, getting more and more famous. He goes to Alaska, trying to be the first to summit Denali, which is the highest peak in North America. And he comes off the mountain saying that he made it to the top. Oh, Cook. We're no longer playing the minor leagues. He's a legit explorer now. He's even elected as the president of the Explorers Club in New York. By 1906, he's kind of like a BFD in the Explorers. And soon he's sitting in the bougie National Geographic Society dinner in Washington, D.C. A dinner that was put on to actually honor Peary for all of his Arctic explorations. Okay, so this is where it gets juicy and like the tension drama really starts to like rise. Because during this dinner, Alexander Graham Bell, the guy who invented the telephone, he gets up and is like, yeah, Peary's cool and all. I know we're like celebrating during this dinner. But what about Cook? Let's hear from Cook, a man who's gone to the top and the bottom of the earth and the largest peak in America. So Cook gets up and toots his own horn at this dinner that was supposed to be for Peary. Peary must have been pissed at this moment. This was his moment to shine. He's getting all his attention. And who's there? Cook, the guy who's like a brainy doctor who's now his rival, but Peary considers as a hack, like not a real explorer. But now Cook is feeling good. He's no longer a newbie, so he sets his sight on Peary. The race is now on. So it's 1907 and Cook heads to Europe. He gathers a crew. There's one other Westerner, got 9 Inuits, and a dog sledge team for each. Peary was pissed at his mom and to make things worse, Cook was using a bunch of Peary's techniques and completely ignorant that Peary had no relationship with. And doing this all just as Peary was about to head off on a final attempt of his own. So months go by, 6 months, then 8 months. Now it's been a year, and no one has heard from Cook. Is he dead? Who cares, says Peary. He's getting ready for his own expedition to Europe. Teddy Roosevelt wishing him well on his way. And just like that, Peary and his crew are off, racing to the North Pole. Cook still out there somewhere, and the world wondering. Newspapers start wondering, does he still live? It is a seesaw of doubt and hope. Who may have the story of finding the North Pole, or who may be buried somewhere in snow and ice? And headlines like those. And then, on September 1st, 1909, on this little island of Earth, a ragged Dr. Cook enters the ship. He heads straight to the telegraph station and sends this message. This is huge news. Cook says he reached the North Pole and that he found land up here in what a lot of people thought was just a frozen ocean. Okay, but wait, it's not over. Literally 5 days later, who shows up on the Labrador coast? But freaking Peary! What? 5 days later, he sends his own telegram. And if the press wasn't already stoked enough about Cook having come back and discovered land and got to the North Pole first. Now they're going berserk. This is so juicy. The great rivalry climaxing in this big fight. They really like make this stuff up. So they turn to Peary and they're like, oh, Cook arrived 5 days ago and said that he was the first one to get to the North Pole before you did. What? He did not just get bested by the cocky newbie that he trained. No, Cook is lying. He says the rivalries between these two guys is hitting a crescendo, and the newspapers, the cartoonists, and their readers are all loving it. It leads to this waterfall of memes depicting the rivalry, which at this point was about ego, fame, money, reputation, all playing out in the epic Arctic, the last frontier. I mean, it should be like a miniseries. I would watch the hell out of this.
The true story of two very different men in pursuit of the same goal.
My favorite cartoon is this one, the puppy cover showing the North Pole holding a bag of money with Cook holding a note saying, I saw you first, and Peary holding a note saying, so did I. Oh, it's so good. And Cook was super into like gumdrops apparently. Anyway, so now it's like full-blown information warfare between these two. Peary's going out on this like smear campaign to undermine Cook's credibility, saying that he's been lying about all of his accomplishments. He didn't actually summit Denali, says Peary. So then Cook fires back, revealing kind of his snarky side, reminding the world that Peary is this 52-year-old man with just 2 toes. Oh, and it's often suspicious that he didn't take anyone with him who could corroborate the latitude that he was at. Among all these memes and selling of newspapers and public bickering, the question still remained. Who actually got there first? Shouldn't that be easy? Why don't we just go to the North Pole? We can obviously go there now and see what flag is planted there. No, just remember the North Pole is just a frozen ocean, and the ice drifts like miles per day, so that won't work. The only way to actually prove who got there first is to review the evidence from these expeditions, the journals, and the records that these guys have, and compare that against solid evidence. And to be honest, both of these guys' accounts are full of weaknesses and weird stuff. Like, remember when Peary insisted that there was a land mass up here? Well, a later expedition went out and had this like horrendous experience of trying to look for that land, and they discovered that it was not there. This was totally bad. Did anything that Peary made this up in an earlier expedition to rally excitement to raise money for future trips. So what did that mean? Who actually got there first? Was everyone just lying about everything? Has the North Pole ever been discovered? Well, it would actually be decades of exploration, observation, and analysis before some clear conclusions started to emerge. For this story, we read 3 books written by scholars who have dedicated much of their professional lives to answering this question. And here's what we can finally say. Peary probably made it to the North Pole on this trip. Academics have debated this, and most say that he came between making it like within 100 miles to actually making it dead center to the North Pole, just depending on who you ask. And while we're at it, it's also possible that Henson, remember Henson is the number 2 Indian credit because he was publicist, was actually the first to get there because he was the guy who forged the path for Peary to follow. Meaning it was very possible that the first person to step foot on the North Pole was a black man. Okay, but what about Cook? Didn't he start his journey like almost a year before Peary? Did he actually get there first? No, Cook did not get there first. He was a recent task that Cook was a liar, like a full-blown liar. The furthest that he probably made it was like here. 400 miles off of the North Pole, aka he never actually traversed the really difficult portion in all of this. He made it far enough to be able to tell a convincing story, and then he headed back and sent this telegram saying that he made it in first. Whoa, look. But at least he's like a legit explorer, right? Like, he summoned Denali first. I mean, he had pics. Wait, no. Turns out these pics are not the top of Denali. They're actually shots from like 15,000 feet further down, aka not even the elevation of Denver, Colorado. This was a total staged photo that he lied to the world about to say that he was the first one to make it to the tallest peak.
was a liar. He had tricked the world, and many believed him. Wow. Okay. So, Peary wasn't full set on being famous, but at least he was a legit explorer who probably made it to the North Pole or close to it first. And Cook, seemingly a decent explorer, was actually just a much better storyteller and a full-blown liar. But this is kind of unsatisfying because we don't actually know definitively who was the first person to touch the foot on the North Pole. Like, why do you even need to know that? Why is that important? Because it is. No one gets the credit without needing to go into all of these caveats. And there's way more caveats than I've gone into here. Instead, this is a story of reputation manipulation, media reasons, of controversy and debate, optics and lying. And instead of seeing a Neil Armstrong, we're left with more of a couple of Elon Musk types. But I won't leave you there. Let's just say definitively who made it to the North Pole first with no asterisks. In 1926, Roald Amundsen, the man who previously won the race to the South Pole, became the first to get to the North Pole undisputed by flying. He didn't actually touch the ice. But it wasn't until 1948 that a Russian was the first verified person to walk on the pole and actually put on the North Pole. He took a plane to get there and then just walked on the North Pole. In 1958,
The USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarine,
went under the pole, which was another first. And submarines are really awesome, and we made a whole video about them that you should watch. And then finally, the first undisputed person to reach the North Pole by land was a guy from Minnesota. It was essentially the culmination of a bar bet that got way out of hand. That's a whole other story. But yeah, it was 1968, and with a snowmobile, so it really gives you an appreciation of what Peary was capable of doing decades earlier, using in the wisdom his own clever inventions and a lot of sled dogs. So today, the question of who got to the North Pole first is not really a question that most people are thinking about a lot when it comes to it. I went to Greenland a few weeks ago and been reporting on the changing Arctic, exploring how different countries are vying for ownership and influence in this space, because this frozen ocean has been frozen for long. And now it's opening up to new shipping routes, new resources unlocked as the ice melts. But one thing that hasn't changed is how the media treats a story like this. A race, a rivalry, a public gossip fest with big egos hungry for attention, and especially when it's imagery and gore. I think we're all eager to believe what we see, and it fulfills some deep need to witness the excitement and explanation. And today, the people who still want to be in the spotlight do so by picking and posting appropriately. And the media still gleefully covers it all. Covering the lies, covering the deception, as long as there's a great story, it's true. And sometimes that's fact checked and the truth comes out, and sometimes you just cover it. Wasn't this a nuts story? Isn't it just wild, these two characters, and how it's not that much different from people on Twitter today? This was another deep dive where we had so much stuff. If you look at the info doc, which is what kind of research for this, it's literally hundreds of pages long. So, anyway, thanks for watching. I hope this was a fun one for you. And yes, this map is currently just updated, so because I want to include it. Speaking of maps, let me show you something. I made a poster about maps, and I'm very, very excited about it. It is called All Maps Are Wrong, and it is a display of a bunch of map projections, basically the mathematical algorithms that we use to take a spherical thing called the Earth and put it onto a flat thing called the Earth. This map kind of celebrates that. It has a little explainer in the middle that explains why we to do this, and then it has a name of all of the map projections that are basically on this picture. This is beautiful and cool and fun, and I've been wanting to demonstrate this for years. But it's also a way that you can help support local people trying to make various journalism on YouTube, not as a part of a big corporate entity, which is like us. And to do that, we more and more rely on our community to help us to work better, to be able to pour ourselves into these stories. And we kind of have a big team that helps us do this now. Like, our team is growing. In fact, speaking of our team, we publish an extra video that introduces you to behind the scenes of what we do for this, an intro to our team, to all of the people and the processes and the shenanigans of running the studio. That is available to people who are members of the newsroom, which is just what we call our Patreon. The newsroom is a place that supports us, but also gets you this extra video every month. It gets you access to scripts. You get royalty-free music that you can use, and it's just a fun community. I like to post things there, like I ask for help on thumbnails and titles. I get feedback every once in a while through Q&A. So that is patreon.com/TRILLIONAIRE. We have buttons and presets that we use to color our videos and photos. Publishing courses on the Right Trip, which is the travel startup that just a few years ago is going. I think that's it. So, thank you all for being here. Thanks for watching this video. Bye. And go get your poster. Should I reference earlier? I'd be like, I'm sure. Like, I can't not be like, by the way, like, really? I have all this footage. Can I not be like, keep me honest, period? So Dan is moving towards a civil war as violence rises in the capital. Two rival generals and their armies are fighting for control of the city, and the battle is spreading across the country.
$3 billion in aid is needed to help Sudan's refugee crisis. Around 1 million people have been displaced after intense fighting broke out a month ago.
So let me get you up to speed on what's happening and show you how Sudan's location near the Suez Canal in the Horn of Africa makes it geopolitically important, which is one reason why faraway countries are watching this conflict and preparing to get involved to secure their interests and to influence the next chapter of this country's history.
Fighting broke out in Sudan in mid-April. You've seen it on the streets and in the sky. Daring evacuation of the American embassy in Sudan. More than 400 people have died, close to 4,000 wounded. And the Fortune world is asking, what's happening in Sudan?
Is a game changer. For years, I have been in war with the data brokers. Data brokers are operators. They make a business out of disrupting information about us and sell that information. And then use that information to market to us. Data brokers are the reason that my phone is always in spam. Data brokers are the reason that my mailbox is a thing. Data brokers are the reason that my mailbox is a thing. I feel so violated by all of this, and I want to be done with it. And that's what we're talking about. The public understands how the whole data broker and it's super easy. You sign up with them, you give them permission to act on your behalf. Go unsubscribe from the hundreds of lists that you are public on. The lists that have your birthday and your phone number and your preferences. No more. I've been spending a lot of time on the dashboard. You can see all of the data brokers that have been unsubscribed to and cognitively personal information. Dozens of people. The fact is, we all have rights to not be on these lists. None of us know how to actually do it. It's incredibly complicated by design. So I'm proud to say that since I signed up with the company, I've been dozens of these lists. Constantly constantly scrubbing to take it off. $60% off. Link being open and constantly monitoring I'm very happy. Thank you, Recognitive, for sponsoring this video and for existing. Okay, let's get back to the video. I'm excited to share. Sudan has been in conflict since its founding, with the first civil war starting a year before they gained independence from the British. The fighting has often been between the North and the South, fighting over control and representation. And because Sudan has oil and gold, these conflicts have always attracted outsiders looking to support the side that would serve their interests. The conflict today has a lot to do with the actions of one man, Omar al-Bashir. A Sudanese army colonel took over the government in a bloodless coup in the late 80s, during the country's second civil war. He quickly dissolved the Sudanese parliament, he banned political parties, he introduced Islamic law, and became a dictator. And in order to secure his power and fend off opposition, he assembled a group of militias in the west of the country to make his own personal military force. This military force was led by a commander nicknamed Hemeti. So by the early 2000s, Sudan's dictator commands two armies, the Sudanese Armed Forces, but also this special unit of loyal fighters that he assembled from these militias. He uses this force to stamp out whoever he needs to in the same power, especially within the Darfur region, where non-Arab groups felt neglected by the government and wanted to break away. But al-Bashir uses his special military force to massacre these rebels, leading to the massacre of hundreds of thousands and displacing millions of people in the process. Al-Bashir eventually rebranded his personal army to be called the Rapid Support Forces. It wasn't just an army. A trove of leaked bank and corporate documents show that this army is also a lucrative business empire that captures gold mines, runs smuggling operations, patrols the borders, and provides its fighters for hire in regional conflict, and facilitates a profitable gold trade with foreign powers like Russia and the United Arab Emirates. One document details the delivery of $30 million worth of gold bars from Sudan to Dubai from the company owned by Hemeti. This is a key part of this story, because in addition to helping al-Bashir the dictator stay in power, the RSF also made this warlord Hemeti super rich, because he was able to use his tens of thousands of soldiers to control both the gold market and the borders of Sudan. Okay, so it's 2005. The conflict in Darfur is just getting started, and the civil war that has been raging for decades between the North and the South comes to an end. By 2011, its result is a formal division. South Sudan finally breaks away and becomes the world's biggest country.
A nation is born with simple sovereignty and identity flies for the first time.
But with them, they take 75% of the oil reserves, a major blow to Sudan's economy. So inflation runs wild, food prices rise, and al-Bashir doesn't have enough money to continue his system of bribes and tributes to political elites and the military. The quality of life in Sudan plummets, and by 2019, they have had enough. All over the country, the people take to the streets and protest their dictator, demanding democracy. The Sudanese army and the RSF is two separate military organizations. Both see what's coming. They team up and overthrow al-Bashir, sending him to prison, taking over the government. It was the end of 2019, and Omar al-Bashir's 30 years of dictatorship drew to a close. And now, the Sudanese army leader, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, was in charge, closely followed by the RSF warlord billionaire Hemeti. They're cooperating in this transition, and they promise the protesters that they will eventually hand the country over to a civilian leader who will remain a democracy. But the military leaders keep going back on their promise. They keep ruling the country for years, and they continuously abuse and massacre protesters. This all comes to an end in December 2022. Al-Burhan is to indeed give control of the government back to the civilians, but he has one big condition. He wants the RSF to no longer be an independent military. He wants it to be folded into the official Sudanese army so that he can contribute, not Hemeti. And this is where a conflict starts. Hemeti, this warlord, has made hundreds of millions of dollars thanks to his command over this army. He doesn't like this idea. He's not going to let his lucrative business military empire get swallowed by the government. So he decides that he only has one choice: to overthrow the government and lead the country himself. On April 15th, 2023, Hemeti sends 2,000 of his men to Abraham's personal residence, which is a military compound. It leads to a shootout where 35 guards are killed. Abraham narrowly escapes, but the conflict spreads throughout the capital of Khartoum and the country as a whole. These two forces that the previous dictator used for different purposes now fighting over the country. Tanks roll through the city and airstrikes boom in residential neighborhoods. Embassies empty as foreign countries evacuate their citizens. But for many Sudanese civilians, quick escape isn't an option. There are no helicopter rescues, no international convoys waiting for them. So they pack up and leave their homes, fleeing the conflict and heading to neighboring countries, Egypt, Chad, or South Sudan. And soon, this conflict that looks like it's just between these military generals struggling for control is actually turning into a war that the rest of the world hasn't had. Sudan is a geostrategically important country. It sits astride the Nile, which is the lifeline to Egypt. It's home to these ports, the vital choke points of our global economy, the Suez Canal and the Horn of Africa, where 10% of world trade passes through, including huge amounts of oil. Powerful countries around the globe are always trying to put military bases here. They want to control bases and ports simply because of its vital importance for global trade. Sudan is also loaded with resources: gold, zinc, silver, chromite, and iron. This is stuff that foreign countries want and need. So powerful countries are watching this military commander showdown and evaluating who they should support to best secure their interests in the future.
Gunfire in Sudan's capital, Khartoum. Fractured Friday start.
The United Arab Emirates is a huge player in this. They buy and refine the majority of Sudan's gold, and a lot of it comes from Hemeti and his military business empire. The UAE has also paid Hemeti to use some of his soldiers to fight on their side in Yemen. So there's this mutually beneficial alignment and relationship between these two. But the Sudanese armed forces also have fought in Yemen in recent years, and the UAE has made deals with the military government to secure ports and access to minerals. So the UAE is now in a situation where they've bolstered both sides of this now conflict. And then there's Libya, where this warlord Khalifa Haftar has strong connections to Hemeti. Hemeti has also loaned out some of his fighters to go to Libya to fight on Haftar's side. So now Haftar is returning the favor, supporting his warlord ally by sending fuel shipments to the RSF. Haftar is really important in all of this because if other countries like the UAE do decide to send money or weapons to Hemeti, they can use Haftar and his network as the middleman. In fact, this is already happening. Haftar is already working as a middleman to transfer supplies and weapons to the RSF on behalf of Russia. Yes, Russia is already here, in the form of the private military called the Wagner. They've been in Sudan for years, supplying training for the RSF in exchange for getting in gold trade in Sudan. And while Russia has also worked with the Sudanese army in the past, a recent CNN investigation shows that Russia has sent significant support for the RSF, implying that they've chosen a side in this conflict. But there doesn't seem to be any real loyalty here. Russia will likely shift to favor any leader who will likely win in this. We support Russian interests and in facilitating their goal to eventually build a naval base here in the Red Sea. And then you've got the neighbor to the north, Egypt, who has to walk a fine line in how they support this conflict. Egypt more naturally aligns with the government and the military of Sudan, but they can't publicly be against the RSF. They can't choose a side quite yet. That's because the Egyptian economy is in trouble. Their currency has lost over half its value, and they've been asking for help from the UAE, who has sent them $100 billion in cash and other aid since 2013. It would be unwise for Egypt to be on the opposite side of the UAE unless their economy depends on it. So they're maintaining a mostly neutral stance for now. Ethiopia and Eritrea are both, for now, neutral. Though Ethiopia has invited General Abraham to visit in recent months, and Eritrea invited his enemy Hemeti for a visit as well, signaling that they may land on opposite sides in the future of this conflict. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia and the United States are offering to act as mediators, hoping for a peaceful resolution, and some are looking to China, who recently negotiated a deal with Saudi Arabia and Iran. China might use this as another moment to flex its new diplomatic muscles and program peace in Sudan. This conflict between two generals is more than enemies. It has the potential to spiral into a full-on proxy war, both by regional partners who bear the brunt of this conflict, but also foreign powers who care much more about security and interests than the devastating human effects of the conflict may have feared. And worse, in Sudan, we see a conflict where the main players, these two generals, are both incentivized to keep playing the same game that the once dictator Omar al-Bashir designed, where a broken system delivers power and riches to a few at a time, incentivizing them to keep the system divided, just as al-Bashir is able to do. In the process, killing the momentum of the budding democracy movement in Sudan. This protest movement that successfully took out the dictator, and this movement that was good for the people, has once again been snatched away by a greedy few, and there seems to be no end in sight. On August 28, 2023, the Chinese government released a map. The map did a surprisingly good job at making a lot of other countries angry.
Several countries have rejected China's new standard map. It's a violation of the law. That's correct. I put that in.
The release of this map also was met with a huge event and announcement in China. This featured the state media launching into a commentary on the importance of maps, followed by a warning to the people that maps that have errors can cause, quote, great harm to society. So let's look at what's going on with this map. Why countries around the region are condemning it, and why China had to go to such great lengths to tell people that there's nothing wrong with these maps, and that in fact, a map like this is key to national unity. To do this, I'm going to need a high-res version of this map. Luckily, the Chinese government has me covered. I want to show you what this map says. It shows you how China uses cartography to assert and project power in its region. Because as clean as this map looks, within it, there's actually a lot going on. Border tug of wars, big islands, a tan dash on a line of ocean, barbed wire wrapped clubs, and proxy wars. It's the perfect example of how maps aren't just maps. They're tools of national power. I don't like the feeling of being spied on. And like all of us, I am spied on all of the time. Not just by governments, but by corporations, by people who want to make money off of my information. That brings me to this quick pause in our video to talk about our sponsor, picoftheday. Picoftheday is a personal information removal service. I don't like the feeling of being spied on. I don't think any of us do, but we all are kind of spied on. Some of us by governments, but almost all of us are spied on by corporations who collect our information, put it on data broker lists, and sell it on an open market to people who want to make money off of us. Luckily, in many countries, including the United States, we have laws and rights to remove ourselves from these lists, but most of us don't know how to do it. It's a cumbersome bureaucratic process. And that brings me to the sponsor of today's video, picoftheday, which is a personal information removal service. I've been using picoftheday now for a few months, and it has changed my world. What you do is you sign up for a company, you give them permission, then they go through the process of requesting that you be taken off that that list. And if anyone pushes back, like all the corporations that makes it harder, Incogni follows through with the process to make sure that you get off of all of these lists. And then they update you month after month so that you can see the progress. You can see your privacy being reclaimed. The people who want this information aren't just marketers who want to sell you like new tennis shoes, but it's like people search sites, which are becoming a thing that use this data to like put you on these people search sites to find your information. Health insurance companies will sometimes buy some of this data so that they can use like your web browsing history to like jack up your health insurance bill. And perhaps most annoyingly, it's spam. I mean, my phone was constantly exploding with robocalls. I got all these phishing scams all of the time. Like my information was everywhere, and it was blowing up my phone inbox. I mean, there's no end to the shenanigans that corporations will do to make you get off of your information. No longer. Luckily, Incogni exists, and I am genuinely grateful for that. Unrelated to the fact that they're sponsoring today's video, which is grateful for that too. I'm just grateful that they exist because I don't like my information just being everywhere. So if you want to get in on Incogni at a discount, there's a link in my description. It's incogni.com/JohnnyHarris. You click the link, it helps support the channel, and it gets you 60% off their annual plan. The reason I have the annual plan is because even if you take out these lists, you'll eventually make it back on. And having Incogni there to constantly monitor these lists and keep getting me off of them is of value to me. So the links in the description. Use the code Johnny Harris. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring our channel. And now it's time to dive into this fascinating story about China. It's very, very interesting. The government of China wants their country to look like this, but in reality, it looks a lot more like this. We're going to move left to right, from India to Taiwan in the South China Sea. By the way, the Chinese government requires its app makers to use this algorithm that intentionally scrambles the latitude and longitude coordinates of their maps, all in the name of national security. This makes it hard for people like me to work with Chinese maps, but we're able to hack through these maps and let out our mapping systems, which is how we're going to do this. Okay, with that, let's get started. First, we have Kashmir, a region that is already heavily disputed between India and Pakistan. The map shows that all of this section is a part of China, and indeed, China controls it, but India claims that this actually belongs to them, and it's the source of intense conflict. Both countries are building stuff in this region: roads, communication towers, airfields, everything to be ready in case a full-blown conflict breaks out. Troops from both sides face each other in a standoff at this line, the line of actual control. That's really what it's called. It loosely marks the border between these two massive countries, a border that was never really a real conflict. Because remember where we are here. We're in the Himalayas, the tallest mountains on Earth. Drawing lines and controlling territory here just doesn't work super well. The whole sides want to exert control in the clear of high mountains, especially in these important trade regions. These are two nuclear countries, and so they agree to not use firearms and no guns. So instead, conflict breaks out. It looks more like a medieval battle with barbed wire wrapped bugs and fence posts. The most recent clash was just in 2020, right here near Ladakh. 20 Indian soldiers and 4 Chinese soldiers were killed.
Indian and Chinese soldiers fought the disputed land using stones and bamboo poles, and around 2,000 people died.
As you go down the border between India and China, there are several more of these pockets of disputed land. As we head east in Nepal, I have to mention that there was recently a leaked government report out of Nepal that asserts that China is encroaching into Nepal's sovereign territory, building stuff with no permission on Nepal's side of the border in the district. Nepal actually didn't want this report to come out. They have to walk a fine line being sandwiched between these two behemoth countries, and a big part of that means staying on China's good side. A few years ago, I was up here shooting an episode of Box Borders. Locals told me that the Chinese military didn't respect the border. They kind of did whatever they wanted, which is why I wasn't even allowed to get up to the border fence between these two countries. It's an eerie feeling, being so close to a country that's so serious about projecting its power to its neighbors. Anyway, let's keep going east, where we'll hit another landlocked country in the Himalayas, Bhutan. The border here continues to make an effort to divide these countries in a rugged, pressure-filled expanse. Back in 2006, China quietly pressured Bhutan to give them this big chunk of territory, and Bhutan conceded didn't really have a choice. And so while they kind of keep it hush-hush, China is reminding the world that they actually control this part of Bhutan. It's theirs now. China's using the same playbook in different parts of Bhutan, blurring this northern border as they approach south. In 2020, China claimed that they actually own this part of Bhutan, a forested nature sanctuary. But strangely, this official map doesn't show that this area is inside of China's borders. Maybe it will next year. The most strategically important part of China's claim on Bhutan is here. This little strip of land gives us a better idea of why China is squeezing the border of this tiny country. If you zoom out, you'll see where we are. Right here at this vital choke point between these two rivals, India and China. This thin corridor where India connects to its eastern states. Some call this the chicken neck. The map asserts that China owns this part of Bhutan, the Doklam Plateau, which provides them a perfect military vantage point over the chicken neck, India's critical corridor. This would make India vulnerable in the case of an active conflict. Oh, and the claim is not just on the map. Satellite imagery analyzed by Reuters shows that China is building roads, settlements, and structures on this sovereign territory of Bhutan, enhancing their strategic military position and fortifying their claim. These border shenanigans in Bhutan are considered a proxy for tension between China and India. Bhutan, like Nepal, is just sandwiched in the middle.
Satellite images of the Chinese incursions in Bhutan, where China has built roads and barracks on minuscule territory.
Okay, let's keep moving on. Next to Bhutan, China's map shows that all of this land are within its borders. They now call it South Tibet, but all of this territory belongs to India. It's full of Indian citizens. India's claim to this land relies on this 890-kilometer borderline that a British representative drew in 1913 in partnership with a representative from Tibet who agreed to the line. But China says this isn't legitimate. They own Tibet now, and they never authorized this line dividing Tibet from India. So on their map, they assert that all of this belongs to China. And to take it a step further, they're actually renaming stuff on their maps in this region, from mountain peaks to rivers and cities, showing us how China wants to claim and standardize every corner of its country, exerting control and influence even in these remote places. Now, India's not standing by and letting this happen. To counter this, the Indian government is spending $500 million to build roads and develop hundreds of villages with the goal of solidifying their claim to this land. As we head east, let me mention that during the pandemic, China has been building a fence along this border with Myanmar, mostly to keep people and illicit goods out of China. This border has always been porous. People who share culture and language would cross back and forth, informally trading, but this fence has totally changed that. People are angry. I've considered doing an entire video on this border fence and how it's disturbing and affecting life here. If that's interesting to you, please let me know in the comments. So while this isn't a disputed territory, it is another example of China's increased effort to tighten its control on every corner of its land. Okay, now we've arrived to the ocean, the part of the map that gets a little wild. The government map actually makes it look simple. All of the water inside of this dashed line is China's, and the reality actually looks like this. This is what's known as the 9-dash line, and it was effectively a hand-drawn boundary by the Chinese government in the 1940s. It's not a precise border, and it wasn't agreed upon by the countries here, and nor is it legal, at least according to the Permanent Court of Arbitration in the UK, calls the 9-dash line lawless, because it clearly cuts through the waters that international law says belong to these neighboring countries, and that's how you get this jumble of all these lines. But, as superpowers do, China ignores all of this because they can. And they continue to operate as if this entire ocean, which by the way is replete with fish and fossil fuels, as well as militarily strategic islands and important trade routes, all of it is theirs. This has created active conflicts with neighboring countries because for China, these aren't just lines on a map. China has been pumping sand onto tiny reefs to create islands for their work. Then they build a military outpost on these newly created islands. In the last decade, they've built dozens of these outposts throughout the South China Sea, and you can see that these militarized islands are right inside the waters that the world has agreed belong to these other countries. The Chinese Navy also steps in, patrolling these waters and routinely harassing fishermen from other countries, reminding them that China isn't subject to their rules. This is their water, just like their official map says.
The United States is accusing China of harassment.
A Filipino fisherman was chased by Chinese Coast Guard speedboats and estimated dash from the shallow waters of Scarborough Shoal last Friday.
A similar dispute is happening on a group of islands a little north of here, where Japan, China, and Taiwan all claim these islands that are surrounded by oil and gas fields. China will often flex on Japan by sending Coast Guard ships into the water and airspace around these islands. This is their neighborhood. They think these islands are theirs. They are going to assert that claim on the map as well as in real life. On China's map, Taiwan is included as a part of China. Even though Taiwan has been independent for decades, China insists that this is theirs. And if push comes to shove, they've made it very clear that they're willing to claim it back by force. And to that end, this new map includes an addition to the 9-dash line, a 10th dash, a line that drifts dangerously north to encircle the water east of Taiwan. This isn't the first time that a 10th dash has appeared on a Chinese government map, but it is a meaningful moment for the government to just slip in another dash. And it's created a big debate about what this actually means. But one thing that almost all experts agree on is that China's ability to just switch up their ocean claim by adding another dash communicates the original message of using a hand-drawn line as your maritime claim, which is that China feels historically entitled to this region, to this ocean, and they will behave how they choose in their own neighborhood. Especially at a time when its neighbors are partnering with its geopolitical rival, the United States, to surround and encircle China with a large military buildup in the region. The last one I'll mention is a tiny one that's kind of surprising. It's up here where the map claims this river island that should belong to Russia. There was a dispute about this, but 20 years ago, Russia and China agreed to redraw the border like this, giving half of this island back to Russia. But in this map, they claim it once again, and no one is totally sure why. So this new map out of China is a series of political statements, which arguably every map is. Some of these are worthy of debate, some are wishful thinking, and some are downright aggressive. But one thing is clear, China is now rich and powerful, and motivated to insert its geopolitical vision. It's a reminder that maps have always been a tool for great powers to express their aspirations. And this map, in this modern day, is no different.
Point that will alter the course of human history and provide a dramatic new chapter in the story of how the earth was made. Africa's vast Sahara Desert is as big as the United States. The sand alone in this giant expanse could bury the entire world 8 inches deep. It's the largest desert and the hottest place on Earth.
When I first arrived in Sahara, I was just struck by how hot it was. It's like the third wheel to how it just doesn't rain. It's rapid.
Its mission is to prevent the Sahara into the wasteland of the past. An investigation begins on the desert's far eastern edge in Egypt. Out of the sands of the Sahara lay one of the most epic structures ever built by man. Great pyramids. The building blocks of this ancient wonder house remarkable human history of this land. Long before the pharaohs even existed.
So many of these building blocks, like there's actually these gorgeous green houses. Most obviously, these flat discs which are not dry. They're called locomotives, but actually single cell organisms.
The name Nofilter means the form of life. They are some of the largest single-celled creatures to ever exist. In ancient times, these blocks were cut from quarries across the country and dragged to the site. Each block weighed 2.5 tons, and it took over 20 years to build the pyramid. Incredibly, up to 40% of each building is made up of the bodies of ancient sea creatures like these. What's even more about the green Nofilter is that they date back 4 billion years, and they only lived in water.
This is evidence that this area in the desert was once part of the ocean. Think about the construction of the pyramid, not necessarily about what's made of these gorgeous fossils.
The Sahara now is the world's biggest dust bowl, but the tiny Nofilter's fossils suggest that it was once very different. That perhaps it lived in water its very young. Smith heads further in to investigate this extraordinary idea. She travels to a remote desert valley near where the pyramids stood. It's called Wadi Spread out in the sand lie hundreds of fossils, first excavated in 1983. Beneath are nothing but tiny Nofilter.
That's ubiquitous. Here's the backbone, the vertebrae, some ribs, shoulder, fin, there's your jaws. This guy definitely did not live.
This incredible fossil is a Neanderthal, an ancestor of modern whales. One that died out 36 million years ago.
So based on the size of these vertebrae and the DNA evidence, it's probably about 20 This guy tells us that we were underwater before the open ocean.
Wadi is bound to the Valley of the Whales. This 12-mile dipping landscape has the highest concentration of fossils in the world. Some were found in the desert, others in the cliff wall. The count so far is 400. Almost all are marine animals.
So while I was on this food trip heading north, we got
neighborhood in South LA, there's a 1 in 15 chance of being a crime victim, and the top crime violence robbery is Kentucky. And then the number one most dangerous neighborhood to be in downtown Los Angeles, 130% higher than the national average. Yes, comes out sounds like sickest statistics. You know, residents have to deal with, thousands of vagrants in the streets, lots of pickpocketing, lots of robberies in general as well. And remember that when you go to look at when you go to the crypto.com. And I don't know anybody who has a crypto.com. Now, on the other hand, Orange County is the safest county in California. And let's see, Orange County has Todd Spitzer as their district attorney. Spitzer prosecutes crimes and puts people in jail. Therefore, Orange County is the safest county in California. And Orange County has George Gascon. George Gascon does not prosecute people, and we can prove this. He's got 15,000 cases not yet prosecuted. A complete refusal to prosecute. 15,000. So what we have 10 distinct high-crime areas that properly from as listed here, with crime rates as high as 530% over the last year. So there's your statistics. Gascon, no prosecution, huge amounts of crime. Todd Spitzer, lots of prosecution, very low amount of crime. But you don't need to do any other stuff. No need for any more research or think tanks. No more college professors, no more criminal justice, nothing, none of that, okay? If you arrest people, convict them, and put them in jail, and commit crime, therefore it's crime. If you let them run free, therefore it's guilty. So the case is simple. And remember that, anytime you hear any other kind of propaganda, there's an answer. All right, we got so TGI Fridays, not to kill you, TGI Fridays, the change, the change totally at 30 restaurants. People call it TGI trade time with potato skins, because that's the only place you can buy that crap. In 2023, people have moved on from the two-fold old potato skins. In Israel, I used to like it. No, with the bacon and the sour cream, the fries and everything, that sounds good. And then if we're going to thank God, with TGI on there, and thank God it's not a slot. Please, shake your head to God, please, John, hold on to me. You just let it show when you have me. I get it. 10 years here, the video saying the video singing the songs is kind of cool, huh? You feel kind of listen to it for many times. Various songs and everything. But he was 100 years old. That's a million miles in children. 100 years old and still looking. That was wild. And you know that song is so beautiful song.
We made it to New York City. Every time I'm in this city, I find
family of two has been burglarized. This person lives next door and says it's devastating to watch their neighbors lose their family monarch while also dealing with losers. This case was thought like conservative, criminal law with the Catholic over that. The parents and friends, and police are like talking out and trying to find leaders out over the weekend. It's quite a few days after Christmas. And by seeing any dead in the court, or other family members were able to escape the fire still under investigation. 10 states have been revealed in window air as the winter storm sweeps across the U.S. ABC's Jim Virginia says the storm's making its way through the southern Rockies. It's a state about 8,000 acres with 5 acres in New Mexico. Preparations for the flames, a strong distress, and for the rain. Strong winds are up and down here in the 6 mile hours and tornadoes. That's last week. Because Saturday snow was hit New York City all the way down to Philadelphia and into the week. The CDC says 4,500 people are dying from the flu this season. CDC's earlier forecast says 9 states have expiring mandatory vaccine in hospitals due to the increase of illnesses.
Given the rise in respiratory illnesses like flu, RSV, and COVID-19, 31 states and Washington, D.C. now reporting high or very high respiratory activity.
From coast to coast, some expected to rise in respiratory illnesses like flu, RSV, and COVID-19. Affected COVID-19 cases in states like Ghana with 30,000 new admissions this past week. The Australian reptile park is celebrating the addition of one of its deadliest spiders in the world. Spider keeper Emmett King says the male highly poisonous insect will play an important role in the anti-venom program.
Out here in the Indian Ocean, there's a lot of emptiness. But if you scan long enough, you'll see something. Right here, equidistant between Africa and Australia, you see a cluster of incredibly remote bits of land, hardly peeking out of the ocean. This is the Chagos Archipelago, a chain of around 60 remote atolls and islands, 1,000 or so kilometers from any landmass. There used to be people here, local islanders who lived here for many generations. But those islanders are gone now. And today, the main island, called Diego Garcia, looks like this. It's a United States military base, and instead of a local community of coconut farmers, this island is now a little slice of America, transplanted into one of the most remote places on Earth. But this weaponized island doesn't even belong to the United States. It's technically British territory that was secretly rented to the US in a covert deal 50 years ago. So what's going on here? What's the deal with this American base on a technically British island? And whatever happened to the thousands of islanders that used to live on this island? The British gained control of the Chagos Archipelago in 1814, taking it from the French. The few thousand locals that lived in this chain of islands mainly worked in coconut cultivation for European companies. But by the middle of the 1900s, the UN had been founded, and one of the first things that it undertook was decolonizing the land.
basically getting all these empires to wind down their rule over their colonies. So the British started leaving much of its territory abroad, downsizing its empire. Around the same time, the US was kind of doing the opposite, looking to expand its military power and influence around the world. They wanted a base in the Indian Ocean where they didn't have any territories. So the US set their sights on this archipelago, specifically this main island called Diego Garcia. All of these islands were a part of Mauritius, which was a British colony at the time. But Mauritius was soon becoming independent from Britain, part of its decolonizing of the map. Britain would soon be giving these islands back to the people who lived there. So the US made a secret deal with their allies, the British. At the time, the British owed the United States a bunch of money for helping them develop these submarine missiles. So the US said that they would wipe out $14 million worth of that debt if the British could secure them this island. But remember that the British were close to leaving all of these islands, trying to decolonize. They pulled a fast one and told Mauritius that they could have their independence plus £3 million if they would let the British just kind of break off this little archipelago so that the British could hold on to it even as Mauritius gained independence from Britain. The reason they paid the £3 million is so that they could technically say that they purchased the islands and appear as if they were still in keeping with the UN effort of decolonizing the map. And yet they were still able to hold on to these islands for the US. The US and the UK didn't sign any treaties or formally transfer any money during this process. All of that would require congressional approval and public scrutiny and all of these things that would probably make it not possible. So instead, they kept the deal secret, like literally secret. Like in the letters that they wrote back and forth, they said, quote, "There is a secret agreement," and that the US would, quote, "effectively but indirectly pay the British for these islands," meaning there was no money changing hands, but they still paid them by wiping out the debt, and that they would be taking, quote, "special measures to maintain the secrecy of this arrangement." Oh, and there was the fact that this letter was officially classified as secret. So yeah, when I say secret, I really mean secret. By the late 1960s, it was looking like the Americans were going to get their base in the Indian Ocean. They were ready to move in. But there was still one big problem here, which is that there were over 1,000 locals still on this main island of Diego Garcia. But in the eyes of the US and the UK, this wasn't a problem. In a government memo, the British assured the Americans that there will be no indigenous population except the seagulls. And indeed, they made good on their promise. The locals were herded onto cargo ships and shipped off to the islands of Mauritius and the Seychelles. And they were left there in a world that many of them had never seen before to fend for themselves. Many had never worked outside of their island. They knew skills and a way of getting work. Back on the island, their pets were rounded up and gassed. Their houses left to crumble. The indigenous population was gone. And then the building began. The US now had their base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, giving them direct access to big regional hotspots like the Middle East and Asia. Diego Garcia became more and more militarized with time. Soon it had a deep-sea port where nuclear submarines could dock, and it soon took on the nickname the Footprint of Freedom. And yet, with time, it became more and more secretive. No journalists are allowed to visit Diego Garcia. Few civilians have ever arrived here. And among those civilians, by the way, are NFL cheerleaders who came to boost morale of the troops. The island was also used as a CIA black site, used to interrogate suspects after 9/11. Both the US and the British governments denied this and then finally admitted it.
We did some things that were wrong. We tortured some folks.
After 9/11, this island became more important because it was a launch pad for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So a new housing complex was built to accommodate the influx of soldiers. This new complex is called Camp Justice. Speaking of justice, those islanders who were forcibly evicted and but if you scan long enough, you'll see something right here, equidistant between
Africa and Australia, you'll see a cluster of incredibly remote bits of land, hardly peeking out of the ocean. This is the Chagos Archipelago, a chain of around 60 remote atolls and islands, 1,000 or so kilometers from any landmass. There used to be people here, local islanders who lived here for many generations. But those islanders are gone now. And today, the main island, called Diego Garcia, looks like this. It's a United States military base, and instead of a local community of coconut farmers, this island is now a little slice of America, transplanted into one of the most remote places on Earth. But this weaponized island doesn't even belong to the United States. It's technically British territory that was secretly rented to the U.S. in a covert deal 50 years ago. So what's going on here? What's the deal with this American base on a technically British island? And whatever happened to the thousands of islanders that used to live on this island? The British gained control of the Chagos Archipelago in 1814, taking it from the French. The few thousand locals that lived in this chain of islands mainly worked in coconut cultivation for European companies. But by the middle of the 1900s, the UN had been founded, and one of the first things that it undertook was decolonizing men. Basically, getting all these empires to wind down their rule over their colonies. So the British started leaving much of its territory abroad, downsizing its empire. Around the same time, the US was kind of doing the opposite, looking to expand its military power and influence around the world. They wanted a base in the Indian Ocean, where they didn't have any territories. So the US set their sights on this archipelago, specifically this main island called Diego Garcia. All of these islands were a part of Mauritius, which was a British colony at the time. But Mauritius was soon becoming independent from Britain, part of this decolonizing of the map. Britain would soon be giving these islands back to the people who lived there. So the US made a secret deal with their allies, the British. At the time, the British owed the United States a bunch of money for helping them develop these submarine missiles. So the US said that they would wipe out $14 million worth of that debt if the British could secure them this island. But remember that the British were close to leaving all of these islands, trying to decolonize. They pulled a fast one and told Mauritius that they could have their independence plus £3 million if they would let the British just kind of break off this little archipelago so that the British could hold on to it even as Mauritius gained independence from Britain. The reason they paid the £3 million is so that they could technically say that they purchased the islands and appear as if they were still in keeping with the UN effort of decolonizing the map, and yet they were still able to hold on to these islands for the US. The US and the UK didn't sign any treaties or formally transfer any money during this process. All of that would require congressional approval and public scrutiny and all of these things that would probably make it not possible. So instead, they kept the deal secret, like literally secret. Like in the letters that they wrote back and forth, they said, quote, there is a secret agreement, and that the US would, quote, effectively but indirectly pay the British for these islands, meaning there was no money changing hands, but they still paid them by wiping out the debt, and that they would be taking, quote, special measures to maintain the secrecy of this arrangement. Oh, and there was the fact that this letter was officially classified as secret. So yeah, when I say secret, I really mean secret. By the late 1960s, it was looking like the Americans were going to get their base in the Indian Ocean. They were ready to move in. But there was still one big problem here, which is that there were over 1,000 locals still on this main island of Diego Garcia. But in the eyes of the US and the UK, this wasn't a problem. In a government memo, the British assured the Americans that there will be no indigenous population except the seagulls. And indeed, they made good on their promise. The locals were herded onto cargo ships and shipped off to the islands of Mauritius and Seychelles. And they were left there in a world that many of them had never seen before to fend for themselves. Many had never worked outside of their island. They had no skills or a way of getting work. Back on the island, their pets were rounded up and gassed.
their houses left to crumble. The indigenous population was gone. And then the building began. The U.S. now had their base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, giving them direct access to big regional hotspots like the Middle East and Asia. Diego Garcia became more and more militarized with time. Soon it had a deep-sea port where nuclear submarines could dock, and it soon took on the nickname the Footprint of Freedom. And yet, with time, it became more and more secretive. Called Diego Garcia looks like this. It's a United States military base, and instead of a local community of coconut farmers, this island is now a little slice of America, transplanted into one of the most remote places on Earth. But this weaponized island doesn't even belong to the United States. It's technically British territory that was secretly rented to the U.S. in a covert deal 50 years ago. So what's going on here? What's the deal with this American base on a technically British island? And whatever happened to the thousands of islanders that used to live on this island? The British gained control of the Chagos archipelago in 1814, taking it from the French. The few thousand locals that lived in this chain of island mainly worked in coconut cultivation for European companies. But by the middle of the 1900s, the UN had been founded, and one of the first things that it undertook was decolonizing the map. Basically getting all these empires to wind down their rule over their colonies. So the British started leaving much of its territory abroad, downsizing its empire. Around the same time, the US was kind of doing the opposite, looking to expand its military power and influence around the world. They wanted a base in the Indian Ocean, where they didn't have any territories. So the US set their sights on this archipelago, specifically this main island called Diego Garcia. All of these islands were a part of Mauritius, which was a British colony at the time. But Mauritius was soon becoming independent from Britain, part of this decolonizing of the map. Britain would soon be giving these islands back to the people who lived there. So the US made a secret deal with their allies, the British. At the time, the British owed the United States a bunch of money for helping them develop these submarine missiles. So the US said that they would wipe out $14 million worth of that debt if the British could secure them this island. But remember that the British were close to leaving all of these islands, trying to decolonize. They pulled a fast one and told Mauritius that they could have their independence plus £3 million if they would let the British just kind of break off this little archipelago so that the British could hold on to it, even as Mauritius gained independence from Britain. The reason they paid the £3 million is so that they could technically say that they purchased the islands and appear as if they were still in keeping with the UN effort of decolonizing the map, and yet they were still able to hold on to these islands for the US. The US and the UK didn't sign any treaties or formally transfer any money during this process. All of that would require congressional approval and public scrutiny and all of these things that would probably make it not possible. So instead, they kept the deal secret, like literally secret. I mean, the letters that they wrote back and forth, they said, quote, there is a secret agreement, and that the US would, quote, effectively but indirectly pay the British for these islands, meaning there was no money changing hands, but they still paid them by wiping out the debt, and that they would be taking, quote, special measures to maintain the secrecy of this arrangement. Oh, and there was the fact that this letter was officially classified as secret. So yeah, when I say secret, I really mean secret. By the late 1960s, it was looking like the Americans were going to get their base in the Indian Ocean. They were ready to move in, but there was still one big problem here, which is that there were over 1,000 locals still on this main island of Diego Garcia. But in the eyes of the US and the UK, this wasn't a problem. In a government memo, that there will be no indigenous population except the seagulls. And indeed, they made good on their promise. The locals were herded onto cargo ships and shipped off to the islands of Mauritius and Seychelles. And they were left there in a world that many of them had never seen before to fend for themselves. Many had never worked outside of their island. They knew skills or a way of getting work. back on the island, their pets were rounded up and gassed. Their houses left to crumble. The indigenous population was gone. And then the building began. The U.S. now had their base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, giving them direct access to big regional hotspots like the Middle East and Asia. Diego Garcia became more and more militarized with time. Soon it had a deep-sea port where nuclear submarines could dock, and it soon took on the nickname the Footprint of Freedom. And yet, with time, it became more and more secretive. No journalists are allowed to visit Diego Garcia. Few civilians have ever arrived here. And among those civilians, by the way, are NFL cheerleaders who came to boost morale of the troops. The island was also used as a CIA black site, used to interrogate suspects after 9/11. Both the U.S. and the British governments denied this, and then finally admitted it.
We did some things that were wrong. We tortured some folks.
After 9/11, this island became more important because it was a launch pad for the rebels in Iraq and Afghanistan. So a new housing complex was built to accommodate the influx of soldiers. This new complex is called Camp Justice. Speaking of justice, those islanders who were forcibly evicted and deported from their island, they wanted some of it. So over the years, they've been fighting for some form of justice, and the British government has tried to compensate them, sometimes with money or by giving them an option to become British citizens. But even still, many live in very difficult circumstances, displaced from their homeland. What they really want is to go back. And through years of legal action, they've made a strong case that they have a right to do so.
Will the Foreign Office review its current position on the Chagos Islanders, who should be granted immediately the right to repatriation in their home?
We are currently in dispute with Mauritius about the issue of the Chagosian Islanders and about Diego Garcia.
Remember all those indirect payments and loopholes that the British and U.S. pulled during decolonization? That stuff they made very clear was very, very secret. Well, last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that this was totally illegal and not in compliance with the process of decolonizing. The General Assembly of the UN voted 116 to 6 that the UK never decolonized Mauritius because they held on to this archipelago, and called for them to immediately finish the process of returning the archipelago to the people who lived there. But despite these legal rulings and this global consensus, the US and the UK aren't likely to budge. The UK continues to defend its claim to this island, and as long as they do, the US military will have a home there.
In this country, we're doing our best to ensure that we are as humane as we possibly do.
Thank you so much for watching this video. So much more information on this topic that I was able to fit into this video. I wanted to make it for years, and I finally did. I want to thank Storyblocks for supporting this channel and for sponsoring today's video. You may not have noticed, but a lot of the footage that I used, especially in the intro of this piece, was Storyblocks footage. This moment right here in the intro, I zoom in, that's all Storyblocks footage. It's beautiful stuff, and I was able to browse and find loads of stuff of the ocean and islands that I was able to use in this video. I've been using Storyblocks for years because they really are the best place to find good stock footage and audio and After Effects templates. For so incredibly cheap, you have access to a giant repository of visuals that you can use to create whatever you're creating. I could have never gone to the Indian Ocean to record this footage, and yet on Storyblocks I have a huge abundance of stuff I can use. So I'm so grateful that it exists. I'm grateful that it's affordable. I'm grateful that it is a subscription service, so you don't pay per click. You pay a monthly subscription, which is incredibly cheap, and then you can just download as much as big, beautiful footage as you want. It's super high res. I can't say enough about it. And again, it's not because they sponsored this video. I've been using Storyblocks for years. So I have a link in my description. It's storyblocks.com/JohnnyHarris. If you go to that link, you can sign up for Storyblocks. It definitely helps support my channel, but it definitely will help you support whatever you're doing. If you are a creative, a filmmaker who wants to learn how to edit better, Storyblocks is a great way to have tons of footage at your fingertips for an incredibly low price. Thank you, Storyblocks, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. Lots more to come soon. Have a good day.
"40 million years ago, the ocean floor cracked open, and molten lava started flowing out. It cooled as it hit the cold ocean water and turned solid, eventually making mountains in the ocean. Those mountains got taller and taller, and soon a chain of islands was born. And then, around 2,000 years ago, a group of people arrived to these islands in canoes. Those communities eventually unified into one kingdom, the Kingdom of Hawaii, a sovereign nation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Hawaii became a language, a culture, a national identity. But that sovereignty, that culture, that identity was soon stolen, captured by a new, bigger country an ocean away.
For millions of years, there was no land here, only the sea. Hawaii's half-century-old request for statehood is granted.
The Kingdom of Hawaii remained a fairly remote, disconnected country for many years, until these guys arrived. During the 17 and 1800s, many people from Europe and the United States came to visit Hawaii, mainly on expeditions of exploring the ocean. But the ones that stayed were mainly Americans, who arrived to these islands wanting to talk about Jesus. For the most part, the Kingdom of Hawaii welcomed these visitors. One British explorer even gifted the Hawaiian king a British flag, and Hawaii eventually adopted the British flag into their own flag. There was general friendship and good relations here. The American missionaries who had settled on the island eventually had kids and grandkids, and soon these missionaries and their descendants weren't just interested in talking about Jesus. They were also interested in building businesses, mainly focused on sugar.
By far the most valuable single product Hawaii can offer in that day is sugar.
With this increased economic interest, these Americans who had originally come to be missionaries were now much more into sugar, and they did what people of European descent have been doing for many centuries, looking at a culture and government that is different than theirs and saying, we think we can do this better. Let us take it from here. And so during the 1800s, these Americans slowly chipped away at the Hawaiian government structure. They were still newcomers in this ancient island nation. They didn't have much power, but that changed quickly. By the end of the 1800s, these Jesus sugar Americans had amassed a huge amount of Hawaii's wealth, and those original missionaries who had come to the island to convert people to their religion years earlier now had grandkids that looked like this. A full-on armed militia of white Hawaiian citizens, descendants of the missionaries, who were eager to get the government out of the way so that they could run the country themselves and help make it more favorable for their sugar businesses. Now remember, these guys were born in Hawaii. They consider themselves Hawaiians, but even still, their loyalty still lie with the country of their ancestors. They were effectively Americans still. By 1893, this local white militia and their political allies were ready for a full-on takeover of the government, which at the time was headed by this woman, Queen Lydia Kolani. The sugar missionaries were still a minority, and a full-on overthrow of the government would have been hard by themselves. But luckily for them, they had help. The American ambassador of Hawaii at the time helped coordinate the arrival of an American military ship and troops to show up on the shores of the island of Oahu into the capital city of Honolulu. Up until this point, the conflict in Hawaii was technically internal, meaning it was between the locals and the white missionaries who were technically locals because they were born there. But the moment the U.S. arrived to Honolulu to provide military backup for a government overthrow, it became a full-on military coup sponsored by a foreign power.
a cardinal sin in international relations. But even still, the government backed the overthrow. The Queen was forced to give up her power, and they put this guy as the leader of the new Republic of Hawaii. His name was Sanford Dole. His family was huge in the sugar business.
There's a new taste in pineapple from Dole.
And now he was the leader of the country of Hawaii. The locals fought this, but peacefully. They protested. Nearly every adult on the islands signed a petition condemning the takeover. Back in Washington, D.C., a debate began as to what to do with Hawaii now that a bunch of pro-American missionaries turned sugar warriors had grabbed power. Dole himself traveled to D.C. to lobby for the U.S. to take over Hawaii for themselves, but so did a group of local Hawaiians to oppose the American encroachment. The Queen, who was overthrown, wrote a letter demanding to be reinstated as the legitimate leader of the Kingdom of Hawaii. The United States was split on what to do until 1898. The new president surrounded himself with leaders who kind of loved war and American expansion, and this is what sealed the fate of Hawaii. All of these displays of vehement, peaceful protests by the Hawaiian people were trampled on by a superpower who had bigger guns and an insatiable desire for control. So one summer day in 1898, the U.S. showed up, and the flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii was taken down, and the U.S. flag was raised. Hawaii was now officially a possession of the United States of America. With the help of these sugar-loving missionaries, these islands had been plucked from their people and put in the hands of a growing superpower. But stealing land is one thing. The real theft is what happened next. At this point, Hawaii was just a U.S. territory, not a state. But even still, the U.S. began a deep, widespread destruction of the Hawaiian way of life. The Hawaiian language was banned in schools, and government and businesses were by law required to be conducted in English. The U.S. began developing land, often on sacred sites, and the history itself was censored to make it seem as if the Hawaiian people welcomed the U.S. without a fight. Much of the real history became inaccessible because it was only documented in the Hawaiian language, which was beginning to die. And then in 1959, Hawaii became the 50th state in the Union and quickly became the place we know today. Meanwhile, Dole Food Company, the company who was perhaps helped the most by this land grab, has become a massive global corporation. By 1993, Hawaii was a full-on part of the United States. That year, President Bill Clinton came out with an apology.
Presidential apology. At the White House yesterday, President Clinton signed a formal letter of apology to the people of Hawaii. He was apologizing on behalf of the U.S. government for the government's involvement 100 years ago in removing the independent Hawaiian monarchy by force.
But despite this horrendous land grab and the pillaging and theft of these islands, there is a little bit of hope. That spirit of peaceful resistance that led to petitions and protests back in 1893 persisted even after the takeover. The Hawaiian language was delicately preserved through painstaking effort, and today there are full immersion Hawaiian language public schools. Hawaiian traditions have stayed alive, and last year Hawaiians showed that they were not willing to give up their sacred sites. They staged a dramatic protest to protect the holy mountain that was slated to be developed on. Hawaii may have been stolen, and attempts made to erase its culture, but while the negative effects of this imperial land grab are wide-reaching, many pillars of this beautiful culture have survived. So I've really been traveling much for obvious reasons, and because of that, I've been watching a lot more shows in the evening, which has been really fun to sort of watch new stuff, learn new things. One of the shows I wanted to watch for ages was the Michael Jordan documentary, which was off limits because I don't have cable or ESPN or any of that. Last month, I discovered a way I can watch it using ExpressVPN, which happens to be the sponsor of today's video, but also something I genuinely want to tell you about because it's pretty exciting. A VPN allows you to route your connection from a different country, which there's some security benefits in keeping your data safe and private and all that. But in this case, it allowed me to watch the Michael Jordan documentary in its entirety on Netflix, on demand.
which was just like, I feel like I had won the lottery. Everyone was talking about it, and I just wasn't watching it. And suddenly I was, and Iz and I just binged it. There are a lot of offerings on Netflix that are available in other countries and not your country. Suddenly I can watch Spirited Away on Netflix, or Lord of the Rings. I've been using ExpressVPN for years, mainly for the sort of privacy element, but in this case, I'm realizing that it's way more than just privacy tools. It does have way more content in my fingertips. There's a link in my description, expressvpn.com/JohnnyHarris. You click that link and find out how to get 3 months free of ExpressVPN. Go click that link in the description. It helps support this channel when you do that, but it also gives you access to a lot more content than you had before for free for 3 months. Go binge Lord of the Rings, and thank you ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I will see you in the next one. There's a lot of international mail that flows to a small nation in Western Africa. The mail is addressed to an address that should be right here along this main street. But I asked my friend to go there and check it out, and he didn't find anything. I've never before getting rushed. I'm going to say that any rush doesn't exist. Instead, the mail that is addressed to go here is actually brought to a building down the road. Right here.
Right here, this building is where all LIS arrows are forwarded from the building that goes to the
From there, the mail is scanned and sent electronically thousands of miles away to a nondescript office building outside of Washington, D.C. It's actually right near my house in Northern Virginia. Henry, check out this random building. Does this building look super boring to you? Oh! This building is right near our house. It's expected something a little bit more interesting. This process is a part of a secretive web of corporate secrecy. It's a web that is built off of years of strange connections between the United States and the country of Liberia, a nation invented by a group of Americans here in Virginia. This is how the U.S. stashed its secrets off the coast of West Africa. This building, there is a bunch of mail that comes from a little country in West Africa, and it gets sent to this building near our house. Does that kind of weird to you?
Yes, what do they do with it?
That's what I want to figure out here. So let's say I want to start an international corporation and start doing business abroad. I live here in the United States, so naturally I would want to start my company here in the US. But when I ask the internet how to do this, I get a bunch of ads that look like this. Even though my office would be here in Washington, D.C., in the United States, the internet is telling me that on paper I should set up my corporation in one of these random small countries around the world. Places like the British Virgin Islands, or Mauritius, or Belize, Gibraltar, Malta, the Seychelles Islands. Wait, the Seychelles? Like that tiny island nation in the middle of the Indian Ocean that has like less than 100,000 people. It's like 40 hours of flying to get there. Why would I want to set up my business in the Seychelles? Here's why. If I set up my corporation on paper in the British Virgin Islands or the Seychelles, suddenly I actually don't have to pay very much taxes, if any at all. My new corporation now won't have to actually obey any of the corporate laws here in the United States, which require you to publish all sorts of information about your finances, about your corporation to the public record. If my corporation is in the Seychelles, I don't have to do any of that. This is actually starting to seem like a pretty attractive option. These tiny nations have set up their laws to attract big corporations for this very purpose, to set up on paper in their country so that the government can make a little bit of money off of the little taxes they receive and any of the registration fees and dues. And it's not just corporations. The same concept applies to shipping vessels. These are big barges that make our world economy run, and they spend most of their time in water that belongs to no country, and yet they still have to follow the rules
of the country whose flag they fly, where they're registered. And so if you register to a country that has very low taxes and no laws around how you need to treat your employees on the boat and what safety regulations you need to follow, then those are the rules you need to follow when you're out on the high sea. So the modern global economy turns out to be a race to the bottom. Corporations and shipping vessels registering themselves to whatever country will give them the least amount of accountability and transparency. We call these havens, tax havens, or shelters. And this isn't just like shady criminal corporations. Most corporations that you interact with on a daily basis have loads of subsidiaries in faraway tax havens that they have set up to escape transparency and accountability. Okay, back to me and my corporation that I theoretically want to sign up. If I want to set up in the Seychelles or the British Virgin Islands, this is actually kind of complicated. How do I navigate all the laws and the paperwork? Ask the internet. And when I ask the internet, I get a bunch of ads. These are ads of companies who are dedicated to helping corporations set up in these offshore jurisdictions, these tax havens. So if I want to set up in the British Virgin Islands, I can choose a bunch of different companies to help me get that paperwork done. And then while I actually do my business back here in Washington, D.C., they help manage all the taxes and the requirements and all the little things I need to do to upkeep my little facade of having a company in this place, even though I actually don't. Okay, so here's where this gets weird. We're talking about tax havens and offshore jurisdictions and all this stuff. Let's get back to Liberia, which Liberia is one of these tax havens. It's a place that has structured its laws to attract foreign corporations and shipping vessels to register with them so that they can make a little money off of those dues and taxes. When I go to start my corporation in Liberia, I don't get a bunch of ads for middlemen who want to help me set up my new Liberian corporation. Instead, I'm funneled to one company, this one, and this company boasts that it has the exclusive right to handle all companies that want to register their corporation or ship in Liberia. This is the company whose building is near my house. And on the surface, it just looks like another middleman paper pusher. Super boring. But you peek out of the surface and there's something way bigger going on here. Not just a corporation running away from taxes and accountability, but instead this is a symbol of how the U.S. projects its power in the 21st century, and how it uses other countries to hide its secrets. Pause for a second. This story is crazy, and it's about to get even more crazy. The whole reason I'm going down this rabbit hole that I started to look into this Liberia thing is because of a phone call I had. I was driving north up to Massachusetts a couple months ago. Many of you may have seen the videos from that trip. And I was on the phone with my friend Ben over at Foley. Foley is the company who makes my desk and the chair I'm sitting on. Ben and I got chatting. I just announced that the course was canceled and I was managing the project. What stories do you want to make? Can you support your stories? I was like, yes, but like anything that has to do with like the global economy, which is something I'm sort of interested in, is like I'm gonna go deep and I'm gonna uncover crazy stuff and like you're a company who does business in the global economy. And he was like, do it. Like I want to see like what storytelling you can do. I want to support that. For context here, Foley's a B Corp. A B Corp is the type of corporation that isn't just the standard profit-seeking company. Instead, they make major efforts to be transparent, to be socially impactful in a positive way, to be accountable, and to be sustainable. That's rare. That's a rare thing. Foley does not claim to be perfect. All they say is that they are making a major effort to be the type of corporation that leaves a positive impact on people who use the product, but also the people who interact with the production and to leave a positive impact on the flow of things. And that's why they're supporting this video today, is because they care about this sort of thing. And they want to always be pushing the limit on how we think about business and how we think about the impact of corporations in the world. And I respect that. That is so rare among companies these days. And so I love Foley for that reason. Oh, and they make amazing products. Like, that's also a giant part of this. So my desk, a lot of the stuff in our studio is Foley stuff. They sell really high quality products, desks, chairs, and all sorts of products that make you more active and just improve your relationship with work. They don't want you to buy these products unless you actually need them. But there's a lot of people these days who tend to need a new work from home setup given the times we're in. And so they are running a sale on their site for the whole month of November, which is a few days left in that sale. These are not just your standard desks. These are an investment in a product that will last you a very long time. They're solid. They're well built. Go onto the Fully site, check out their products, see if there's anything there that you need right now. But the major message here is Fully wants you to be thoughtful about the stuff that you buy, knowing that it's often a part of a much larger system. Thank you, Fully, for supporting this video. Let's get back to the story of Liberia and what the heck is happening in Liberia. It gets pretty nuts. What's the deal? Why does this one random building in Virginia run a network of corporate secrecy in the country of Liberia? And it's so weird, and as soon as you start to go down this rabbit hole, it just gets weird. And the short answer here is that the United States of America literally invented the country of Liberia back in the 1800s. Here in the United States, the biggest, most important debate was over slavery. This issue led the country to almost imploding on itself in a bloody civil war. During this debate, there emerged three major camps of the slavery issue. One were the abolitionists, the people who were like, dude, this is wrong. Let's reform our country to be done with this terrible thing we've done. And then, of course, there were the people on the pro-slavery side who were often had a financial incentive to keep slavery alive with their plantations and their businesses. But then there was this third camp in the middle who were on paper against slavery. They wanted to get rid of slavery. It was a bad thing. But they didn't really want the free Black Americans to integrate into American society. As this debate raged on, there were some Americans here in Virginia who came up with a solution. What if we gave the option to enslaved people who have been freed to go to Africa, where their ancestors came from? We could ship them back, we could buy a piece of land, and they would all flock to the boats to go back to Africa, was the thinking. The quasi-abolitionists kind of liked this, because they're like, oh yeah, we can get the moral buzz out of being against slavery, but we don't have to deal with the complicated consequences of our actions to reintegrate these people into our society. And then, of course, the slave owners liked this too, because it meant that any freed Black Americans could be shipped away, so they wouldn't foment rebellion among those enslaved people who were still working on plantations. So there was this strange alignment between these quasi-abolitionists and these slave owners, and they started their own organization. So this organization that was based here in Virginia bought a piece of land in Western Africa with money from their supporters and from the U.S. government. And they started sending ships full of Black people to this land to create a settlement that they called Liberia, or Land of the Free. They named the capital Monrovia after President James Monroe, who was a fierce supporter of this effort to send away free Black Americans. Okay, so at this point, I'm sure you're kind of like, wait a minute. What was this curveball? We went from talking about the Seychelles and tax havens to talking about how a bunch of Virginians started sending freed Black Americans to a piece of land in Africa that they bought. And this is where these two come together. Soon, the Liberians declare independence. Liberian locals, the ones who had come from the United States, that started to take power and actually be the leaders of the country. They actually started to enact slavery of their own in their society, just like they had seen in the United States. But behind the scenes of all of this, the U.S. political interests that started this whole thing remained. They had an actual building there, and they were actually calling the shots. So Liberia was independent on paper, but in reality, the U.S. had as much influence as ever in their little colony in Africa. And that influence became really useful 100 years later. So it's 100 years later, the U.S. just got out of World War II, and you have this guy. This guy was the Secretary of State for the U.S., which is like the foreign minister. He became a U.S. representative at the UN, and he was out on a diplomatic tour that brought him to Liberia. While in Liberia, this little African nation that was created by the United States and still had deep ties to the United States, he looked at the deep sea port that the U.S. had created during World War II, and his wheels started turning. He returned to the United States and quickly stepped down from his role as a diplomat. Harry Truman really wanted him to stick around as a diplomat, but he had actually a very strong reason to leave. Truman said that he had an earnest insistence to go do his own thing. This guy was a diplomat, but he was also a businessman. And what he saw during his visit to Liberia revealed a business opportunity that he just could not leave on the table. So over the next year, this ex-Secretary of State started scheming with the Liberian government. And in September 1947, he came out and announced that he, a private American citizen, had made a deal with the Liberian government. He created a company, an American-based company, based here in Virginia, that was to be the exclusive middleman between any international corporation and the government of Liberia. Basically, if anyone wanted to set up their corporation in Liberia, they would have to go through this guy and his new company. He helped the Liberian government craft laws that would make it very attractive for people to put the Liberian flag on their ship or on their company. And over the next few years, this gained major traction. At this time, any shipping vessel that had the American flag or the Soviet flag would be subject to a bunch of trade barriers that were starting to go up as a part of this Cold War between the US and the Soviets. This ex-Secretary of State and his new company would go around and say, hey, put the Liberian flag on your ship, and now you can trade with whoever the hell you want. The Liberian registry exploded, and now you had ships flying the Liberian flag, not having to pay barely any taxes and not having to obey any laws from the United States, and being able to trade with whomever they want, because Liberia was officially neutral in the Cold War. The Liberian Registry was born, and it was thriving. So in recent decades, the number of ships that register under the Liberian flag, never step foot in Liberia, by the way, but have their flag on their ship, has grown, and they've become the second most common flag on international ships in the world, only second to Panama. Meanwhile, the company here in Virginia who has monopoly over this registry is getting super rich, and they're giving some of those riches to the Liberian government. But what the Liberian government does with that money is actually probably the ugliest underbelly of this whole story. So by the late 90s, this company's doing great. Liberia's taking in a bunch of money from all of the ships registering under their flag. But then this guy, Charles Taylor, becomes the president.
How can I help you on Liberian shipping registries? It's a long time since I've been looking at them.
What has the registry allowed the government of Liberia to do that it wouldn't be able to do otherwise?
It was one of the most consistent, dependable sources of revenue of the Liberian government. That was important, particularly in the Charles Taylor period when it was civil war in Liberia, and there were no other sources of revenue. It was a war economy.
He starts taking the money that's coming in from all these ship and corporation registries, but not just to fight these wars. He goes on to commit some of the most egregious crimes the world has ever seen.
I was the one myself that investigated the shipping registry, found, documented, exposed the shipping registry, that its revenues were being diverted to purchase arms and ammunition in violation of UN sanctions.
And yet the corporations and ships that fly the Liberian flag don't even have to think about this stuff. They don't step foot in Liberia. They've never met Charles Taylor or any of his people. They just go about doing their thing and doing all of their business through the nondescript office right near my house, where a company is getting very rich using Liberia as the facade, but really everything is happening right here. The money is being made right here, and a little bit of that is being sent to Liberia, and Liberia is using it to do terrible things. Charles Taylor eventually goes to the International Court of Justice and gets indicted on a million really horrible counts, goes to jail for the rest of his life. But the registry that helped fund his horrible rise remains, and remains as a mechanism for helping many corporations around the world hide their secrets and evade accountability. And this connection between these two unlikely places retains a similar purpose as its original one, way back in the 1800s, when with the support of the US government, private interests sent away their secrets
and their guilt to a faraway place. And that hasn't really stopped happening. Today, with the blessing of the US government, corporations continue to deposit their secrets in this same faraway place, far away from any real accountability. Thank you all for watching this video. This is the type of video that I want to do more of. A video like this takes longer, it takes more time, because it's a lot more research and more interviews. I'm actually diving way deeper into these stories than the typical explainer you see on this channel. And that's what I want to do in 2021. I want to start doing more stories like this. My patrons make that possible, and brands like Fully, who care about this sort of thing, make that possible as well. So I am hoping that more and more I'll be able to do deep dive stories like this, and then when travel opens up, I want to be able to travel and do deep dive stuff like I used to do in the box. So thank you all for watching, and we've got some more good stuff coming, and I hope you are having a wonderful November.
Athleticism. Yoshi. Shoshi, baby. Yoshi. Frankie baby.
Why conquest? Growing up, the narrative was always oil. So it was like into Iraq to get oil, like America always does.
All major oil fields in the South are now under coalition control.
But that's kind of the lazy explanation. It's not quite it. Oil is a part of it, but it's not the main reason. We went to war in Iraq because several powerful American men wanted to. Some of them thought it was vital. We had to. Others just wanted to project American power. But either way, here we are 18 years later. Nearly 10,000 Americans dead, over 200,000 Iraqis dead, over $1 trillion tax dollars spent. And the result? A Middle East that is less stable than ever, in part because of the US presence, and really because of it. How did this happen? I mean, I grew up and lived through this. I studied it as an undergrad, I studied it in grad school, and yet it's taken me until now to really take a hard look and to really understand exactly what happened. So this is how the US stole Iraq.
Saddam Hussein is a tyrant, a murderer, and a man who has started 2 wars. He is clearly someone who cannot be trusted or believed.
Alright, so it's the night of 9/11. The country is reeling. Who did this terrible thing and why? How should the US respond? And it became clear very soon amongst intelligence and counterterrorism people that Al-Qaeda was behind it. This terrorist group that was mainly based in Afghanistan. Later that night, the night of 9/11, over at the Pentagon, which earlier that day had been hit by an airplane, a memo comes in from the Deputy Secretary of State. The memo is urgent. It's for the Defense Intelligence Agency, people who've spent their time doing all the intelligence for war and other defense purposes. And this memo tells the intelligence agents not to look into Al-Qaeda, the people they know did it, but instead to look into ways Iraq has been involved in terrorism for the previous decade. The intelligence agents who got this memo sort of scratched their head. They're like, what's going on here? These people were very familiar with the intel, and they knew that this attack had come from Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is like more than 1,000 kilometers away from Iraq. It is a completely different place. They speak a different language. It has nothing to do with Iraq. Afghanistan and Iraq are totally different. We had just been attacked by Al-Qaeda, and yet the Deputy Secretary of Defense is asking for information about Iraq and its ties to terrorism. The person who sent this memo is the Deputy Secretary of State, Paul Wolfowitz. And he was just getting started. A few days after 9/11, the president gathers all of his top advisors out at his forest retreat right outside Washington, D.C. They were there to discuss how to respond to these attacks. The focus of this discussion was, of course, Afghanistan. How do we retaliate against Al-Qaeda, this terrorist group that has been given sort of a safe haven by the government of Afghanistan? So they're sitting in some conference room in some lodge in this forest retreat, debating how they're going to retaliate against Al-Qaeda. And who pipes up again but this guy, Paul Wolfowitz, this time with the support of his boss, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. So Wolfowitz pipes up and he's like, You know, 9/11 was a pretty sophisticated attack. There's no way that this ragtag terror group of Al-Qaeda pulled it off all alone. They probably had help from Saddam in Iraq. And then Wolfowitz says that when it comes to global terrorism, Saddam is actually the head of the snake. He actually said that, basically saying that Saddam is behind all of this. And everyone in the room is sort of like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Saddam Hussein is a really bad guy, but he's not the head of the snake of international terrorism. Like, all these people, these like very informed international advisors. Oh man! After some astonished glances, the head of the counterterrorism center raises his hands and says, "Mr. President, quote, we were attacked on 9/11 by Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Saddam Hussein in Iraq has nothing to do with this." It's just like, I'm sorry, I feel like as an 8th grader at this time, I was asking this question first. Is Iraq the same as Afghanistan? And you're like the leaders of our country having to explain that like Saddam Hussein has nothing to do with Afghanistan and Al-Qaeda. So this meeting at Camp David, they move on and they keep talking about these plans to bomb Al-Qaeda. But Paul Wolfowitz is stubborn and he does not give up. Later that day, there's a break in all of the meetings. It's like the afternoon. Attorney General John Ashcroft is playing the piano in the sort of lobby, and a few others were singing along in these like piano spirituals. It's like Condoleezza Rice is one of these people singing along. President Bush is sitting over by the fire in his rustic cabin. It's all cozy, drinking a cup of coffee, and who cozies up to him at the fire but Paul Wolfowitz. And Bush is like, here we go again. So he's like, listen, check out my plan. Half of Iraq's people live either way up here, where they don't like Saddam, they're Kurds, they've been brutalized by Saddam, they do not like him, or they live way down here in the south, which is right near the border of our good friend Kuwait. We could easily come into Iraq and take both of these big population centers. Oh, and in doing so, says Paul Wolfowitz, we could naturally take the major oil fields in Iraq, thus cutting off Saddam from his main revenue source. Or, in other words, he said, making Saddam, quote, the mayor of Baghdad, only have power in Baghdad, be cut off from the north and south of this country. In this moment, I can almost see George Bush's ears literally perking up when he hears this last part about cutting off the oil supply. After all, Bush was a former Texas oil man, and he knew the importance of having access to oil. So this plan sort of intrigued Bush, and he literally said to Paul Wolfowitz, quote, why didn't you bring this up in the meeting? And Wolfowitz is like, well, I didn't want to step on the toes of my superiors. And Wolfowitz, we know you just wanted to cozy up against the president and plant the seed of how easy it would be to take over Iraq. So put yourself in George Bush's shoes for a second. Your country was just brutally attacked on your watch, and you are completely at a loss of what to do. There's no clear, easy target to retaliate against. After a day of meetings of sitting around trying to figure out how to retaliate, George Bush is realizing that retaliating against a tiny group of terrorists living in caves in Afghanistan is like trying to hit smoke with a baseball bat. It's kind of impossible. What George Bush wanted and felt like he needed, and it turns out what a lot of American lawmakers also wanted, was a clear, decisive target. Not to try to hit smoke with a baseball bat, but a nice, solid hit. A home run. So I believe this day at Camp David, 4 days after 9/11, is when President Bush decided that he would find a way to invade Iraq, to make Americans and himself feel like he was actually doing something definitive, like toppling dictators as a rebuttal to the terrible attacks around them. Even though Iraq had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda, he and his people around him would find a way to make a connection.
If you're harboring terrorists, why not go and get them? Well, the evidence is pretty conclusive that Iraq is happening.
So over the next year, this seed that Paul Wolfowitz really planted and nourished in George Bush's mind starts to spread to everyone around him. And they start to find a way to sell the American public on this idea of war with Iraq. They get the British on board, and soon there's a full-blown debate which revolves around this story that Saddam has really big, terrible weapons, and that he will likely give those weapons to terrorists who will strike the United States in another 9/11 type attack, but way worse.
The debate about the war against Iraq has divided many along the political spectrum.
Bush might have said weapons of mass destruction over and over again in that short break.
Very dangerous weapons of mass destruction in this country.
But wait, hold on a second, don't be fooled. The lead up to the Iraq War is often remembered as this robust debate about WMDs, weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein will continue to increase his capacity to wage biological and chemical warfare and will keep trying to develop nuclear weapons.
But I'm here to tell you that you need to think differently about it. The decision to go to war in Iraq was already made. It was made moments after 9/11, when a small group of powerful men imagined a glorious military campaign to liberate oppressed Iraqis and topple the dictator, to make themselves and the country feel like we got a home run after we were attacked. From there, everything molded to fit that decision. Did Saddam Hussein have weapons of mass destruction? Did he want to give those to terrorists? No, there was no evidence. The little evidence there was threadbare and super speculative. But these guys turned into sort of like tea leaf readers, where you can look at the tea leaves and see whatever you need to support the decision that they made many months earlier. And it wasn't just these guys. Soon this vision of toppling Saddam and his American victory spread to the American Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who were also getting on board with this idea of America, a force for good, toppling the bad guy. It's a really wild study in human psychology. When you're a true believer in something, you really, really believe that you need to do something. Everything you see confirms what you want to believe or what you need to believe. We all do it, but it's just scary when our leaders are doing this, and they're doing it on beliefs and decisions that have deep ramifications for human suffering. So yeah, you can go over the debates and the intelligence and the back and forth on whether or not Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. It was all a show to help these people confirm what they've already decided they wanted to do. So by the end, after weapons inspectors had done like 700 inspections and found no weapons, this group of guys eventually just start resorting to full-on lying. Dick Cheney gets up in a speech and says,
Simply stated, there is no doubt Saddam Hussein now had weapons of mass destruction.
Well, there was plenty of doubt. In fact, he simply stated there can be no evidence that Saddam has WMD was the reality at the time. Even the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, was totally against this fanciful vision of going and invading Iraq. Even him eventually got on board, painstakingly getting in front of the UN and going over a bunch of thin or non-existent evidence and claiming that it was watertight.
We stand behind that claims backed up by sources, solid sources, using our assertions. We're giving you our facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
Solid intelligence. These are words that Colin Powell has lived to regret for the rest of his life. A lot of people saw Colin Powell as like the one sane guy. And so here in the UN, when he's drinking the Kool-Aid and backing his intelligence, a lot of people got on board. By October 10th, 2002, the U.S. Congress was fully on board. Almost all the Republicans in the chamber, as well as a sizable group of Democrats, voted to authorize the U.S. to use force against Iraq.
Senate Joint Resolution 45 to authorize the use of United States Armed Forces against Iraq.
He has said he wants the power to be able to go to war. It seems completely consistent with that request that we say, yes, Mr. President, you have that power to go to war.
This resolution gives the President the authority he needs to confront the threat posed by Iraq.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
And then it happened.
Sirens went off in Baghdad just a few minutes ago. An air raid is in progress over Baghdad. Explosions in Baghdad.
Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly.
2 months after the invasion, George Bush gives a speech on an aircraft carrier with this giant sign that says, quote, mission accomplished. This is the type of thing Bush surely was dreaming about while he was sitting by the fire at Camp David, drinking coffee, listening to Paul Wolfowitz explain the plan to take over Iraq. Big, triumphant America just toppled the dictator. Mission accomplished. But this is the part of the story when all of the dreams, the fantasies, the visions of glory start to topple. Mission accomplished was really mission just beginning. One of the first things that the U.S. did when they took over Baghdad was they dissolved the huge Iraqi military. They just said, no, we don't want you anymore. All of you commanders and leaders, soldiers, you're out. We're going to start fresh. In typical simplistic thinking of these visionary leaders, the idea was that doing so would allow them to start totally fresh with a new army completely rid of any sort of influence of Saddam Hussein. So now you have a bunch of ex-Iraqi army members who are angry at the United States and unemployed. Oh, and all of them have extensive military experience.
There is a large number of former Iraqi soldiers that are unemployed now. That is a huge concern.
It is just painful. Terrible decision. So these guys run off and they start to join the growing number of rebel groups that are there cropping up to oppose the United States presence. One of those groups is called Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which later turns into the Islamic State of Iraq, which eventually becomes the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, a well-oiled governmental and military organization run by many of the military leaders who were ousted by the Americans from the Iraqi military. So Iraq turns into the U.S. trying to fight this growing rebellion. Millions of dollars turns into tens of billions of dollars, and then hundreds of billions of dollars, and eventually crossing over into over $1 trillion of taxpayer money to fight this unnecessary war. Saddam Hussein was a really bad guy. He committed mass genocide against his own people, the Kurds. He executed many others, imprisoned many others. All in all, the number of dead on Saddam Hussein's hands numbers around 250,000. That was over 25 years of his brutal regime. And yet, in just 8 years of this war that the U.S. started in Iraq, way more people were killed. A power vacuum was opened up that allowed ISIS to thrive. And for what? Why did we do this? How was this worth it? I really believe that in the aftermath of those towers falling, this group of guys began constructing a story for themselves, a fantasy, one not grounded in real facts from intelligence, but one grounded in fear, in a desire to be the hero, in the messianic complex that always infects the powerful. That fantasy trickled down and spread to other people in power, leading us into one of the most catastrophic and unnecessary wars in modern history.
I challenge President or whoever has this here to write a line alongside me. I'm one of the 50 ones. He comes out here and writes along with me every day.
Stop saying George I want to thank the sponsor of the video today, ExpressVPN, which is a service I've used for years. When I travel, I use it all the time to basically route my connections in the United States so I can not be like kicked out of my Gmail. I don't travel very much. So I use ExpressVPN these days to watch Netflix, specifically Canadian Netflix. So basically ExpressVPN is not only a security measure that helps you secure your connection with encryption and all this great technology. The reason I like this one is because I can route my connection through other countries. And then Netflix thinks I'm in like the UK or in
Canada, and I can watch UK and Canadian stuff that is available on Netflix. This is actually the case with a lot of different streaming services. I love ExpressVPN. It's super easy. Just click the menu bar of my computer, and all I have to do is click it and decide the country, and boom, I'm there. Oh, the best part is you can get 3 months of this literally for free if you use the link in my description. It's expressvpn.com/valuable. Click that link, and it helps support this channel. It also gives you 3 months literally free, zero money to use this. Thank you, ExpressVPN, for supporting this channel, and thank you all for watching. If you want more Middle East content, please send this. I studied in my undergraduate class in politics, and it was just a lot. So, I'm going to get there and leave the rest alone if you all want to. Anyway, have a good day. See ya. There are a bunch of islands that the United States owns at the very edge of this map, deep into the Pacific, like out here, and they all say like a little U.S. next to them. They're teeny tiny islands where no one lives, and they're just in the middle of the Pacific, so far away from the actual United States. Why do we own all these weird islands? What happened? Well, it has to do with farming and bird food. Back in the old days, farming looked like this. Basically just small groups of people, usually a few families, that would grow food for their community, and that was about it. But soon the world started to change, and started to look a lot less like this, and a lot more like this. People started moving into the city and working in factories, mass-producing commodities and items that would be shipped all around the world. And suddenly, farmers had an incentive and a duty to make more food, to ship it to these non-farm workers who are now living in cities. Farms started specializing in one crop, like corn or wheat. And they were able to sell their crops not only to their local markets, but to markets all around the world. But there's a problem here. When you're a farmer and you're producing the same crop year after year, your soil starts to lose its nutrients. It doesn't have time to regenerate, and eventually becomes completely exhausted, making it impossible for you to produce in abundance. And if you can't make food in abundance, then you can't feed these ever-growing cities of people who are working in factories. And then the global economy starts to break down and the whole thing stops. For a moment there in the 1800s, it was looking like Earth would not be able to sustain a population over like 2.5 billion people, because there wasn't enough nutrients in the soil to keep up with the demand for food. But luckily there was a solution to this soil nutrients problem, and that solution looked like this. Animal waste from any animal is packed with the nutrients that the soil needs to rejuvenate itself to grow more crops year after year. Another term for this is fertilizer. And so now we're talking about farms and industrialization and fertilizer, and you're probably thinking, this is a boring story, but these simple facts led the United States to expand well beyond the borders that we think of the United States today, to colonize far-flung islands in the Pacific and the Caribbean, all in search of one special commodity: bird shit. So it's the mid-1800s, and like I said, these farmers are growing a ton of a single crop, sending it mainly to cities to be consumed. Now, before all this urbanization, when people would eat this food, the waste that they would produce would be captured and brought back onto the field, which would help rejuvenate the nutrients in the field and allow them to continue to grow in this sort of sustainable cycle. But now, all of that human waste was being piped into sewage systems and then sent out to rivers and to the ocean, completely lost. One estimate said that every year $50 million worth of valuable fertilizer was just wasted away through the sewer system. And this is where the bird shit comes in. If you go down to Peru and look right off the coast, you're going to see a few islands. These are little more than just some rocks in the middle of the ocean that were totally uninhabited. Well, I guess they were inhabited, just not by humans. by birds. These birds spend their day eating fish from the ocean around the rocks, inevitably dropping their waste. Pair this with the fact that these rocks don't get a lot of rain. So instead, this bird dung just sits there day after day, year after year, baking in the sun, and eventually becomes rock hard. You can imagine that after thousands of years of this process, you start to get some pretty thick layers of bird shit. These deposits get up to 60 meters. That's like the size of this random building in Argentina that I found on the internet. The building's not important. The height is. This calcified bird poop is called guano, and it contains exactly what the farmers in the United States needed to continue with the demand for more and more food in the cities. Because again, bird and animal waste is full of chemical properties like nitrogen that are vital for regenerating soil, meaning they're good fertilizer. Once this guano was discovered, there was a race for everyone around the world to get their hands on it. Soon in the United States, guano became this mythical, magical substance. There's all these tall tales that pop up where this dad leaves his kid in the shed where the guano is contained, and he opens the shed an hour later, and the kid is now a full-grown man with facial hair. Or the farmer who sprinkles guano on his cucumbers, and the vines of the cucumbers pop up and start to attack the man. I mean, this is crazy. It's obviously not fact-based or true, but it gave a sense that there was this craze that guano was going to be the savior of all of the farmers' issues in the United States. So inevitably, an economy and a trade around guano emerged. And, as always at this time, the British got there first. So there was a British firm that had a monopoly over all the guano trade from these islands in Peru, which was sort of the best known place for guano at the time. So with this one British firm controlling the whole guano trade and demand surging, the prices skyrocketed, making it way more expensive for American farmers to get their hands on this amazing stuff. So who steps in to solve this issue? The President of the United States. In his first State of the Union address, President Fillmore gets up and talks about guano. He says that, quote, Peruvian guano has become so desirable an article that he felt it, quote, the duty of the government to secure it at a good price for American farmers. This is crazy to me. Can you imagine the President of the United States getting up to address the nation and making it a national priority to go to some far-flung place to secure some natural resource that is really important for economic growth?
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that weird, I guess. So yeah, this is becoming a geopolitical issue. The president is involved. They want all the guano. President Fillmore says, quote, nothing will be omitted on my part in the effort to secure this magical, life-giving bird shit. Okay, actually, he didn't say that last part. The quotation should have ended, up here. I just paraphrased the rest. The point is, President Fillmore was serious about this issue. He was going to get his guano at any cost. So he did what you do when you're a rising superpower, and he promised to send in warships to these Peruvian islands if he had to, in order to secure guano at a good price. Even though Peru rightfully had sovereignty over these islands, and yet there's a president sending in warships in order to secure the resource again. Kind of sounds familiar.
America is addicted to oil.
But American lawmakers in Congress had another answer to this problem, which would allow Americans to get their own guano islands. The proposed law said that any American citizen, not a government official or a military personnel, could go out on their boat anywhere in the ocean, and if they stumble upon one of these rocks that's covered in calcified bird poop, they could claim it, not just for themselves, but for the country of the United States. No treaties, no negotiations, no official declaration, no government involvement even. Just American citizens out on their boats looking for bird poop islands. Some lawmakers at the time were understandably uneasy with this law. Now remember that the U.S. was expanding a lot at this time. Remember that video I made about Mexico and how they're sort of taking over Texas and California and that whole area? Yeah, that's happening.
happening around this time. But the U.S. hadn't moved beyond this landmass, this contiguous shape that we think of when we think of the United States. Yeah, we had moved west, but we hadn't gone for far-flung colonies far into the Pacific Ocean. And secondly, the lawmakers are like, since when do we let just like random American citizens go out and like help us colonize islands anywhere in the world? This would set a precedent that these lawmakers were worried would have way bigger consequences than just like letting people go get fertilizer for their farms. The sponsor of this bill, who was trying to get it through Congress, came out and said, listen guys, you're overreacting. This isn't like legit imperialism. We're not like going out and like taking over whole countries like the British or the French were doing, carving up continents. No. We're just going to these rocks to get some fertilizer for our farms. It's harmless. And this was apparently enough to convince the critics. And this law passes, the Guano Islands Act of 1856, where literally any American can go help expand the United States by claiming Guano Islands and mining this stuff and bringing it back to the United States. And so now a giant blitz of guano exploration begins by American citizens. Sort of like the gold rush, but, you know, for soon, these claims start rolling into the U.S. government. Random guy X from Nebraska sailed to a random island in the Pacific, planted an American flag, and now it belongs to the United States of America. And all in all, by the end, there were 94 separate islands, mainly in the Pacific and the Caribbean. The guano was chipped away, harvested, put on ships, brought back to the United States, and farmers thrived. But you know who didn't thrive? The people who had to mine this stuff. I mean, you can imagine being the person who has to go onto these islands where you have thousands and thousands of years worth of layers of bird droppings to drill and cut that away and to bring it onto a ship to be shipped back to the United States. It's just like excruciating to think about. This was a pretty horrendous job, and it came with all sorts of side effects like lung issues or running out of food because you're not on an island that grows food. You're on a literal like rock, so the food would go bad in these ships, and the people would be like stranded at sea. Unsurprisingly, these guano barons would trick people into coming with them on these expeditions. In the case of the Pacific, they would often target Hawaiians to recruit for these jobs. And in the case of the Caribbean, they would often target Black Americans recently freed from slavery to come work on these guano ships. As some members of Congress at the time worried, the Guano Act had ramifications well beyond guano and fertilizer. In fact, guano became totally obsolete a few years later in the early 1900s when a German chemist invented perhaps the most important invention of all time, which was synthetic fertilizer, a way to actually make fertilizer without having to get it from like animal waste. This allowed the population to grow to what it is today and really changed the history of humanity. But what it did is it made guano obsolete. And yet this law that allows Americans to take over random islands, and the islands themselves remained on the books. But eventually with time, these claims for random rocks in the Pacific and Caribbean sort of just withered away, and we drew the claims or forgot about them, and they were eventually claimed by local countries like Kiribati or Tonga and places like Haiti in the Caribbean. But a few of these guano islands that we originally claimed remain today. We still own them. They're still a part of our borders in both the Pacific and the Caribbean. But the U.S. government isn't interested in using them for guano anymore, obviously. These mostly uninhabited rocks in the ocean are mainly used by the U.S. military for landing strips and seaports. They also serve to help the U.S. with their ocean borders, because international law says that if you have a piece of an island, you get a big swath of ocean around it for your exclusive economic zone, meaning the country who owns this island has exclusive economic rights in all of this ocean around their island. So this greatly enhances the U.S.'s ability to have sovereignty and control over certain parts of the ocean in the Pacific and Caribbean. But perhaps the most important result from this guano fest was a psychological one. Like we talked about before, the U.S. was expanding, but it hadn't expanded beyond this contiguous landmass in North America that it was taking over rapidly in the 1800s. But soon after this law was passed, suddenly the U.S. had possessions in faraway oceans. And what happens after this is a domino effect. Suddenly, if we can take over islands in the Pacific, why can't we annex Hawaii? Or occupy Cuba? Or Puerto Rico? Or take over an entire country of the Philippines from Spain? This law that allowed Americans to claim islands all over the world was the first step towards real big boy empire behavior. And it all started with the hunt for bird shit. Thanks for watching my video about bird shit. I want to tell you about Squarespace. They sponsored today's video, and I'm really grateful for that. But I'm also really grateful that they have this really cool service on the internet where you can build a website using really beautiful templates and integrations with tons of tools like email marketing, social integration, analytics, everything that is just really useful for running an online business or portfolio or just having a creative presence online. Squarespace just makes it easy. It's like a one-stop shop. I've used Squarespace for many years, long before they came to sponsor video, and that's why I'm excited to partner with them and promote them, because I really believe in the service. So if you are looking to either start an online presence or revamp your online presence, I really recommend Squarespace to do this. There's a link in my description that when you click helps support this channel, but it also gives you an offer of 10% off any purchase you make on Squarespace. So you can go get hosting or a domain name or whatever you need, and you'll get 10% off if you click that link. And thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I am making a lot of these US expansion videos because there's so much to cover and so many parts of the story, and I want to piece it together in this series. So I'm going to keep doing it, and eventually we'll have a growth of how the US grew to the shape that it is today. So keep an eye out for more about that, and I will talk to you soon. See you later. The Middle East, the part of Asia that Europeans see as the middle of what they see as the East. Sort of arbitrary, whatever, we call it the Middle East. This part of the world is literally where civilization started, right here in modern-day Iraq. And over the years, the borders here have been redrawn many times as empires have ebbed and flowed through this region. By the way, I didn't make this time-lapse. A very talented YouTuber did, and he deserves a medal for it. Or perhaps just an YouTuber. Thanks for that. Anyway, the most recent carving out of this region happened by European powers. The French, the British, the Russians. I mean, are we surprised? No. Like, of course it was the British, of course it was the French, of course it was Europeans, of course. The lines they drew didn't really take into account language or ethnicity or regional identity. They just sort of sliced it all up amongst themselves and said, these are our new regions of power in the Middle East. Eventually, those European powers left, but the lines they drew stuck around and became the skeleton for what the borders look like today. And this is where our story starts. In the 1930s, here in the modern Middle East. At this point, across the ocean, there was this growing superpower that had spent the last century moving west, taking over this whole continent and beyond, deep into the Pacific Ocean. We've talked about that a bit. But things were changing. The world had just fought a brutal world war that was fought with new weapons that were powered by this new important substance, oil. Germany lost that war, in part because they didn't have access to enough oil to keep up with this new style of warfare that relied a lot more on machines. The young superpower realized that access to this stuff would determine who would be powerful and who would not. So they stopped looking west for a moment and turned east with hopes of finding the fuel they needed to build their power. The U.S. presence in the Middle East started with one little dot right here, but soon that dot would expand into a sprawling network of alliances, covert attacks, flows of weapons, money, and the building of innumerable bases, and eventually turning into full-on ground wars. This is how the U.S. stole the Middle East.
Ready and willing to employ all means necessary.
Okay, so it's the 1930s, and the U.S. doesn't have a significant presence in the Middle East at this point. But that's about to change, because there's a company based in California that wants to explore this vast desert for oil.
11,000 miles from San Francisco, there lies a primeval desert, a mass of drifting sand and sun-baked earth, 1/3 the size of the United States.
This was sort of a risky decision for the California company because, first off, they had no idea if there was actually any oil here.
They knew it would mean sinking into the desert the money of thousands of stockholders in a project that might well end in complete loss.
And second off, this desert was a part of a very hardcore religious kingdom.
The fact that Mecca is the source and the shrine of Islam gives Saudi Arabia a central place in the Islamic and therefore the Arab world.
That was home to the Holy Islam, run by a dogmatic royal family that did not like outsiders, especially non-believing Westerners. But even still, the king of the Desert Kingdom eventually gives the California company permission to explore almost 1 million square kilometers of this desert looking for oil. And after a few years, the bet paid off. And on March 3rd, 1938, in this little patch of coastal desert, they struck gold. Well, actually, they struck oil, but it might as well be gold. So throughout the 30s and 40s, American oil executives, workers, and their families started flocking to the Middle East, establishing the first significant American presence in the region. They set up little cities around the oil operation that were little slices of America, full of the deepest sinful behavior, like allowing women to drive and consumption of alcohol.
Here's another American policy, complete with air-conditioned houses, 2 hospitals, and an outdoor movie theater.
This is the sort of stuff that is very off limits in Saudi Arabia. It's literally illegal at this point. So you have a lot of Saudis who are not happy about their government letting the Americans in to behave however they want. But the oil kept flowing, and soon the U.S. government goes to the royal family and says, listen, the oil is flowing better than ever. This is awesome. How about we build a little military base attached to our little oil city so that we can, protect you and protect us and protect the oil and stuff. And the Saudis are like, okay, having the great Satan come to our country for oil is one thing, but letting them set up a full-on military base on our soil, and especially when everyone in our country is not happy with their presence in the first place. But, said the royal family, all of this oil is really valuable and it's really nice and we're getting super rich. So they're like, yeah, sure, set up the base. But there was one stipulation that the Saudis had for the Americans. You are not allowed to literally plant a flag, no flagpoles of the United States. You cannot put your flag anywhere on this base. Instead, you can put a little plaque on the side of the building so that your flag is not literally on our soil. And that was the deal. And that's exactly what happened. The U.S. sets up its first military operation in the Middle East in the form of a landing strip that is right next to this oil field. Okay, so all of this infrastructure that the Americans were building required someone to build it. They needed a construction company. And there was one construction company that the Americans really liked that helped them build their oil city and their base. This company was founded and run by a guy named Mohammed. Now listen, do you think I'm really giving you the backstory on the construction company that built the air base and the oil city just because that's interesting and I like to talk about construction? No, this is actually very relevant to the story, and you will see why very soon. So the Americans and the Saudis are having this forbidden oil bromance, and it's going really well, and they are the oil is flowing, everyone's getting rich. And meanwhile, the rest of the Middle East is looking at Saudi Arabia, and they're like, dude, WTF, why are you in bed with America, and why are you letting them set up a landing strip in your country? And the Saudi royals are like, Do you realize how rich we're getting right now? Like, if you were in our position, you would do the same thing. Egypt. Okay, so it's the 1950s, and let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy. His company, by this point, is thriving. The American presence in oil land is just exploding, and he is building all of the stuff for it. And so this guy is just has a giant business. And he starts to have children. Well, in fact, he had a lot of children, like 54 children, because he had 22 wives, because that is a thing in Saudi Arabia to this day. Anyway, the point is, one of Muhammad's sons is named Osama. I told you this was going to be relevant. Okay, a reminder that Saudi Arabia is not the entire Middle East. So I'm going to leave the Osama bin Laden cliffhanger for a moment to tell you what else was going on in the Middle East at this time. Remember that it was the hunt for oil that brought the U.S. to Saudi Arabia originally. But now, in the 50s and 60s, there was a new reason for the U.S. to think about the Middle East. And that reason is because there's another big superpower that has nuclear weapons, called the Soviet Union, who is coming into the region and saying to everyone, come join Team Communism. And the U.S. is like, hold on. So in addition to oil, the U.S. is now involved in trying to not let the Soviet Union have any power in this region. Over in Iran, there was a democratically elected leader that the U.S. didn't like. They thought he was maybe a little too friendly with the Soviet Union. So they worked together with the British to literally overthrow the government of Iran so that they could install a dictatorial leader that was more friendly to the United States. Little side note here. The airport that I fly out of here in DC is named after the guy who gave the go-ahead for this coup in Iran, John Foster Dulles. So I'm reminded of the whole Iran thing every time I fly. So the U.S. has its oil thing. It's now involved in trying to prop up a dictator in Iran. There's another big thing happening that brings the U.S. into the region, which is that the newly declared state of Israel is starting to piss off its neighbors and starting to look to the U.S. for support. And the U.S. gladly offers it, seeing Israel as a friendly nation in the region that could be a big proponent of U.S. interests. So the U.S. starts to fund Israel with tons of money and fighter jets and all of these things to help them fight their wars against their Arab neighbors. There was a debate happening in the United States on whether or not they should actually do all of this to support Israel so intensely, because they knew if they did, they were going to piss off all of the neighbors in the Middle East. And all of the neighbors are the ones who had the oil. In the end, the U.S. did decide to support Israel. And with that came a major backlash from all of these oil-producing countries.
Those aggressors are such a proportion that we probably haven't even begun to grasp yet as far as the country is concerned.
Scenes like this are becoming all too common on both sides of the Atlantic. But for America, they are more ominous. They tell the Arabs that their oil weapon is wounding America, the country that supports and supplies their enemy Israel.
Eventually, this backlash against supporting Israel kind of calmed down. There was some peace talks, and anyway, let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy, and his son Osama, because this is where it really starts to heat up.
And it is this world of religious authority and deeply rooted traditions that is now being challenged by the wealth of oil and the Western invasion it has brought.
So it's now the 70s, and Mohammed bin Laden, the construction guy, is now insanely rich. His construction company is giant. His 54 children are also rich, and his son Osama is growing up, and he's in his 20s, and is looking around at all of this stuff happening in Iran and in Israel, and is starting to feel really uncomfortable with the notion of his family being so supportive of American presence in the Middle East, and his government, his religious kingdom, home of Mecca and Medina, being so okay with the U.S., so embedded in the Middle East at this point. These are ancient, holy lands. Why is my government and my family supporting this great Satan superpower coming in and becoming so involved in the Middle East? So bin Laden sets out on a lifelong quest to fight back against these superpowers, not just the U.S., but also the Soviet Union, invading the Middle East. He heads to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union is invading Afghanistan, trying to take it over. Bin Laden wants to fight back. By the way, the same year, in Iran, that dictator that the U.S. put in gets overthrown in a giant religious revolution that gets rid of the old dictator that the U.S. liked and puts in a religious government headed by this guy, Ayatollah Khomeini. This new government takes a bunch of Americans hostage and starts off hating the United States. And we can blame them. If someone overthrew the person I elected, I would be racist. So anyway, back to Bin Laden. He arrives to Afghanistan with a few things. Number one, a bunch of money. Remember, his family's like super rich. He also comes with construction infrastructure because he's like a construction guy. Like his family knows construction and infrastructure building. But most importantly, he comes with an obsessive dedication to fighting back against any superpower that is invading the Middle East. So Osama joins in with all of these rebel fighters who are fighting back against the Soviet Union. And they fight a long, brutal war. By the way, the U.S. was secretly loving this, loving that the Soviet Union was getting like beat back by these like rebel fighters. So they end up sending loads of weapons and money and support to these fighters. Something that will come back to bite them a few decades later. Eventually, Osama and the Afghan fighters beat back the Soviet Union. It was 10 brutal years of war, and by the end, these fighters were battle-hardened. Osama was now completely dedicated to his cause of fighting back against superpowers who were coming into the Middle East. So he returns back to Saudi Arabia, where he starts raising money and awareness for his new group that he started while he was in Afghanistan. It's called Al-Qaeda, and the mission of the group is to protect Islam through violently striking back against big superpowers coming into the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia's like, hey, Osama, like, do you have to do this, dude? Do you realize how rich we're getting? Like, Saudi princes are living on yachts in the south of France and, like, flying in their private jets, and they're like, dude, chill. Like, it's fine, we get it. We don't like the United States, but, like, can you, like, maybe chill? Our partnership with the United States is actually turning out to be really great, and I know, yeah, they're really into Israel, and they're really bad and everything, but, like, they buy our oil, and they give us weapons, and we're, like, doing just fine over here. Osama doesn't chill, and the Saudi government eventually takes away his passport, not letting him leave, and told him to hush up with all the anti-American holy war talk. So Osama finds another plan to maybe win back the heart of the royals. Saudi Arabia has a next-door neighbor named Iraq, who is run by Saddam Hussein, who Osama sees as a really bad Muslim, totally secular and brutal, and he's just like not a good guy. Saddam is also cashing in on the oil boom. He's building big palaces and statues of himself all over the country. Oh yeah, and he also used the oil money to build a giant army, like the fourth biggest in the world. With this massive army, Saddam decided that he could maybe multiply his oil reserves if he popped down to invade this little tiny country of Kuwait, where there's also loads of oil. This sort of freaked the Saudis out. If Saddam, with his giant army, could grab Kuwait, what would stop him from marching right across this desert into Saudi Arabia? So there's this moment that, like, it's like the moment of infamy of this whole thing, where Osama goes to the Saudis and he says,
I volunteer as tribute.
He doesn't actually say, I volunteer as tribute, that was Hunger Games.
I believe we have a volunteer.
But he effectively says, I have me and my battle-hardened men who, like, can go in and fight against Saddam and defend the kingdom. And the Saudis are like, no, we're not gonna, like, let this ragtag group of, like, rebel fighters fight off the fourth largest army in the world. And Osama's like, well, we beat the Soviets, like, they're a big army with nuclear weapons and everything. And the Saudis are like, yeah, because you hid in the hills in caves in Afghanistan. Prince Sultan literally told Bin Laden verbatim, quote, there are no caves in Kuwait. And then he asks them, what will you do when he lobs the missiles at you with chemical and biological weapons? Osama's response, we will fight them with our faith. And the Saudis are like, awkward. Sorry, dude, like... Instead, the king met with somebody else that he thought would make a much better fit than Bin Laden and his faith fighters.
Dick Cheney had flown to Saudi Arabia the day after Saddam had invaded Kuwait. At this point, the bromance between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia had cooled a little bit as Saudi had gotten more and more flack for being in bed with the U.S. But even despite this, he told Cheney to come with as much force and as quickly as he could. And that is exactly what Dick Cheney did.
Ready and willing to employ all means necessary.
The U.S. went insane here. They recruited 37 other countries, and then they sent more firepower in terms of ships and bombers and troops and all this stuff that you and I could ever imagine. It was insanity. And they totally crushed Saddam. Within a few weeks, they pushed Saddam back and completely won over the hearts of the royals. The bromance is back in business. So now you have these Saudis that are beaming at the Americans for helping them fight off Saddam. And you have a bunch of bases that the U.S. set up to mount this attack. Way more than before. The U.S. came with all of this firepower and manpower and bases and artillery, and then they just never left. Something that really pissed off a lot of Saudis who were very uncomfortable with U.S. presence to begin with. But the guy who was most pissed off than anyone in the Middle East at this point, Osama bin Laden, who had not only been rejected by his own country, but then who got chosen instead? But the great Satan of the United States, a power that Osama had built his entire life fighting against. So Osama bin Laden starts to double down on his original mission. He leaves Saudi Arabia and begins coordinating very precise attacks that could really only be coordinated by a guy who's good at technical details of a construction company and who had lots of money to fund it. He carries out attacks against the United States all around the world. And by the late 90s, he starts planning the attack that would change our world forever. So this is just the first half of the story. What happens next is something that we're all kind of familiar with. In fact, I think we're all still kind of processing the U.S. presence in the Middle East today and how that all went down. But it deserves taking a look at, and I'm not going to do that right now. I want to make a separate video for Iraq and Afghanistan and Israel and Iran and dive into each of these cases to show how the U.S. presence in the Middle East is not just about oil. In fact, oil is becoming less and less a vital aspect of the U.S. presence as we have alternative sources of this sort of energy. Instead, our presence in the Middle East has become a fixture of how we think about foreign policy and how we think about that. It's become so embedded in our military doctrine and in our foreign policy doctrine that it's proving to be really hard to think about how we can ever get out. Thank you everyone for watching this video. Middle East. The Middle East. It's a complicated place, and this is just a very broad overview. Like I said, I want to go deeper into each of these case studies because there's so much more to cover with each of these stories. Anyway, that is to come. Stay tuned for that. Thank you Skillshare for sponsoring today's video. Big fan of Skillshare, big fan of online learning. Skillshare is a giant repository of online courses where you can learn everything you can imagine, from animation to photography to videography to cooking to entrepreneurial skills, like so many amazing things on Skillshare. There's a class that's published on Skillshare by my friend Nathaniel Drew. It's about developing your own voice online, unleashing your creativity. This course is really great. Nathaniel's really good at communicating and expressing, and he has a really unique voice online, and he teaches everything he knows in this course. So you should definitely go check it out. For a limited time, those who use the link in my description get 2 months of Skillshare Premium absolutely free. No money, and you get 2 months of free Skillshare.
So you could watch like dozens of courses in that time for free. And then after that, annual, it's like $10 a month, which is just like absurdly cheap. So go check out Skillshare, and thank you Skillshare for sponsoring this video. I'll see you all in the next one. See ya. There was a cluster of 7,000 islands that looks like one of the most beautiful places on Earth. People have been living here for over 30,000 years, traveling between these islands, trading with each other and with the region, and developing religion, identity, and culture. It eventually became a country called Ma'i. And while all of these advancements were happening here on these islands, another group of humans had been evolving in another part of the world, over here in Turkey. But this other group had a different culture, a different religion. Many of their advancements were achieved through expansion, not collaboration. And their religion thrived when they stomped out others. They wanted to conquer. These islands, these people, this culture would soon be swallowed, stripped of what made them them, and soon their name would be changed after the name of the king of their conquerors. This isn't a story just about a big, powerful military taking over new lands. We know that story pretty well. The story of these people offers a new perspective to anyone who will listen. It's a perspective that has been wiped from our history books because of the inherent discomfort and tension with this fact that the United States, once a colony that heroically threw off an empire to become independent, soon became an empire itself. It contradicts our founding belief that it is, quote, self-evident that all men are created equal. And this story isn't just a history. That empire still exists today, with colonial possessions and subjects. It's all wrapped up in the story of these 7,000 islands and their people. So, I want to tell you the story of how the U.S. stole the Philippines.
There are still American citizens today who do not have equal voting rights. These are citizens of America's island territories.
The U.S. Constitution grants citizenship to everyone born on U.S. soil except in one jurisdiction.
Quick pause, because I want to tell you about something that is important to me and happens to also be the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and it has changed my life. For many years, I didn't think therapy was for me. I thought it was for everyone else, and so I sort of avoided it. But when I finally started going last year, I really started realizing that there's so much that I keep working on day in and day out that could dramatically shape how I think about the world and ultimately make me happy. BetterHelp is a platform that is trying to make therapy more accessible to people. It's a virtual platform, so you have access not just to the therapists that are in your town, but to a huge network of like 15,000 therapists, so you can find the right fit for you. Finding the right therapist is sometimes difficult, and with BetterHelp, you can, for free, switch to a new therapist as many times as you need to until you find the right fit. The therapist is in touch with you. You can message them right in the app throughout the week if you need it, and it is an affordable and approachable way to get in on therapy whenever you want. And BetterHelp is available worldwide. Anywhere in the world that you are that has an internet connection, you can get in on it. This isn't a crisis line. This is a professional counseling and therapy by like certified professional therapists. Therapy can be expensive, and BetterHelp is more affordable than traditional therapy, and they can offer financial aid. So they really are trying to make this more accessible, which is something I deeply believe in. I think that in our culture we don't value therapy enough, and we really should, because I think all of us have stuff we can work on. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel, for sponsoring this video. There's a link in my description. It is betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. Going to that link will give you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp if you want to get started today. So let's get back to the video. This video could be called How Spain Stole the Philippines, since Spain was the first nation to conquer and control these islands like 500 years ago. Actually, exactly 500 years ago. And indeed, Spain left a very deep influence on these islands, not least the name itself, which is named after King Philip. Spain brought their religion, their language, their culture, which is why the most common last names in the Philippines are like Reyes or Del Rosario, De la Cruz, De los Santos. But the heyday of the Spanish Empire came and went, and by the 1800s, it was kind of crumbling. But it was the arrival of a new superpower that I believe had a bigger impact, not just on the Philippines, but on the U.S. itself. It established rules and behaviors that we still grapple with today, and that's why this is the story of the U.S. stole the Philippines. So let's go.
For this day is the celebration of the almost 400 years of Spanish rule over the Philippines. But even more striking is the more recent influence of the United States.
Okay, so it's the end of the 1800s. Up until now, U.S. expansion sort of looks like this. It's all happening on this mainland. And at this point, there sort of became a big debate of like, do we keep going? Some people wanted to keep expanding the U.S. outside of this mainland. The president at the time wasn't a big expansion guy, but he was surrounded by people who loved war. Specifically this guy. And these people who surrounded the president had their eye on this Spanish colony, right off the American coast called Cuba, where the locals were rising up against Spain. Wait, isn't this a video about the Philippines? Why are we talking about Cuba? We're getting there in just a second, okay? So anyway, Cuba. Americans didn't want to go to war with Cuba. They're like, we don't need more war. But thanks to the explosion of an American submarine in Cuba, which was probably an accident, and thanks to some highly unethical journalism that blamed the explosion on Spain, and a big thanks to, again, this guy, Teddy Roosevelt, who at this point was just a peon. He was literally the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, but he somehow cajoled his boss's boss, the President of the United States, to go to war in Cuba to, like, liberate the Cubans from Spain. So the U.S. declared war on Spain in 1898. But this begins a new era of war in the United States. No longer can you just go into war and just like take over land. You need an angle. You need to sell the war to the American people. So the angle on this war was liberation, liberating the people.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
No. That's later. We're talking about 1898. But yes, the whole idea of selling war to the American public didn't really go away after this. Why did the U.S. go to war in Iraq? So anyway, the U.S. is now at war with Spain, which is an empire that is deeply in decline, as I mentioned. It's not going to be hard to win. But soon, it's not just Cuba. The U.S., really meaning Teddy Roosevelt, who again is just an assistant secretary of the Navy. He's like not a big decision maker. He somehow maneuvers the situation to say, like, let's liberate next door Puerto Rico. And while we're at it, let's go into the Pacific and liberate Guam and the Philippines from Spain as well. Teddy didn't even ask his boss to do this. He literally sent off a cable to the Navy commander in Asia that was like, George Dewey, go attack the Philippines where Spain is. That is what your mandate is. And George Dewey's like, okay, I'm being told to go to war with Spain and the Philippines. Teddy was sort of the mind, like, better to ask forgiveness than permission. Anyway, and now because of Teddy Roosevelt, who we literally named the teddy bear after, side note, we are at war not in the Caribbean only, but also in the Pacific. The U.S. arrives to the Philippines and sees that the locals had already been fighting against the Spanish for like years. The Spanish were weak and were totally declining. So it's like the top of the ninth inning, or like the fourth quarter of the Spanish in the Philippines. And the U.S. shows up and is like, let us liberate you. And the Philippines were like, well, we've sort of already been fighting this bloody war for years against the Spanish. So yeah, I guess United States, if you want to come help us deal the final blow to Spain, like, sweet. So George Dewey, this Navy commander, and his fleet show up to Manila. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., people are like, wait, we're just supposed to invade Cuba? What are we doing in the Philippines now? And the U.S. government's like, because the Philippines is a perfect hub for commercial opportunities in Asia, and we think that if we don't take it, Japan or Germany might take it, which would clearly diminish our geostrategic advantage in the Pacific. They didn't say that. They said, we want to liberate the people of the Philippines.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of of the American military.
So the Spanish see the U.S. arrive to the Philippines and like, great, we're done. So the Spanish military commanders asked to meet with the U.S. military commanders. They meet in secret, and Spain's like, listen, I know we're losing, but we really want to save some face here. We don't want it to look like we lost to the Filipino revolutionaries. And I'm not kidding. The Spanish commander literally said that he would, quote, be willing to surrender to white people, but not to the Filipinos. So the U.S. commander's like, okay, there's an opportunity here. We said we were here to liberate the Filipinos, but we haven't promised anything yet. So we would much rather it look like the U.S. defeated Spain instead of helped the Filipinos defeat Spain. Much better for our brand, said the United States. So together, the United States and Spanish militaries organized a fake battle. A fake battle in which the U.S. would fight the Spanish in Manila, and the Spanish would intentionally lose. And the climax of this whole theatrical battle, according to the plan, was that at the end, the U.S. would storm towards the inner walled city of Manila, the last stronghold of where the Spanish are. Oh, and the key detail in this whole plan, they would not let the Filipino fighters, the ones that had been doing all the actual fighting against the Spanish, join them as they stormed towards the walled city to deal the final blows to the Spanish Empire. And this would mean that the Filipinos technically didn't gain their independence. It's actually the U.S. who conquered the Spanish, and then the Spanish were like, oh, can you give us $20 million for our troubles? And the U.S. was like, yeah, sure. So now the U.S. wins the war, and they claim sovereignty over the Philippines. So yeah, this happened. They did the fake battle, they won the war. Instead of liberating the Filipinos, they just said, hey, we're your colonizers. Psych. Meanwhile, back in the United States, they got to keep up this white savior liberation narrative that they created to justify going to war with Spain. So you see a lot more theatrical PR by the government. They staged this giant military parade in New York City, where this military commander who did the fake war, George Dewey, marches down. They called it Dewey Day. It was like a 2-day parade in New York City. They created a big military arch for him. He became like a military hero for having liberated all these people from the Spanish. And then you start to see these crazy advertisements, like this soap advertisement that has George Dewey, the commander, washing his hands with the caption, quote, the first step towards lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness. And on the side, you have soap being offloaded in the Philippines and being given to the locals. The U.S. had to frame this not as conquest, but as the honorable duty of the U.S. to civilize these people, or, in the words of the soap ad, quote, to brighten the dark corners of the earth. Jeez, this is insane, and was not that long ago. Okay, so this is where things really heat up. It's 1900 now. Spain loses the war, obviously, and the U.S. now owns Puerto Rico, Guam, and they claim the Philippines. But the local Filipinos who've been fighting for their freedom for years are like, no. You just waltzed in here on our rebellion and conspired with the Spanish to make it look like you were liberating us. No, this is our country. We don't need another colonizer. And this is where things really heat up. The Filipinos start fighting again for their independence, and this time against the United States. It is a pretty horrible, bloody war, one that I never learned about in school. It included massacres of men, women, and children by the United States, and hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. But the U.S. eventually won, and they established a government in the Philippines. Back in the U.S., the appetite for expansion continued to go down, and people sort of just forgot about the Philippines. They forgot that there was a war there. One newspaper summed it up by saying, Americans didn't know if the Philippines were islands or canned fruit. But the fact remained that the U.S. went to war and now owned the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam. So this begged a very important question, one that hadn't been asked before, which is all of this land America? Are these people Americans? This was a huge question. And the answer to that question affects how we see these territories still today. Okay, so a few years after these wars, there's a guy in New York City who's importing oranges from one of these territories, Puerto Rico. And he's paying tariffs on these imports because, that's what you do when you're importing oranges from another country.
country. This guy was like, didn't we conquer Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines? Isn't that America? The Constitution says that you can't put tariffs on stuff coming from other parts of the U.S. Like New Jersey can't put tariffs on like avocados from California. So he sued, and his case and a bunch of others like it made it to the Supreme Court. So now the Supreme Court must decide, is this land where we just won a war, is this America? Are these Americans? If they are, do they get all the same rights as other Americans? Do they get to vote? Do they get to participate in the U.S. economy without tariffs, like any other state does? And honestly, this isn't a question about oranges and tariffs. The real question at stake here is America the land of the free where all are created equal, or are we an empire, no different than any other empire that scoops up colonial possessions in war and rules the people, who are usually black and brown, as subjects, not fully a part of the country? That was the question that was at stake. And in this series of cases in the early 1900s, the Supreme Court decided that America was the latter, is the latter. They created a new category of land called unincorporated territories, where the people don't have any representation in the democracy, but where Congress could create laws on their own, particularly laws dealing with revenue, which would not be allowed by the Constitution for states within the Union. We can create revenue laws, stuff that's totally unconstitutional for other parts of our country. In other words, unincorporated territories are land we control and exploit for revenue, but whose people don't get to vote and don't get the right to trial by jury. So yeah, the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam, remained unincorporated territories, a place that the U.S. can kind of just ignore without a lot of consequences. They weren't important enough or strategic enough to be considered to become states like Hawaii or Alaska. So they sort of faded from American consciousness. Like, this is why we never heard about this in school. Like, it didn't make it into the history books in any salient way. And how far the Philippines had faded from people's mind became very clear in December of 1941, during World War II. The U.S. had owned the Philippines for like 40 years, when a fleet of Japanese bombers flew across the Pacific and bombed an American naval base in Hawaii. But what we don't really remember is on that day, Japan bombed Guam and the Philippines, two American territories, as well as several other American and British territories.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Here's the draft of this speech. This is the original draft that FDR spent the day marking up before he gave it. Zoom in a little bit, and you'll see on this draft that it mentioned the Philippines originally, but FDR crossed it out. He crossed out the mention of Manila. Yes, the Philippines was on some map somewhere. Yes, we technically owned it. But the people really didn't want to hear about it because these people weren't Americans. The Supreme Court had decided that. They weren't going to become states anytime soon. So why mention them? After that day, Japan actually full-on invaded the Philippines. They didn't do that to Hawaii, but they did to the Philippines until the end of the war, at which point the Philippines were finally granted independence in 1946. Fast forward to today, and this "we own you, but you're not really Americans" precedent established by the Supreme Court still applies to 4 million people who live in unincorporated territories. Or let's just call it a spade, let's call them what they are. These are colonial possessions. The people who live here don't experience the full rule of law. They don't get trial by jury. They don't have full representation in our democracy, and they don't get to vote for the president. This is why when a hurricane hits Puerto Rico, the government response is not nearly what it should be. The way Trump talked about Puerto Rico as almost another country, as not a part of us, mirrors exactly how the Supreme Court talked about these unincorporated territories. They're for revenue, not to compete with American farmers. We conquered these places, but we didn't want to bring the people fully into the American project. We left them out, and there they remain today.
The American nation cannot, must not, and will permit the establishment of another communist government.
This is called a Cavendish banana.
the most common banana on earth. It's probably the one that you have in your kitchen right now. It's definitely the one you see in the grocery store. This banana was created in a fancy-looking house in England. Yes, created, and yes, in England. Kind of weird. Bananas aren't from England. They're originally from Asia, and there are thousands of different kinds of bananas. So how did this banana, the Cavendish, that was created in England, become the banana that you eat today? Well, the answer to that is not so simple. You have to understand the story of bananas, which, yes, is something we're diving into today. It's a story filled with predatory corporations and geopolitics and American imperialism and disease and really some amazing marketing. It explains how corporations can grow so big that they begin to act like governments, like dictators. And it explains why this banana, the Cavendish, the one you know and love, might not exist soon.
The world's most popular banana may be on the verge of extinction.
Oh, and while I was diving deep into this, I discovered that there's a better tasting banana out there. One that isn't supposed to exist anymore, but I got my hands on some. And yes, they're better. So buckle up. This is the effed up history of bananas. We're pausing the story really quick because I just need to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is stamps.com, a service that I have used for now several years, long before they came to sponsor videos. A few years ago, I became independent, which meant I had to start running my own business. I quickly realized that running a business means shipping things, a lot of shipping hard drives with footage, or shipping gear and lenses. I was going to the post office a bunch, which is kind of my nightmare. So I Googled, what's the best way to not go to the post office? And stamps.com came up. Stamps.com is all of the things that the post office does, but in your office or house. I can ship packages and letters for less cost from the comfort of this studio. In fact, right behind me is my whole stamps.com setup. We've got a fancy scale, so I literally put the package on this scale. It tells me how much it is, it plugs into my computer, and I type in the address of where I'm sending it, and it spits out a shipping label that I then print with my label printer. And I put it on the package, and then I put it at my front door, and it gets taken away by the mail person. It's the easiest thing in the world, and I'm very grateful that I discovered it. Stamps.com is saving lots of businesses time and money. It has certainly saved me a lot of time, which is why I'm really grateful that they're supporting this channel and sponsoring today's video. You can get 4 weeks of this for free if you want to just try it out. There's a link in my description, stamps.com/JohnnyHarris. If you sign up, you get this free trial, plus some free postage and a digital scale. You get one of those scales, which is incredibly helpful. There's no long-term commitment or contracts. Just go to stamps.com/JohnnyHarris, start your trial, get a free scale and some postage, and never have to go to the post office again. Okay, so bananas are from Southeast Asia, but 400 years ago, Europeans were taking over the world, and the Portuguese brought bananas over to the Americas. A few hundred years later, an American sailor was in Jamaica, and he found this funny-looking exotic yellow fruit, and money started flashing in his eyes. He started selling bananas to Americans, who quickly loved this new fruit. Bananas were trending. People were talking about it. So then fast forward to nearly the end of the 1800s, and you have the World's Fair, where all the people show up and show off their technology. At the fair, you've got this guy, Alexander Graham Bell, who's showing up with this cute little new invention that's about to change the world. But another crowd favorite at the expo was the banana. Yes, bananas were equally as impressive as the telephone at the World's Fair. The banana business started booming in the United States. Much of these bananas flowing in from New York City. The port there was dubbed Banana Docks for a while because of so much fruit and wood. So now you have all these Americans eating this sweet, creamy, delicious fruit and throwing the slippery peels onto the street. It got so bad that the police commissioner at the time, can't get away from this guy, Teddy Roosevelt. Once again, I swear, I get into any story, I start to research it, and it's and then there's American imperialism, and it's Teddy Roosevelt, and it shows up. Anyway, so Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, starts
putting a fine on people for throwing their banana peels on the sidewalk. Like, this isn't just like a silly fake joke. It's like, this is a real thing. People slipped on banana peels.
Who did you see?
And you could go to jail for it. I mean, look at this. There's this New York Times article documenting Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, speaking to a room of police captains, explaining, quote, the bad habits of banana skins, and dwelling particularly on its tendency to toss people into the air and bring them down with terrific force on the hard pavement. This was a real issue. Okay. Banana dogs, Teddy Roosevelt, slippery banana peels, silly newspaper articles from the late 1800s. This isn't the story here. We're just getting started. This is like bananas, like innocent phase. It's about to heat up. Let's see how bananas turned from this to this. The banana business people in the U.S. realized it was time to ramp up to meet all of this demand. But instead of just importing more bananas from, say, Jamaica or other countries in the Caribbean, the banana companies realized that they needed to control the supply chain. Let me explain what I mean by a second by looking at this banana. Bananas are fragile. They're soft. They spoil in like a week. This one's like moments away from spoiling. Look at the spots. To get this thing from somewhere close to the equator all the way to New York City and then into someone's market and then into somebody's home, all without it being crushed and without it spoiling, is a fragile, quick, expensive process. And the only way to do it profitably is to do a lot of it. A lot of bananas. And the only way to do a lot of bananas is to control the supply chain. So it's like 1900s. There's a banana gold rush happening. There's a bunch of companies trying to figure out how to control the supply chain. And then they decide to sort of merge together and become this one super company called the United Fruit Company. And their plan for combining was to control everything, control the supply chain. They turned their attention completely to Central America, where they know bananas can grow abundantly, and where, oh, look at this, the U.S. is thinking about making a little canal that cuts through this little narrow strip of land. So the United Fruit Company is like, that's kind of a nice perk for the region. If anything goes wrong, the U.S. could have our backs. Foreshadowing. Am I foreshadowing? I'm foreshadowing. So yeah, United Fruit Company is like, this region, Central America, looks like a great neighborhood to control the supply chain. They wanted to control the people who worked on the farm by owning their basic survival needs. They wanted to control the houses they lived in and the stores they shopped in and what they could buy. They wanted to control the transportation by building railways so that they could quickly ship their product onto ports. They wanted to control the boat and the waterways so that they could get all of these bananas from Central America to the U.S. before they spoiled. They started with Guatemala, pouring tons of investment into controlling every inch of their supply chain. Soon, they were the largest company in Guatemala. They owned a fifth of the farmable land in the country. They owned all of the railways and all of the radio stations and radio infrastructure. And by 1901, the government of Guatemala actually hired the United Fruit Company to manage the country's postal service. And United Fruit was starting to look a lot like a government, and the result was a lot of happy banana-eating Americans. So they kept going. They kept expanding their operations across Central America. So now with all of this beautiful infrastructure, trains, and land, the next strategy for making bananas even more profitable was, you guessed it, paying the workers next to nothing. Oh, and paying them not with real money. A lot of the times, United Fruit paid their workers in vouchers. These vouchers could only be used in designated United Fruit commissaries. So they're not actually making real money. So wait, now the United Fruit Company has its own currency? Oh, and they also had like a private navy. 93 boats called the Great White Fleet. Then eventually they started using these boats to like transport people on cruises.
These boats were even used during World War II. United Fruit started to look like a literal government. They had their hands in everything, so much so that they earned themselves the nickname El Pulpo, which means the octopus in Spanish, meaning they had their tentacles in everything all over Central America. The land, the crops, the people, the infrastructure, and soon enough, government agencies. Soon these countries became so dominated by and reliant on the United Fruit Company that they were no longer run by the people or the governments. They were run by American banana companies who had all the power and leverage in the world. This led to the nickname Banana Republic, which is a politically unstable country whose society is exploited for profit for one single product, in this case, bananas. Yeah, and probably not the best sort of thing to name your clothing store after, with just a thought, but like, who made that decision? United Fruit and other banana companies continued to grow and control Central America. Eventually, people got tired of this. In 1911, Honduras was like, all right, we're done, banana companies. Like, we're going to take back our land. We can take it from here. These are our plantations. You've gone too far. Banana companies didn't like this. So they organized a private army to help overthrow the government so that they could put in a president that they liked who would allow them to keep doing exactly what they were doing and also give them a tax break. So yeah, banana companies are now overthrowing governments. Jeez. This kept happening anytime there was political dissent or the governments of these countries started to like step up and say like, no. The banana companies would intervene. And guess who had their back? The U.S. military. And yes, we're back to Teddy Roosevelt. What a guy. Here's Teddy stomping around the Caribbean with his big stick, making sure that American military and business interests are protected. In Honduras alone, the U.S. invaded 7 times in the early 1900s. All in the name of protecting these banana companies and other U.S. interests from having to face these pesky locals who were so audacious as to want to run their own country. How dare they? If you remember that at this time, the U.S. was starting to get really comfortable with empire rule. And Central America was at the top of the priority list. The banana companies knew this, which allowed them to feel emboldened to just sort of do whatever they wanted in the region. Okay, this is sort of child's play. It started to get a lot worse in the 1920s. There was a situation in Colombia where a bunch of workers for the United Fruit Company decided to stop working and protest their working conditions. They were asking for a few things like, I don't know, working 6 days a week instead of 7, or getting paid real money. The United Fruit Company refuses to negotiate with them, and instead goes to the U.S. and says, hey, USA, we've got these really annoying workers who are like trying to unionize and trying to get paid and stuff, and it actually smells a lot like communism. And the U.S. is like, wait, what, communism? Tell me more. So then the U.S. threatens to invade with their Marines and squash this strike if the Colombian military doesn't do something first. Reminder that we're not talking about some big political revolution or rebellion. We're talking about a few workers in a banana plantation protesting for more humane conditions. And yet, this was a priority for the U.S. government to put pressure on Colombia to fix the situation. Of course, Colombia didn't want to make the U.S. angry, so they responded and sent in their own troops to go put down this workers' strike, and they were ordered to, quote, spare no ammunition. So on December 5th, 1928, these protesters are in the town square, in this town of Colombia, and the Colombian army shows up and massacres them. Men, women, and children were killed by their own military, all because an American banana company didn't want to pay them a decent wage. I mean, this is madness. It is madness to think that these large geopolitical forces were coming to bear over a banana plantation. This event is called the Banana Massacre. This didn't stop in 1920. Fast forward to Guatemala in the 1950s. At this point, the United Fruit Company, El Pulpo, is making major profits. They own almost 50% of the land in Guatemala tax-free. But this president, Jacobo Arbenz, who was democratically elected, is trying to change things. He wants to take land that United Fruit owns but isn't using and redistribute it to poor Guatemalans. He's sort of doing like a Robin Hood thing, trying to like lift poor Guatemalans out of poverty. But of course, United Fruit didn't like this. But instead of engaging directly with the Guatemalan government, United Fruit goes to the White House and says those magic words again: communism. United Fruit then hired this PR magician, happened to be Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he worked with news agencies to create a bunch of fake stories that linked Arbenz, the president of Guatemala, to communism. Completely fake news. And not just like using that word lightly, like he created a fake Guatemalan newspaper, created all these fake reports, and then distributed those fake newspapers to Congress. He planted the seeds in their minds that the United Fruit Company were the good guys, and that Arbenz, the democratically elected leader, needed to go because of communism. It totally worked. President Eisenhower, the president of the United States, believed all of this. And he sent in the CIA to get Arbenz out of power, to protect the banana people once again. So it's a classic CIA coup. They go find a bunch of rebels, they give them money, and they train them. They find a leader who wants to be the next president that's friendly to the U.S., and eventually they start broadcasting anti-government propaganda, and they turn Guatemalans against their government with all of this fake news and propaganda. They send the Navy in to block Guatemalan waters, they send some bombs onto Guatemala City, and then they invade. And then with these trained fighters, they go take over the government. The Guatemalan army surrenders, and the leader of the rebels becomes the new president, friendly to the United States. And now the banana companies are happy, and they have a guy in power that is their guy. They have a playbook on how to like mess with democracies around the world, and they just sort of follow the playbook. They're like, oh, we've done this before. We're going to do it again in Iran in a little bit. Like, this is like classic CIA coup. By the way, this coup was sort of a death blow to democracy in Guatemala. It divided and destroyed the budding civil society that has not allowed Guatemala to recover since. All because these banana companies wanted to control the supply chain. These things leave scars, major marks on a country. Scars that are still felt today. Okay, let's switch gears for a second, because all of this sort of banana like coups and banana republics and massacres is like horrendous. But during all of this violence and military invasions and human rights violations, all of this meant that the United Fruit Company was getting really, really good at their business. They were sending too many bananas to the United States. There was a ton of banana supply, but demand wasn't rising fast enough. The average American didn't totally know how to use bananas. So the United Fruit Company creates this amazing marketing campaign. So now they're paying doctors to write amazing academic journal articles about bananas. They cut a deal with Kellogg's to like market the cereal as something that pairs with bananas, which is something I still do today. I cut up my bananas and I put them in my cereal because of this campaign. They targeted moms with small children. They made recipe books. They even created a guide on how to decorate with bananas.
Bananas can be served in many different, many attractive ways. Blended with fruit, nuts, gelatin, they provide high food value and nourishment.
But their biggest success was Miss Chiquita.
I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way, and when they flex with brown and have a golden hue, bananas taste the best and are the best for you.
This lady and bananas. They had no idea that these bananas were being used and shipped and bought, but they just liked how they taste. But it's not tasting a lot of things that we're all consuming today. But there's one thing that U.S. imperialism and millions of dollars of marketing cannot control, which is disease. This is the part of the story that I tell you that the bananas that were all the rage during the 1900s are not the bananas that you're eating today. Part of United Fruit Company's efforts to control everything was standardizing the genetics of the banana, making them all exactly the same. Monocultures is what we call that. The problem with monocultures is that they're like heaven for a disease, because you don't have to solve the same puzzle to infect another banana. If you infect one, you infect them all, and that's exactly what happened. Panama disease was a fungus that came in and destroyed banana plantations. The banana supply in the U.S. shrank rapidly, and there was even a hit song about the banana shortage. The banana that they had been using, the one that was getting really popular in the U.S., was called Gros Michel, or Big Mike banana. But it was now completely getting ravaged by disease. So these banana companies were freaking out. They're like, we are done. Like, we've built this entire empire, and this disease is going to wipe us out. So they started to scramble to find another banana. It turns out there's like 1,000 types of bananas out there. There's like red ones and blue ones and like teal ones. I mean, a blue banana. I feel like I have to eat a blue banana at some point in my life. But here's the problem. Us Americans, we buy our food kind of with our eyes first. We're just like, it needs to look good. And so these companies realized that they couldn't send a blue banana to the United States. They needed a banana that looked similar. Yellow, sweet, and seedless, so that they could keep selling to Americans who hopefully would notice the switch. Enter our friend, the Cavendish banana. Like I said at the beginning, this banana was invented by a British guy who was tinkering with banana seeds in this amazing looking house in northern England. And after years of playing around with the genetics, the plant finally flowered and popped out this big, beautiful yellow banana. And so he named it after the Duke, William Cavendish. So now here's the sad part. The Gros Michel, the one that had caught on, that was like the big hit in America, was a way better banana, is a way better banana. It is sweeter, it's more durable, and it's just overall a better banana compared to the Cavendish. In fact, the artificial banana flavor that we have in our candies, like Laffy Taffy, comes from the original Gros Michel, not from the Cavendish. But the Gros Michel was getting destroyed by this disease, and the Cavendish was luckily resistant to the disease. So the dictator banana companies made the switch and hoped that the people wouldn't care or notice as long as they looked the same. And guess what? It totally worked. They quietly switched out the banana to the new Cavendish, and people just kept buying bananas. I mean, I can't believe that there's a better banana out there that I have not tasted. What if I get my hands on bananas? The Gros Michel banana still exists. It's just a select few people on this planet still grow it. And I found a farm that sent me a few. I'm gonna try this thing. Gros Michel, let's do this. Beautiful banana. Wow. I mean, I'm obviously primed to like this more, so I don't know if I'm really liking it more, but it's definitely a better banana right now in my mind. Slightly different color. It's got this like burgundy vibe going on. It's sweeter. I like the texture more. I think this is a better banana. Too bad this thing got completely wiped out by a disease. Okay, so let's get up to speed before I finish this story off, because the last part of it is quite interesting and applies to our modern day. To summarize, bananas came to the U.S., predatory companies invaded whole countries to help the U.S. exploit them for bananas while using amazing marketing to keep demand up. And because of this Panama disease, they had to switch to the inferior Cavendish banana. So where do we go from here? United Fruit eventually rebranded to Chiquita. They're still doing some pretty shady stuff, like paying millions of dollars to terrorist death squads and getting sued by workers who become sterile after handling pesticides. Banana companies will probably always do this, because the other thing that remains is that bananas are still soft and spoiled quickly and grow in faraway places from where you eat them. So the entire supply chain needs to be controlled. And the other thing that hasn't changed is that the new banana is genetically optimized so that every banana is exactly the same. So it fits perfectly into these boxes, into these crates, onto these ships, into these supermarkets. But guess what? There's another disease. Panama disease, the one that wiped out the Gros Michel, it's back. and it's mutated, and it's coming for the Cavendish. And what's tricky about these diseases is there's no way to detect them before they arrive, before it's too late. It just quietly kills the banana trees and makes it impossible to ever grow there again. You have to burn the entire plantation. This is already happening in the Philippines, which is the second largest exporter of bananas. The disease has devastated the land and the banana economy. It's making its way through Asia. Okay, but Asia's like super far away, and it's like there's a whole ocean in between. It's like, oh, all our bananas come from Latin America. Wrong. In 2019, it was detected in Colombia. And in April of this year, just a few months ago, the disease was found in Peru, right next to Ecuador, which is the largest exporter of bananas that come to the U.S. It's coming for your bananas. So everyone's on high alert. And bananas, as we know them, might be doomed. So now we're seeing history kind of itself. We're looking at the potential collapse of a $25 billion industry and entire economies, which is like hundreds of thousands of jobs. To me, the big problem here, the thing that's repeating itself, is the same problem of United Fruit Company going in and trying to control every angle of their production to maximize profits. When we have companies that feel emboldened to do whatever it takes to make the most profit, you're going to get situations like this, whether it is banana massacres in Colombia, or a coup in Honduras, or a monoculture that gets wiped out by disease time and time again. We try to engineer our way out of these problems, and we sometimes do, but at the end of the day, nature will catch up with us. And as long as we ignore the true costs of these economies, the cost to people, to democracies, to ecologies, we're never actually going to get rid of these problems. Okay. Thanks for watching. Ian Cavendish now.
In World War II, it worked out, they didn't have the means of a flying suit, and it worked out into the plumbing, so the real yard was,
there's this one lake in Central America that if you look closely enough, you're going to see the tops of trees in the lake. And these are not islands. These are hilltops. This all used to be a dense jungle, not a lake. But then they built dams and all sorts of infrastructure to flood this forest, all in the name of solving a centuries-old puzzle, which was, how do we make it faster and easier to travel between here and here, even in spite of the fact that you have two massive continents blocking any water. But there was hope. If you look down here at this one thin stretch of land, here it's only 80 kilometers across, and it looks so easy to just cut a waterway into it. You know, turns out that puzzle was not easy. This little 80-kilometer strip of land proved to be really hard to cut. But as long as international trade continued to grow, there continued to be great powers looking for new waterways to shorten their routes and to increase their power. For whoever controls the water has the power. And these great powers always focused on this narrow stretch of land, from the Spanish in the 13th century to the Scottish in the 15th. But then the most earnest and serious attempt was in 1880. When this guy, a French engineer, Ferdinand de Lesseps, shows up and is like, hey, I got this. He had just completed another big world-changing canal over here. He was feeling very confident, and he's like, yeah, I'm your guy. Let's build another canal. It'll be easy. We'll just dig down to sea level and reroute the river like we did in Egypt to the Suez Canal, and it'll be great, and I'll be famous. But listen, de Lesseps, Egypt is a flat desert, and Panama is not. These mountains that you want to dig through are well above sea level. So if you want to dig down to sea level to make a flat canal, it's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, another French engineer comes to de Lesseps, and he's like, dude, this isn't going to work. It's way too much digging. Instead of bringing the mountains down to sea level, what you need to do is bring the sea up to the mountains. And in a moment of collaborative creativity, de Lesseps admits that he was wrong and begins construction based on the new plans. And then he promotes this guy as the head of engineering and says, great idea.
no. The other step was like, bring the ocean up to the mountains. That sounds stupid. Screw you. I'm the famous one. The canal is going to be at sea level, just like we did with the Suez Canal. So the French start digging. Well, actually, it wasn't the French. It was a ton of poorly paid migrant workers who were doing the digging, hacking away at the jungle with machetes, and then digging by hand with pickaxes in sweltering heat, knee-deep in city water, which is heaven for, you guessed it, disease-infested mosquitoes, which is terrible news. But luckily, Millicent, the engineer, was always there in the trenches with his workers, wielding a pickaxe alongside his people. Yeah, no, of course he wasn't. He was just hanging out in France, only visiting Panama twice over the course of 7 years to just like check in on the project. And what he realized when he showed up 7 years into this digging is that things were going horribly. People were dying like 40 or 50 a day. All in all, 20,000 workers died trying to dig this canal. Thousands died from disease and accidents, and we'll never get the names. And it's not just that people are dying, it's that the digging isn't working either. They would do a bunch of digging one day, and then the next day the rain would bring in all of the mud that they just dug back into the canal. So Denisev shows up, realizes this is happening, and is like, this is not working. Is there another way to dig this canal? Then he has a flashback to 7 years earlier. Bring the sea up to the mountains. And he's like, oh yeah, that was actually a really good way to do it. My bad. We actually are going to do that other plan instead. But no, it was too late. The investors were done. They had lost way too much money. 20,000 people were dead. Malaria and yellow fever were rampant. This was a failed project. So the company that owned all of this work had to abandon it and leave it unfinished in 1889. Everyone gave up and left, except for one of the top engineers on the project, this guy. I'm just going to call him Philippe because after researching him for many days, I now feel like I'm on a first-name basis with him. And by the way, he becomes a giant part of the story, starting now. So Philippe was this French engineer and businessman, and he was obsessed with the canal. He also had a huge financial stake in the project, and where some investors would say, darn, too bad, we invested in a bad bet, let's move on. Philippe was like, no, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that this is not a failure. And what happens next is one of the most insane things I have ever researched in my entire life. So buckle up. Okay, so let's get some context really quick. It's like 1930s. The U.S. is really starting to like get a handle on this whole imperialism thing that they've been doing. They just fabricated a war with Spain, which led them to conquer the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico. They just overthrown Hawaii's government. They annexed Wake Island and American Samoa. They're like, dude, this overseas empire thing is working out for us. The president at the time was Teddy Roosevelt, who we've seen in previous episodes. And Teddy is looking around this region that the U.S. is increasingly taking over, and he sees an opportunity to dramatically increase the naval power of the United States. They could just unite the Atlantic and the Pacific. It's time to build a canal, says Teddy. So of course they looked somewhere in Central America, and the original plan that the U.S. wanted to pursue was to build a canal not in Panama, but here in Nicaragua. It wasn't the shortest stretch of land in this area, but there was a huge lake here which would cut down on the digging, and it just made a lot of sense. So they started doing surveys and making plans to build a canal in Nicaragua. Meanwhile, Philippe, the Frenchman, is still down here at his failed project, and he's seen the U.S. become interested in the canal, and he's like, this is my moment of vindication. So he goes to the U.S. Congress, and he's like, hey guys, I know you're looking at Nicaragua, you've been doing all this site planning and surveys and stuff, but guess what? Right next to this proposed site for your canal, there are volcanoes, big, scary, belching volcanoes, and one of them just erupted around here, sort of next to your site. Nicaragua even had a postage stamp that featured one of these nearby volcanoes erupting. So the Frenchman goes around to the U.S. senators and distributes this postage stamp and says, look, scary volcanoes in Nicaragua, don't build your canal here or they'll be destroyed by lava or something. And guess what? It totally worked. The U.S. Senate got cold feet about their Nicaragua canal plan, and they're like, we're not going to do this anymore. Let's find another place to build it. And Philippe is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just worked. Stamps with volcanoes. He's like all giddy, and he's like, I wonder where there would be a good place to build a canal. Oh, wait a minute. Why not Panama? We
We, the French, already did a ton of work to get you started. You just pick up where we left off. We'll sell you all of our gear, all of our stuff. It'll be a great deal. And the U.S. is like, but isn't Panama a part of Colombia? And yes, indeed, at the time, Panama was actually a part of Colombia. It was not an independent country. So the United States Congress is like, okay, listen, we will buy you out of your canal project that you clearly failed on, but we will only do it if we can get approval from Colombia, who literally owns this land. And Philippe was secretly like, there's no way that Colombia is going to go for this. They're going to reject the plan, and then the U.S. is going to back out, and I'm going to lose all my money, and I have to make this happen. Philippe was very serious about this canal. So this is where Philippe starts to get really conniving to pull out all the stops to get the canal built. So he goes to the people who live in the region of Colombia called Panama, and he says, hey guys, I know you've sort of been wanting to be independent from Colombia for a long time. Bogota is so far away, they don't care about you. You can be your own country. What if I, a French engineer, could guarantee your independence without a bloody war? Just leave the details to me. Make me your ambassador, and I will make this happen. And the Panamanians are like, but dude, you're French. He's like, yeah, but you're Colombian. So why don't we team up in the name of creating Panama, a new country? And they were like, okay, fine, Philippe, you're our representative, our ambassador now. Just give us the signal when we should rise up for our independence. But you promise to make sure that Colombia is not going to come in and quell our uprising. And Philippe's like, yeah, I'll take care of it. Okay, before we go into the story, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Policy Genius. About a month ago, I signed up for life insurance, something I knew nothing about for a very long time until I did look into it and realized that you're a responsible adult. I should probably have life insurance. It's something that's not fun to think about, but is absolutely something that feels good to have once you have it. Policy Genius is very simple. It takes a few minutes to sign up and makes it easy to compare quotes from over a dozen top insurers all in one place. You could save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. You could have life insurance in less than a week. That's happened to me. I didn't even have to go to like a doctor's office. One of the options was to just do a medical exam through the phone. And I was like, yes, please. It was a simple phone call. The Policy Genius team took care of all the paperwork. They did all the complicated stuff that I have no time to do. And before you know it, I have a life insurance policy. So go to policygenius.com/JohnnyHarris where you can learn about the different policies and which one fits your need. And then ready to apply, the Policy Genius team is there's no extra fees. Policy Genius doesn't sell your information, which is like, thank you, Policy Genius, for that. Overall, this is the best way to compare quotes for life insurance and to get the best deal that fits you. Again, I've been doing this a month ago, and I sleep better at night. Policy. So thank you, Policy Genius, for sponsoring this video, for supporting my work, my channel. That link will be in my description. Now let's get back to the video. So Philippe is now the ambassador of the Panamanians, who are not a country yet, but he's still hoping that maybe the Colombians will approve the plan. Philippe sort of has this in his back pocket, this deal that he just made with the Panamanians. He doesn't know if he has to use it yet. But back to the Americans having to ask Colombia for approval to build the canal. Sure enough, they show up and Colombia's like, no, go home. You guys are way too aggressive around here lately. We're not interested. No canal. See you later. So the U.S. goes to Philippe and they say, sorry, bro, the deal is off. Colombia said no. We said we'd only do this if Colombia said yes. After all, Panama is a part of Colombia. And Philippe is like, wait, hold on, I have a plan for this. I've been talking to the Panamanians and they want to break away from Colombia. And they made me their ambassador. I've even written them a new constitution and designed them a new flag. Wait, Philippe, are you a graphic designer? No, but I designed them a flag anyway. We can still make this canal thing happen. All I need you guys to do is show up with your navy to make sure that the Panamanians can rise up for independence without Colombia coming to shut it all down. And the U.S. Congress is like, dude, you're nuts. See you later. But out of nowhere, the president at the time shows up and is like, did somebody say stage a theatrical revolution to take over more land and increase American power? Teddy was back on the scene. Teddy loves this kind of stuff. He loves this sort of like backroom deals. Let's like not ask for permission. Let's ask for forgiveness. This is like Teddy Roosevelt's like sweet spot. So Philippe has all of his ducks in a row. He's got Teddy Roosevelt on his side. The Panamanians who just gave him approval to be their ambassador. And he's like, let's do this. So in November 1903, Philippe gives the nod to the Panamanians to rise up, to take over and declare themselves independent. And at the same time, he signals to Teddy Roosevelt to send in their big gunboats to sit off the coast of Panama to block Colombia from sending in reinforcements to put down this revolution by the Panamanians. And so Colombia is like, oh, fine, take it. F you, America. You guys played real dirty there. Okay, you know that? That was not cool. So just as Philippe orchestrated, Panama declares independence. And Philippe is the ambassador. The U.S. is the first to recognize them as a new country. And Teddy Roosevelt's like, that was thrilling. Now what, Philippe? So Philippe is like, let's make a deal, America. I'm the official representative of Panama now, as per my agreement with the Panamanians. So let's write a treaty on behalf of Panama. So he travels to the United States and starts working on a treaty between the United States and Panama that would give the USA rights and sovereignty over this strip of land to build a canal. I mean, this series of events is insane. France fails to build a canal, so one French dude, an engineer, tries to redeem the whole thing by convincing the U.S. to change the location of their canal, and then it creates a revolution and convinces the U.S. to help back that revolution so that he, a Frenchman, can be the ambassador of the newly created country of Panama and make a deal with the U.S. Whoa, Philippe, he was like the one-man band lobbyist who somehow finagled this whole situation. So Philippe and the Secretary of State of the United States draw up this treaty, gives the U.S. total control over this strip of land for them to build their canal. No Panamanians were in the room when they drafted this treaty. They gave no approval of this. This treaty was between the U.S. and Panama, but really it was between the U.S. and Philippe, the French engineer. So now the U.S. military shows up to Panama to claim this land that they now see as theirs. And the Panamanians are like, dude, WTF, what are you doing here? And the U.S. is like, oh, you signed a treaty with us, giving us all this land. And Panama's like, no, we didn't. And then they're like, oh, wait, Michael, Philippe, that's why he wanted to be our ambassador. I get it. Man, we got played by Philippe. And they totally did. So now the U.S. is setting up shop in Panama to start digging their canal. The U.S. picked up right where the French left off, using effectively the same route that the French had dug during their 7 years of misery. And speaking of misery, the U.S. was able to learn from the French's mistakes. They started using railways to truck out all the dirt so that the mud wouldn't slide back into the canal. And they learned how to drain the puddles of water so that it wasn't like a haven for disease-infected mosquitoes. And most importantly, they didn't try the crackpot idea of trying to dig a canal all the way down to sea level. They went with the much better idea of digging the canal up high, 26 meters above sea level, and using clever engineering to get ships up to that level. Like I said that one French engineer, and de Lesseps was like, no one asked you, get out of here. So after 10 years of construction and a visit by Teddy Roosevelt, who staged this amazing photo shoot of him wearing a Panamanian hat, sitting on one of the machines, all to boost morale to get this project done. After all of that, the U.S. completed this dream of slicing a water route through this 80-kilometer stretch of land. Philippe, at this point, is back in France, probably exhausted from all of his scheming, but ultimately very pleased that he was able to pull it off. So the canal is done, and here's how it works. Remember that the land looks like this. We have the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans here at sea level, and then the interior of the land being about 26 meters above sea level. So first they built a dam on this river to create this giant lake so that they have loads of water to work with. That's why we see those trees sticking up in the water, or why these hilltops turned into islands. Then they built these brilliant inventions called locks. The boat enters here at sea level. They enter into this chamber where there is a gate that is holding the water from the high up lake back. It's locked. Once the boat is in this holding chamber, they let the water from higher up come down, making the boat flow up. It takes about 8 minutes for the boat to rise. Then they move into the next chamber, where they do this again and again, until by the end of it, the boat has been lifted up 26 meters above sea level. They then traverse the rest of this canal, going through the artificial lake and snaking through until they get to the other side. Now they need to get down to sea level. And they go through the same process, but in reverse. They finally make it down to sea level, and they can exit onto now a different ocean than when they started. It's honestly an engineering marvel, and it reshaped the global economic landscape, making it easier and safer to move goods and people around the world. And yeah, the U.S. was very serious about controlling this little strip of land, this choke point that they had built. If you look at a map from the early or mid-1900s, you're going to see that the Panama Canal Zone was always marked as a sovereign part of the U.S. Controlling a choke point like this gives you strong strategic advantage, and the U.S. knew that. The world would finally decide that big powers should actually be able to swoop in and take over whatever land they want. And the Panamanians in the 1960s finally had enough. And they're like, yeah, this land is actually ours. So in the 60s and 70s, the Panamanians rose up and protested against this U.S. occupation of the canal. And through a series of treaties, they finally got it back, officially on the last day of the war, December 31st, 1999. They signed the last treaty that returned sovereignty to Panama. And then Jimmy Carter gave a speech in Spanish. I mean, he tried really hard, and I guess that matters. So today, the Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians. It still uses the innovative technology from 100 years ago that allows this canal to be built 26 meters above sea level. But for all of the engineering innovation that's present here, to me, the more incredible part of this story is how this one Frenchman orchestrated all of this. He played all the geopolitical forces at the time just right. He used Panamanians' thirst for independence and the Americans' thirst for imperialism and ocean power, all to make his dream of this canal happen. Oh, and to secure his financial return. What a wild story. Thanks for watching. This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet, from the ocean shorelines to the alpine mountains and the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass from coast to coast and everywhere in between, lived hundreds, if not thousands of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. And then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed. In the spring of 1803, two American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen. With the simple stroke of a pen, their country doubled in size, all for just $15 million. But in this deal, which was called the Louisiana Purchase, the U.S. didn't actually buy this land from France. France didn't actually own the land. What the United States was buying was the imperial rights to this huge swath of North America. This basically meant that France could stay out of the way and let the budding new empire, the United States, colonize it without interfering. If the United States really wanted ownership over this land, they would need to get it from the people who were here first, which at the time was lots of different tribes. These are the people who had been here for thousands of years, way before Europeans had the idea of moving from. And this land that the U.S. just bought was theirs. Oh, and this isn't just me, like some modern enlightened person looking back and judging the United States at this time. The U.S. knew that this wasn't their land and that they were going to have to buy it from the people living there. And their big plan was to do things differently, not like the old imperial powers that they had just broken away from. In fact, George Washington was, quote, determined that the U.S. government's administration of Indian affairs shall be directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity. Go USA, let's do this in the right way. So instead of conquest, they would negotiate and sign formal treaties with these native nations. And they would pay them for their land, fair and square. After all, this is a country whose founding document highlights justice, tranquility, welfare, and liberty. In our series, How the U.S. Stole, we get to see how the U.S. grew from a English settlers to a global superpower, but none of those stories would exist without this. the origin story, the first thing that the U.S. ever stole. So Europeans are pouring into this newly formed country, the United States. The government is making deals and signing treaties with the tribes, allowing these newcomer immigrants to settle on them. At first, this is a fairly peaceful transactional process. The U.S. would offer farming equipment, cash, the services of a blacksmith, all in exchange for ownership over this land. But unsurprisingly, a lot of these tribes had no interest in moving out of their ancestral lands in exchange for, like, farming equipment. And this is where all of George Washington's ideals of justice and humanity really start to dissolve. The U.S. was becoming a more powerful nation. They needed more land for their growing population. So the impatient settlers and their government started putting dirt. We start to see what happens when these tribes say no to the newly powerful United States. In one instance, one group of tribes on the Great Lakes didn't want to sell their land. They told the United States that this river would be the border and to not cross it, to stay off the land. The U.S. said no, took them to war, and lost twice. But on the third time, they won the battle and forced the tribes to sign a treaty giving away all of this land, basically all of present-day Ohio. Something very similar happened down here when the Seminole tribes refused to leave their land. The U.S. military came in, another war killing thousands, forcing the tribes to sign a treaty and pushing them into the swampy interior of the state. They had no access to their farmland or the ocean. Down here in what was becoming Alabama, the Muskogee Nation refused to sign a relocation treaty, but not wanting to go to war, agreed to sell a portion of their land in return for a guarantee that they could keep the rest. And the United States agreed, and they actually did. And the Muskogee kept their ancestral lands forever. Womp womp, no, it didn't happen. 4 years later, a bunch of white settlers moved in, boxing the Muskogee out of their ancestral land. As tensions grew because of this violated agreement, the U.S. military was called in to force the Muskogee out of their lands. No treaty was ever signed. I mean, the shenanigans ranged the whole gamut here. They would get tribal leaders drunk to trick them into signing this paper that gave them all the land. They would appoint random people to be the tribal leaders and then tell them to sign away the land for the whole tribe. In another conflict, the Sioux and Rabbi nations defeated the U.S. military over and over until the U.S. finally signed a peace treaty acknowledging their land. And they were safe. Until gold was discovered 8 years later, and the U.S. broke their treaty, redrew the boundaries, built roads on their land, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of white guys with gold pans harvesting this land. Treaties and justice began. Eventually, other tribes caught on to what was going on, realizing that refusing the U.S. government would be violence. So they would sign the paper, take the money, and leave. Over the course of almost 100 years, the United States signed 368 treaties with tribal nations who were driven out one way or another to make way for white settlers who established control over this land that their government had stolen from them. And yes, you have all the paperwork, all the spreadsheets that they were making, all the treaties, a nice paper trail, but this was all a facade of justice, a thinly veiled campaign for total conquest. Before we go on to the story, I just need to tell you that we don't have a sponsor for today's video. Lately, I've been hearing from some sponsors that my videos are too political, which is kind of a bummer because we work really hard to tell political stories. And if that means that people don't want to sponsor us, that's fine. Luckily, we have a Patreon where all of you can support this work. It's called The Newsroom. We call it The Newsroom because it sounds cooler than Patreon, but it is a place where you can support what we're doing, which is something more and more we need. On The Newsroom, you get an extra video every month, behind-the-scenes vlog from all of the people and processes and happenings around here in the studio. You get to see my scripts. You get royalty-free music from our Foxy videos and live Q&As with me. Members of The Newsroom get to chat with me on the Q&A. They can ask me anything. But more importantly, you get the more pleasant feeling of supporting journalism. And if that much about, go to the link in the description, patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Let's get back to the story. Okay, so we have all of this like fake treaty shenanigans going on to help the United States feel like they're doing justice. And it's working. They're moving loads of native people out of their ancestral lands so that white people can settle it. But there was one region that proved particularly difficult for this extermination project that was going down. Here in the Deep South, we had these 5 large nations that lived side by side with the settlers for a long time. They had all signed treaties with the United States that acknowledged their right to this land. Many of them spoke English, practiced farming, wore European clothes, some even owned slaves. Because of this, these 5 tribes, the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole, were known as the 5 civilized tribes. And there's an alternative world where these tribes could have remained on their land, living side by side with the Europeans as they settled. But that's not what happened, mostly because of cotton. Farmers down here were getting super rich off of a very valuable cash crop called cotton that they could sell to textile mills around the world. It was an industry made even more profitable by its ability to free labor from stolen Africans. There was this one strip of land down here called the Black Belt Prairie that was particularly desirable for farming cotton. But as you can see, it was locked up in what the United States treaties had formally acknowledged as belonging to native nations. But the farmers down here were looking at this as like, this is a perfect place to expand our cotton kingdom. So, these southern slave owners did what was kind of becoming U.S. policy towards the people living on the land that they wanted. They made up their own rules. The state of Georgia was particularly aggressive in trying to clear this land out, or in the words of their governor at the time, to replace, quote, all of the red with white population. Targeted the Cherokee Nation, passing a law that abolished their governments. The Cherokee are not these nations, so they fight back using the same shenanigans that the United States is trying to use. The U.S. legal system. They take Georgia to court. A case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And guess what? The Cherokee Nation won. Like, there was no way around the fact that they had ironclad rights to this land, signed and sealed. The highest court in the country just ruled that the states could not impose on tribal sovereignty. But, as we all learned in government class, a ruling from the judicial branch only works if the executive branch enforces it. Oh, and who's in charge of the executive branch? Oh, this guy. The guy who wrote a letter to his wife during the War of 1812 from the battlefield saying that he had successfully slaughtered 170 Native Americans in, quote, an elegant style. Oh, and the guy who's on our $20 bill. Yeah, him. Andrew Jackson thought that negotiating treaties with the people who were living here was a ridiculous notion. So he looks at the Supreme Court ruling that validates the Cherokees' right to their land, and he literally responds in the snarkiest way possible, saying, the Chief Justice, John Marshall, has, quote, made his decision, now let him enforce it. No, he was not going to enforce it. Jackson had a different plan. He came in the form of a law that he pushed through both houses of Congress. His whole worldview towards First Amendment embodied in a piece of legislation, the Indian Removal Act of 1840. This law used taxpayer money to get tribes out of the United States and to relocate them to an uninhabitable place that surely no American settler will ever end up. This became their dumping ground, and it came with a promise: move here and we will never mess with you again. And what's crazy to me is that even after all of the shenanigans, all of the facades, they continued to play this charade, saying that the nation of Indians may choose to exchange their land where they now reside. The law says that the government had to negotiate these treaties fairly, voluntarily, peacefully, and that the government would forever secure and guarantee them their new land, and that they wouldn't break any of the pre-existing agreements that they had made in previous treaties. But no, this was just more pretending, a paper trail of pretend humanity. Just as Andrew Jackson had ignored the Supreme Court ruling, he had no intention of following the law that he helped create. But he kept up the rules. More documents, more signatures, more paper that made these civilized, justice-minded people feel like they weren't orchestrating a mass ethnic cleansing sanctioned by the government, paid for by taxes, but they were. So this law is implemented, and the United States government, military, and even private companies start to ramp up their removal efforts of first Americans. They focus in on these 5 tribes that were sitting atop the land that they wanted for their cotton empire. More bribes, more pretend negotiations. When push came to shove, more threats of violence. The Cherokee eventually signed a treaty agreeing to sell their last portion of land, and they moved west, out to the little rectangle of land that had been allocated to them by the government on maps. The only problem was that the leader who signed the treaty on behalf of the Cherokee people was not actually the real leader. They had no authority to make this decision. The Cherokee chief furiously protested this, but the U.S. didn't care. They had their signature from someone, and their eyes all was justified. Between 1831 and 1838, nearly every member from the 5 tribes was expelled from their land. 100,000 people, whose home this was, now forced to walk by foot for more than 1,000 miles through brutal weather and terrain towards a little box home, a place they had never been before. The Cherokee would eventually call this journey the Trail Where You Cry, or the Trail of Tears. Some tried to fight back against their oppressors, and others stood their ground until they were forcibly bound in chains by the U.S. government and herded west at gunpoint. Their land was vacant, and cotton farmers with their slaves moved in, and the economy grew. We'll never know how many people died during this, how many lives were really destroyed. Some people say 3,000, other estimates say 15,000. But you don't need those numbers to see how destructive this was. It was systematic, it was documented, and it was a trying law. We have a paper trail of all of it, showing the receipts, the payments, the treaties, the bureaucracy of it all. It's like a bunch of spreadsheets from the 1800s. American settlers, in an effort to be different from the old world empires they fled, ended up carrying out the first state-sponsored ethnic cleansing. There's a reason why Hickman, 100 years later, references this exact event, this process, when he was carrying out his own ethnic cleansing. He said that the Volga, which is a river in Russia, would be, quote, our Mississippi. He said that Europe, not America, would be the land of unlimited possibilities. The story of what happened to many nations with the first Americans doesn't end here. In fact, this is kind of the beginning. We're going to make a second part to this video. In that part 2, I want to show you what happens next once these tribes arrive to their little rectangle on the map, Indian Territory, the place where these tribes were forced out, dumped, and left to build a new life, and how they once again tried to fight back using legal frameworks that had pushed them out, and how all of that led to the establishment of one state in our country that could have looked a lot different. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I need to tell you about something. We have a poster. We finally have a poster. I've been dreaming of this poster for a very long time. All maps are wrong. Indeed they are. This poster shows dozens of map projections, all the weird quirky shapes that you get when you try to map a sphere, which is a fluid onto a piece of paper, which is flat. It is available right now. It's I spent a very long time nudging every one of these maps. I got help from some of my best friends and designers, like she made better. Anyway, it's fantastic, cool thing, and so link in the description. We also have a big thing going on over the TRUMAN. A few thousand people are over there supporting us. So that's TRUMAN.com/johnnyharris. What else would we play about? Maybe things like butts and websites, news, butts to color videos. If I don't put my butt on this video, it's like this. If
artificial bugs to make this light so that it appears like this, and it's much better. So we do that also for photos of presents and events and stuff. Those are available in the description. The startup that I founded a few years ago is still too long, right? True. Courses about this world. Check that out. What else? There's a place in the story that one of the songs is about farmers between farmers. It's the story of what happened before the story of children. All because of this place was a dumping that's my which is why today it is the second highest of any state. It was once a very empty. It's one of the biggest shipping operations happening in spreadsheets, justice, that's the story we're talking about. The next part is how these first communities created this finding that tacticals to shred of sovereignty. Which is I recently learned that my name and all of my personal details are on a people search list. It's just one of many sides of this massive shadowy market of DM brokers who collect loads of information about all of us and then sell it to companies so that they can market to us. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because it has to do with the sponsor of today's video, Incogni. I'm very happy that Incogni exists. You sign up and you give them permission to go out on your behalf to take you off of these lists. We have privacy rights that entitle us to not be on these lists, but it's really complicated and bureaucratic to actually do it. And there are dozens and dozens of these lists. So instead, Incogni does it for you. I've been signed up for it. So satisfying. It's a dashboard that shows you all of the lists that they found you on. And then they show you the status of each one, the efforts that they've taken to get you off this list. And then the best part is they show you the list that you've been successfully taken off of. If you want to try this out, Incogni.com/TRILLIONAIRE. That would help support this channel. It would also get you in on a full refund within 30 days if you decide that this is for you. Thank you, Incogni, for helping me out here and also for sponsoring today's video. Let's dive back into the story. Okay, so remember Incogni to show you in the US government bureaucracy and this horrible law showering which often many of them let's call in the process of keeping these nations off the land, let's promised that they would live alone, that they would live in peace, rebuild their lives, rebuild their land. Territory is divided again and again as tribes which results in this over the east, the Americans had convinced themselves that it was their destined to keep spreading west.
And as they're doing so, they stumble upon this rectangle. This rectangle would be nothing but a beach. And no, you're not allowed to settle here. This is how Indians hide trees. Okay, but wait, here in the center of this map, you see this section. Let us sign land. Let's settle here. And by settle, soon these imperial squatters are forming a society of clans right in the heart of the territory that's promising to first people. Oh, and by the way, we should get this out right now. Maps around this time start to show this and they don't want to make any sense. They call no man's land. Pretty much closer to the bottom. Anyway, so we're talking about India. It's out that this place is the federal government is hesitant, like, promise these people this land, let's just back off. There's more settlers. Finally, the government is like, fine, you can move in and settle in this one little section of unassigned land. But it's going to be first come, first serve, and so we'll make it a race. Yes, a race. It's a starting line, it's a gunshot, and 50,000 settlers can clear land and covered wagons dashed forth from land. So they kind of start doing this in the government. So in 1890, they bought this. They cut to the leaving all of this as well as the just this land by civilized tribes. But all the tribes that have this here, now we're in a territory. Once again, here come the maps and the documents and all this stuff. Basically, what this means. A lot of these maps have squares on them, and the squares. Checkers. A lot of these squares are checker coordinates. Shows you the concepts of communal land use and environment are really they're not using the land, so we need to create a system of lots of land titles to get the most out of it. This process of drawing a bunch of squares on the land that were given province to natives is called allotment. And then take tribal territory like this, and draw a bunch of straight lines and make it massive. And then they would find out where native families were living and allow them to stay there. And here come more of those weird races, each bringing in floods of settlers. Each of this land that in the province might be 2 settlers. And look, these maps are full of owls. This real estate boom as well. Indian land for sale. Get a hold of your own. Possession for 30 days. And look, we're advertising that here in 1911, there's 350,000 acres. There's so much land up for grabs. That's what it's always five tribes were still safe from sovereigns that all of us never actually had the agreement and they were right to sue to office and said that all tribes salvage some shred of their sovereignty. These tribes and so the union for all tribes and by the end of it, and honestly, it's kind of a story. From the population to the economy to education and taxable wealth, they deserve to be saved. People have been boxed out and now you're looking into the values of these Europeans who have taken their land, using their language, their legal tools to make the case for their story. Okay, so now with the well-formulated constitution, the solid proposal that maps all of the ready to rock and especially there's also about resources. All of this land that was but of course, they wouldn't throw away all the work that these survivors into the same way as constitution. So they just sort of so this is what Oklahoma looks like. And there was one small shop. So just as a quick time lapse of the whole thing, remember that first Americans, people who had lived here for thousands of years, went from freely around all of this to being driven out and dumped into this register, and then eventually cut in half, and then gridded up square by square, to then being further reduced to this. Today, there are 39. Now listen, this is one trend in history. This process happened all over the country. African Americans boxed out by the United States government eventually settled on this. This is a map from 2020 that shows every federally recognized reservation. This number is how many tribes then later that year, and thus all of this that was set aside for private tribes was in fact still tribal land. So what does that mean? But if nothing else, it makes sense for your justice and all of the very way that I have told this story is our government policies says thousands of relationships all so this topic is way bigger than I could ever do this video, and I've struggled for a lot of years with my friends and boxes to do a series on reservations and First Amendment. It just felt too complicated to dive into, and I've been struggling with that. So this and the previous video are my attempts to broach this history, try to understand it, to get a sense of it, while also aware of how little we can do in a short video like this. So if you have other stories that need to be told on this, please let me know. I just want to tell you about a couple of things. Number one, something I'm really excited about is that we have a giant map poster that I designed with some help from Isaac, and it is a poster of all of the map projections, not all of them, dozens of them, with a little explainer on why all maps are wrong, which is something you can know for years. So go check it out. It is a way you can support our channel while also having a cool poster about maps. Another way you can support me around here is the newsroom. The newsroom is our Patreon. It just sounds right here. We call it the newsroom. It's our newsroom. It is a place where you can go and support us while also getting a couple of groups like an extra video every month. You get an extra video, which is behind the scenes on how we do what we do here with a big team of people, very talented, fun, interesting, funny people that appear behind the scenes along that publishes to newsroom groups. You get access to royalty-free music from Tom Fox, and you get the warm fuzzy feeling in your belly that you are supporting me. So go check that out. Try.com/JohnnyHarris. Also, I started a company a few years ago called Bright Trip. We do smart travel education, brighttrip.com. We have lots of presets that help color our videos and photos. I think that's all the things I'm going to do. So, thank you all for being here and for ongoing support, comments. It is a conversation that we are in all of the time. So read your comments, hear your support, your generosity. We'll see you next time. forget that the U.S. still has colonies. We don't actually use the word colony. We prefer words like unincorporated territory, commonwealth. These are places where people are subject to U.S. rule but don't enjoy the full rights that other Americans do. I want to tell you about one of them, Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, you're not just in a vacation paradise, you are in a part of the United States. It feels like the United States. It also feels distinctly different. This feeling, this limbo state, didn't happen by accident. In fact, it's perhaps the best example of the lengths the United States has gone to hold on to land. So let me show you how the U.S. kept their colony using brute force, spying, and the abuse of land. This is how the U.S. stole Puerto Rico. Pause the video real quick. I need to just tell you something, which is that about 3 years ago, I started seeing a therapist because I was kind of not in a happy place in my life and needed to talk to somebody, and it kind of changed my life. It really changed my life. I'm telling you this because it has to do with sponsoring today's video. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video and the channel generally. I didn't grow up going to therapy or really understood. I sort of thought it was only for if like I had some big mental illness and I needed help, I could see a therapist. What I've learned is that therapy is actually something that I think we all need. It's something we all need. Exercise for our physical bodies. We need help with our mental selves as well. And that is what therapy can do. BetterHelp is a platform that makes it really easy to find a good therapist and start communicating with them. With BetterHelp, you sign up, you take a quick quiz, and then they match you with a licensed therapist in their giant network of tens of thousands of therapists that are all over the place. It's not limited to your geographic location. Once you're connected to a therapist, you can very quickly start communicating however you want. You can do text message sessions, you can do video call, you can do phone call. Finding a therapist the traditional way, I've found, is a much more difficult and arduous process, which when you're looking for a therapist, you don't want any friction. It's not a very fun thing to do. With BetterHelp, if your therapist isn't a good fit, you can switch to a new one for free. In the end, BetterHelp is trying to make therapy more accessible to all of us so that we can learn more about our minds and our emotions work, and hopefully live better lives. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/TRILLIONAIRE. You get a 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can try it out at a discount and see if it fits into your life. There's also financial aid for those who need it. So thank you, BetterHelp, for existing and sponsoring today's video. And now, let's dive back into Puerto Rico. Okay, so it's 1898, and the Spanish Empire looks like this. But it's faltering. A lot of its colonies are fighting for independence. The United States gets involved and allies with a lot of these independence fighters. They say they want to liberate these colonies, and so they get into the war and they win. But instead of liberating Spain's colonies, they just keep them for themselves. And one of those colonies was Puerto Rico. And so on an ordinary Tuesday, late 1800s, there was a quiet ceremony that takes place in the governor's balcony in San Juan. After 400 years of Spanish rule, Puerto Rico, this island in the Caribbean, is simply passed from one group to the next. And this begins an unprecedented experiment in the Caribbean for the United States, an operation to extract resources, money, labor, and military protection from this small, beautiful island. They start by passing a law that gives the U.S. total political control over the island. They start appointing American leaders to govern the island, men who don't speak Spanish, don't know anything about Puerto Rico or its people. Most of these leaders treat the assignment like a business venture. Like this one guy, when he was the leader of Puerto Rico, starts to give public Puerto Rican funds to American-owned businesses on the island. Then he stacks the government with American loyalists. And then eventually he resigns. But then he returns to the island to build a sugar kingdom. Now with the help of all of the political officials that he had appointed, this company balloons into the largest global sugar business on earth. At the same time, U.S. banks descend on the island, giving taking out very predatory loans, and then foreclosing on land, gobbling it up and turning it into, you guessed it, sugar farms. Puerto Rico is slowly turning into a sugar island and becoming more and more dependent on shipments from the mainland. The U.S. enacts a new policy that says that anything going into Puerto Rico has to be transported by American ships with American crews. So of course this skyrockets the prices for locals, which is made worse by the fact that the U.S. government had devalued and then outlawed the local currency. So now every Puerto Rican lost almost half of their wealth overnight. And as a part of this push to lock Puerto Rico in as their colony, they forbid Spanish in schools and public institutions. And so in this very short amount of time, the U.S. turned Spain's former colony into this giant sugar farm, stripping out local identity and language and culture in the process, and locking the people under their control. And then Congress gives Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship, which conveniently was just in time for a giant World War. Puerto Rican men got sent to the front lines to fight for the country that was in the process of pillaging their island. By 1922, a series of Supreme Court cases had solidified Puerto Rico as a, quote, unincorporated territory, which is just like word salad for the U.S. Constitution doesn't fully apply. I mean, think about it. Unincorporated territory was intentionally contradictory jargon that came from these men hundreds of miles away, but honestly, the message was very clear. Puerto Ricans did not look or sound enough like Americans to actually be a part of the United States. By the 1930s, big banks owned 60% of these sugar farms, 80% of the tobacco farms, and 100% of the railroads and shipping facilities. At the same time, Puerto Ricans were being paid less than 4 cents an hour. If you put that into today's currency by inflation, that's like $1 an hour. Poverty and malnutrition started to grip this island. All the while, the U.S. is turning the island into an essential military outpost. See how Puerto Rico juts out a little bit? It served as a strategically positioned island to help protect trade routes and place refuel ships. Over time, more and more military bases and installations would pop up on its island. The U.S. would go on to test thousands of bombs on Puerto Rico, leaving behind one of the most hazardous waste sites in the United States. And by the middle of the 1900s, Puerto Rico really starts to mirror what the U.S. envisioned. Puerto Rico, the sugar metropolis. Puerto Rico, the land of low wages and abundant laborers. Puerto Rico, the irreplaceable military power. The empire that built themselves as the liberators from Spain is now overrun. Locals start fighting back. The fight is led by this guy, Pedro Albizu. This poor kid ends up going to Harvard and graduates valedictorian from Harvard Law School. He serves the U.S. in World War I and even helps draft Ireland's independence constitution. The U.S. kind of superstar. Ultimately, he returns to his hometown to attempt the impossible, Puerto Rican independence. But soon, Campos would find himself bouncing in and out of prison for 24 years.
Cuando los adultos de la patria tienen que ser de sus países favoritos, de sus lares, no tienen siquiera salida a países extranjeros distintos del poder enemigo que nos oculta. Tienen que ir a Estados Unidos a ser los esclavos de los poderes económicos y los tiranos.
Things haven't quite escalated. This movement is just starting. Campos comes back to Puerto Rico with the goal of total separation from the United States, and people join him. A lot of people. Just everyday, ordinary Puerto Ricans who are fed up with being exploited. They join them, they organize, and they call themselves the Nationalists. They run for office, they go on strike, and they fight back against this superpower that has been exploiting them. Momentum begins to pick up. And then the dominoes really start to fall. There was this American doctor. His name is Cornelius Rhodes, and he went to Puerto Rico saying he's going to do like health research or something. We know what he really was doing. He writes that Puerto Ricans are, quote, beyond doubt the dirtiest, laziest, and most degenerate and thievish race of men ever to have inhabited this sphere. And he goes on to say that it makes him sick to, quote, inhabit the same island with them. But he doesn't stop there. He says that Puerto Ricans need, quote, something to totally exterminate the entire population. And then he admits to a crime. He says, I have done my best to further the process of their extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more. This is bad. This is really bad, but a lot of Americans, this wasn't surprising. So the staff at the hospital find this letter and they send it around to everyone. And it goes out, it goes viral, and nothing happens to this guy who has admitted to murdering a bunch of Americans. Actually, something does happen. He gets on the front cover of Time magazine. To the nationalists, this letter confirms something that they already knew. It actually wasn't that surprising. There was an awareness that, yes, America loves Puerto Rico for their soil and their labor and their strategic location, but hates them as people. So after this letter, it explodes. It gets to the point where the U.S. and the federal government on the island no longer ignore this movement. Soon, a bunch of new officers were hired, trained and armed with machine guns and tear gas. But the nationalists keep fighting. Then, in 1935, police killed 4 nationalists at the university. The nationalists retaliate by killing the police chief. Then, without trial, the police execute this killer and arrest Campos, the leader of the movement, for plotting to overthrow the government. Campos is given this rigged trial with a jury made up mostly of Indian Americans, and he gets sentenced to prison for 10 years. A few months later, people are out peacefully protesting on Palm Sunday, and the police start shooting into the crowd. Men, women, children, and elders are all clubbed and beaten to death and shot in the back as they run away. 19 are killed, and over 100 are wounded, but it still doesn't put down the movement. The violence only pours fuel on the fire. Back in Washington, D.C., they're starting to get worried that this independence movement is just going to keep building. They don't want to give up their island in the Caribbean. There's still plenty of money to be made off of Puerto Rican soil and labor, not to mention the military bases. So they turn to an extreme measure, something that, as I learned about and reported on, has been blowing my mind in a way that I've been studying this stuff a lot. I look at the behavior of empires and how they control people. I've never seen this before. It starts with FBI agents who come to the island to work with the police department. They have one simple mission: to spy on anyone who they deem politically subversive and to sabotage them, and thus sabotage the independence. So they spy on everyone. They spy on the nationalists who are part of the movement, but also their friends, their partners, their sexual partners, their business colleagues, their children. They track down criminal records and mistresses and debtors and creditors and photos and license plate numbers, school transcripts, and even the guest list to weddings. Like, they got really, really detailed. They started listening in on phone calls and intercepting letters. Everything was filmed. The idea was to create an opticon, this idea that they're always watching. They also started to cultivate relationships with informers, often the victim's family or friends or neighbors. It's sucked into this state spying device. The FBI uses payments, coercion, manipulation, which often forces people to turn on each other, causing divorce and broken friendship and fractured communities. Much of this was done undercover, and these FBI agents would just be dressed in normal clothes, but would be constantly surveilling. Oh, and we know about this because they documented everything. If you were a person of interest, you probably had a file. All of these files are public archives. Our story producer, Rabbi, to send more to see
So I'm at the General Archive building in San Juan, Puerto Rico, to see these secret surveillance documents that were collected on thousands of Puerto Ricans over so many decades.
After weeks of work, I finally got to look at Las Vegas to see what was actually in these files. And it's kind of creepy, I have to say. You see specific times and dates and details for meetups, detailed descriptions of the locations where people are just meeting, all of the names of people involved, these subgroups that were potentially supporters of the independence movement. You get these highly detailed physical descriptions of people who are tracking, their occupation, the model of their car, license plate number, and all of their moves, all of their activities, what they were doing, their support. Anyway, for those who moved away from Puerto Rico, they continued to track them exactly what occurred in the bombs. They speculated about their nationalistic tendencies, and you see these interviews that agents were having with people closest to the target, where their personal beliefs are revealed. Like one who thought that Puerto Rico would be repaired with socialism and independence. You can see a source telling these agents that they're afraid that their friend had become friends with the leaders of the independence and had been inducted in because of this future. And of course, these informants request that all this information they're spilling to the agents be kept secret. These agents would even interview family members. There's this whole transcript of the agents talking to the mother of someone who was suspected to be a part of the independence movement. Oh yeah, and in all of these documents, you see an obsession with who had guns. It's hard to overstate how exhaustive this spying effort was, and how powerful it was. The FBI was able to use all this information to intimidate and blackmail and punish suspected nationalists. I mean, there are thousands of these examples, from children being kidnapped and put into a helicopter by the FBI to people being denied government jobs, all because they had criminal. At the end of the day, it was psychological war against Puerto Ricans who wanted independence, and it worked very well in dividing these people and making them feel powerless because they were always being watched in the most personal moments. Oh, and it wasn't just a couple of years, this lasted for decades. Eventually, these couples of nationalists see no other way other than revolution. In the fall of 1950, the nationalists declared Puerto Rico as an independent nation. They attempted to seize towns, to set government buildings on fire, to cut phone lines. They tried to assassinate the governor. And let's be honest, this is 1950. The United States is easily the most powerful country to have ever existed. These people had no chance of winning against the global superpower. Their goal was to bring attention to the world to pressure the U.S. to give up its colony. But instead, the United States responded by dropping bombs. The only time in the history of the United States where they bombed their own citizens. One survivor of the revolution was in Fighters Row and said that it was a David against Goliath situation, and that the leader told them that they might die, that they might succeed, but that at least they would have let the world know about Puerto Rico. During this revolution, many of the fighters wore their Sunday best, iron suits, and pressed ties, because they knew they would die, and it caused them to fight. In the end, 24 are killed. Puerto Rico really didn't have a chance. President Truman comes out and says, "What? Incident in Puerto Rico is down busy." And a couple days later, two nationalists attempt to assassinate him. The world doesn't come to Puerto Rico's rescue, and instead, police carry out a mass arrest, throwing 3,000 people in jail. A few years later, 4 nationalists open fire in the chamber of the U.S. Congress. Campos is arrested again, and this time he's sentenced to 80 years in prison. There's evidence that during this time in prison, Campos was exposed to extreme levels of radiation. Consequences allegedly gave him a stroke and left him paralyzed and unable to speak. In the end, the U.S.'s wish came true. They silenced Campos. After the squashing of the revolution, the surveillance program continued for decades. In the end, it was a total of 50 years of state-sanctioned spying. When it all came to light, they estimated that around 100,000 people had files. A lot of people in Puerto Rico knew that this was happening, but they just knew it in their gut. They didn't have any real evidence on it. They didn't realize the sheer scale and methodical approach that the FBI was taking to spy, to divide them into psychologically debased them. In total, there was 1.8 million pages of documentation, and many of the victims of this spying are still alive today. I think the propaganda is a really powerful signal of how the U.S. kept its colony. They were the cementing of what the U.S. had done from the beginning, which is create a system of alliance and repression where people lived and died under the thumb of this massive superpower who was exerting very, very aggressive control over these people. These people were American citizens. It's hard to fully understand, if impossible to relate to the psychological impact that this program would have on the people that it affected, but also the generations who came from the people who it affected. Imagine such a horrific pervasive force that is sowing division, mistrust, betrayal, and fear attached to the government of each other. Puerto Rico never got independence, and to this day they remain unincorporated territory, which means that they don't have the same rights as other American citizens. And the status of the island is a heated debate. Many Puerto Ricans value modern-day benefits of being connected to the U.S., but at what cost? This is backed by the U.S.'s lasting control of the island. And even though the people of Puerto Rico serve in our armed forces, they still can't vote for the president. They still don't have full representation in our democracy. And yet, Puerto Rico still has this immense impact on American culture and life. The food, the music, the dance, the art from this island, it's a part of what it means to be American. And yet, I think most of us don't really think about the status of this place around it or its history. It's only when there's like a hurricane on this island we see the U.S. kind of barely show up relative to how they show up before their other citizens. Only then are we reminded that Puerto Rico is a colonial possession, one taken in war and exploited for predatory and racist policies, and then held on to for a massive amount of state force, spying, violence, and repression. And what we're left with is yet another example of a place whose vibrant spirit and culture and people are somehow able to shine through the dark fog of colonial abuse that is left deep in its own This channel is part of the history of its internet.
Following the humiliation of defeat, Germany between World War I and World War II was a country that had lost its sense of purpose, its status in the world, had seen revolution and poverty brought about by the Bolshevik crash of 1929. By 1933, the country that longed for strong leadership, restored law, order, and a sense of identity. One man understood the needs of Germany. Presented himself as a savior in a world that was on the brink of collapse. He knew also how to manipulate the images that the public saw. He would appear always as a man of God, a man chosen, possessing a monumental, almost magic quality that drew the hopes and trust of the German population. The cameras followed his every move. He fed the popular desire for an invincible symbol of national pride in a way no politician had ever been able to do. His rise from a rabble-rouser on the streets of Bavaria to the pinnacle of power in the conquest of most of Western Europe is one of the most extraordinary and savage stories of our time. Millions of Germans saw in him the Messiah he felt himself to be, followed him at first blindly and then under increasing duress into destruction, unable to comprehend that they were simply numbers in his distorted vision of the world, dispensable to a man incapable of forming fulfilling personal relationships. One of the most fascinating questions in the history of the 20th century is how did Adolf Hitler come to create a regime that would hold the world in a grip of terror the likes of which had never been seen before? At the time of Adolf Hitler's birth, his mother was staying in an inn, the Gasthof zum Pommer, at Braunau in Moscow. He was born at 6:30 in the evening of the 20th of April 1889, the fourth of 6 children of Alois and Clara Hitler. Alois had been an illegitimate child. He had taken his mother's name, Sugarloaf, for the first 39 years of his life. In 1886, he adopted the surname of his stepfather, Johann Georg Hitler. Clara was his third wife, and only 2 of the children, Adolf and Paula, survived the difficult early years and lived into adulthood. There was strong affection between them, as she reported later, and bickering. Adolf's father was financially comfortable as he worked for the Imperial Customs Service as a government official. He was devoted to duty, pompous, proud of his status, and strict with himself and others. Adolf was frequently beaten by him. "I never loved my father," Hitler said later in life, adding unsurprisingly that he was afraid of him and his terrible temper, and recalling that he counted silently the blows of his stick once he had resolved never to cry again when being whipped. It is easy to find the boy in the man who would demand unflinching obedience from his new super race. He was not a good student, and despite his father wanting his son to follow his career path as a customs official, Adolf was more interested in art. He was considered lazy, except when he began talking about his war books. Then his enthusiasm was plain to see. The relationship with his mother was entirely different. She was a kind and devout Roman Catholic who adored and supported her son, as he also adored her. In 1903, his father died of a lung hemorrhage. Freed from the long years of parental abuse, he was now no longer able to be disciplined and was expelled from school, which he eventually left at age 16 with no qualifications. In 1905, Hitler moved to Vienna to become a painter, living partly on the money given by his mother. He was twice rejected by the Academy of Fine Arts as being untalented and unfit for painting, but with the encouragement that his talents lay in the architectural profession. Despite the bitterness he felt at the refusal, this encouragement gave him a belief in his talent as an architect that stayed with him. And later, his architect Albert Speer became one of his closest advisors.
If you love history, then you love this craft. Our extensive library document features everything from the ancient origins of our earliest ancestors to the daring mission to sink this. History Hit has hundreds of exclusive documentaries with unrivaled access to the world's best history. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot afford anywhere else. Sign up now for a free trial, and Timeline fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code TIMELINE to check it out.
He began to paint pictures from postcards in an attempt to earn his living as an artist, to supplement the financial help of his mother. He did sell some of his paintings. When he first arrived in the Austrian capital, Hitler was aged 18. He was overwhelmed by the opulence of the hotels, villas, shops, and the architectural splendor that surrounded him. He went to the opera and the theatre. Clara Hitler was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 47, and Adolf stayed by her side through the final stage of illness. The family doctor said that he had never seen a closer attachment by his son, adding that Adolf Hitler was the saddest man he had ever seen. Clara died just before Christmas 1907. Following the death of his mother, Hitler returned to Vienna, where he was excluded from the life of the city. His mother's death and his own failings sent him into depression, and by 1909 he was walking the streets and sleeping in the open. He finally found shelter living in a men's hostel for the homeless. Whilst he was there, he began to earn a modest income from the sale of paintings of old and young. The society that Hitler aspired to join was ruled over by an aging emperor, Franz Joseph, emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He had been on the throne for 60 years and symbolized the divisions of a society where money separated the workers even from the middle classes. Hitler watched street marches taking place as the red flag was carried through Vienna. The sight of these made the young Hitler depressed and feared for the future. Austria, as part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was also a society where the German population felt under threat by Slavic races. The Catholic Church seemed also to favour Slavs, with the result that a distrust and dislike for the Catholic religion was widespread amongst Germans. The desire for a united German fatherland was strong. Vienna's population was growing. Amongst the mix of races to be found there was a large Jewish community. Their presence, their strange appearance, caused unease amongst the middle classes. He would not have been alone in sensing dislike of these strange figures at their market stalls, even though he expressed lifelong gratitude to the Jewish doctor Edward Bloch, who attended his mother. By his own account, the more I saw, the more sharply they became distinguished in my eyes from the rest of humanity. Whether Hitler came across the works of the Englishman Houston Stewart Chamberlain from Vienna is uncertain, but his book, The Foundations of the 19th Century, which he wrote in German, was very popular in Germany at the time, which was hardly surprising as Chamberlain maintained that the German race should be dominant in the world. The Germans were, the most highly gifted of the Aryan group of peoples, and the Aryans are preeminent amongst all peoples, and therefore the lords of the world. He pointed out the racial differences of the Jews, and spoke in derogatory terms of them, warning that racial mixing would mean moral and physical degeneration and the end of Aryan world power. Jews and other racial aliens had to be removed from Germany, he argued. Chamberlain had a particular influence on Alfred Rosenberg, a Nazi's philosopher. Hitler and Goebbels expressed a desire for a cult of race, blood, and battle once the final victory had been achieved. His thinking now thoroughly tainted, sensing himself an outcast, Hitler was still in the hospital when, in 1913, he inherited the remaining money from his father's estate and moved to Munich, time to avoid conscription for the Inland First World War. His fierce interest in all things German meant that he did not want to fight for Austria. To many people, the Jews represented the grasping capitalism that brought about poverty and the unfairness of democracy. A war to re-establish the world order seemed desirable. When Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, the war everyone wanted was just months away. The Germans mobilized on the 30th of July. Hitler was eagerly ready to fight when World War I hostilities broke out in August. He volunteered to join a Bavarian regiment, the 16th Infantry Reserve Regiment, recording later that he had been gripped with stormy enthusiasm, fallen to his knees with an overflowing heart to thank God for the good fortune of being permitted to live at the time. It was probably bureaucratic oversight that allowed him into the German army. Officially, he should have been returned to Austria as a foreigner. On the 29th of October 1914, Hitler's regiment was engulfed in the battle to Ypres. With 70% losses, his enthusiasm waned. In Mein Kampf, Hitler did not mention that he was in fact a dispatch runner from the first day on, and not an infantryman in the trenches. His luck, however, was already in evidence when a shell exploded in the regiment HQ, minutes after he had left, almost wiping out the entire staff. His comrades found Hitler strange as he sat for hours in a corner reading. Despite his lack of humor, and the fact that he never joined in with the usual moans and jibes, he generally got on well with those around him. His defense of all things German was fanatical. He would come to passionate life when talking of a new Germany. His comrades were drawn in as he persuasively described his vision of an Austria reunited with the fatherland, in which foreigners and democracy would be. Most of his listeners were in agreement. In the 36 battles that he would take part in, he earned a reputation for great personal courage. A senior officer described him as an exceptionally brave, effective, and conscientious soldier. He was promoted to Lance Corporal in November 1914, although he was never to progress further because he was not considered to be leadership material by his superior officers, although he did receive the Iron Cross second class that year, rescuing his deputy commanding officer under fire. In late 1916, a shell exploded near the runner's dugout, injuring him in the thigh. The others beside him were also wounded or killed. He spent 2 months in hospital in Berlin. A visit to Munich, he was shocked. Morale was low, he wrote later, and every clerk seemed to be a Jew. In 1918, he received the Iron Cross First Class, an award seldom given to a corporal. It was probably not awarded for capturing 15 French soldiers single-handedly, as he claimed later, but for bravery in delivering important dispatches in over 4 years at the front. Even then, he had to badger the regimental commander for weeks to get it. During the night of October the 13th, 1918, a mustard gas attack near Munich partially blinded him. His war was over. During his recovery in northeastern Germany, he learned of capitulation at the front in France and revolution in the German schools. Workers in Berlin had been on strike to protest at the continuing war and against democratic institutions. For him, ending the war was the greatest villainy of the century. Did all this happen so that a bunch of wretched criminals could lay hands on the fatherland? The shame of indignation and disgrace burned my brow. Hatred grew in me, hatred for those responsible for this deed. Those responsible were, in his eyes, the politicians of the democratic Weimar Republic, socialists and communists from industrial strikes in the arms factories, and Jews, who said, quite wrongly, had not supported the war. He would later make them all suffer for their assumed treachery. Hitler, along with many others, felt that Germany had been stabbed in the back. The legend of the Deutschland. Socialists and Bolsheviks agitating the strikes of especially Jews were held responsible for the German defeat. The Jews were considered unpatriotic, a claim that was completely unfounded. Hitler wrote, "My own fate became known to me and I decided to go into politics." Hitler had certainly decided that he was the only one able to save Germany. After the war, chaos came to the streets of Germany. Hitler was stunned by what was taking place. Anti-war sentiment and revolution gripped Germany. The democratically elected Chancellor, Philipp Scheidemann, refused to sign the Treaty of Versailles and resigned. The signing of the treaty finally took place under the chancellorship of Gustav Bauer, June 28, 1919. When the Kaiser abdicated on November the 9th, 1918, and fled to Holland, a power vacuum arose. There was mutiny and fighting in the streets. The unrest was fanned by the Versailles Treaty, the reparations demanded by the Allies from Germany that kept it financially weak. In Bavaria, the revolutionary fever was at its greatest, with revolutionaries thinking themselves on the edge of a new world order. Freikorps, paramilitary gangs set up by former army officers and made up of mob soldiers, angered at the sudden defeat in the war, were sent to quell communist unrest, break up the workers' councils, and put down rising communists. The army had taught that obedience of martial law was the way to ensure stability, and they intended to impose that attitude externally. Valderrama, foreign minister, was accused by an obscure extreme right-wing party, the German Workers' Party, of being part of the Jewish communist conspiracy and was assassinated by ultra-nationalist officers. Friedrich Ebert, a social democrat, took over as chancellor, supported by the army and the crime war, which now crushed the burgeoning revolution and brought order back to the country. This was an uneasy grip on power, and few people felt loyal. Hitler was threatened when he returned to Munich. The future as a civilian frightened him, and he was open to the influence of the unrest and uncertainty of the post-war era. He managed to stay in the army, only being demobbed on the 31st of March 1920, and he supported the ideals of the flying corps. Before long, he had been chosen by his army superiors to be a political instructor, said to be trained by the Education and Propaganda Department. His ability to make effective public speeches quickly became apparent, and mindful of this talent, he was sent by the Reichswehr, the German army, to observe and infiltrate the meetings of revolutionary groups. On one of his undercover missions in September 1919, he was sent to listen to an extreme right-wing nationalist group that met in one of the Munich beer cellars. This was the same German Workers' Party that had agitated against Walter Rathenau. Far from decrying them, he agreed with their anti-Semitic nationalist sentiments. Hitler had found his ideological home. On the 12th of September 1919, he gave his first speech to the gathered adherents of the party. Its success could be seen in the fact that he was invited to join the committee. There were perhaps 40 members at the time, and such men as Hitler were useful. It was a byproduct of German history, filled with helpless anger and shame at Germany's degradation. This angry passion soon swept up his listeners. He had wanted to create a party of his own. Within months, Adolf Hitler had ousted the original party founder and was leader of the German Workers' Party. Here he was to meet Hermann Göring and Rudolf Hess, two men who stayed loyal to him throughout the lifetime of the Third Reich. Although Hitler suggested the name of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, the name was changed in 1920 to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the NSDAP. The Nazis had begun their long march to power. Hitler was responsible for the design of the swastika symbol and then for a propaganda newspaper. The photographer Heinrich Hoffmann joined the party in 1920, and Hitler made him official party photographer. He studied the photos Hoffmann took in order to polish his gestures, his inflections, and so perfect the impact of his speeches. These speeches in the beer cellars of Munich drew more and more enthusiastic interest. At this time, Hitler's intention was to bring to power General Ludendorff, a renowned World War I officer. Less than 3 years after joining the party, it was clear that Hitler was a central figure amongst the Free Corps and German nationalist groupings. And as a result, the NSDAP had been able to recruit thousands of recruiters. A private army was formed, the SA, who with their brown shirts were organized by the man who would later be their leader, Ernst Röhm. They roamed the streets, breaking up socialist and communist demonstrations and terrorized. Hitler's popularity was increasing all the time, as was his self-aggrandizement as the savior of the German race. His greed for power was now only matched by his scorn for the others in the movement, considered to be reaction with mired in the past. Anyone who disagreed with him was unceremoniously dispensed with by violence if necessary. His name was mentioned more often in influential circles in society, but acceptance here failed his impressive evidence. Dietrich Eckart, a man who influenced Hitler's theories and beliefs, had introduced Hitler to the wealthy in society, people who would later fund the Nazis. Hitler was even given instruction in public speaking while staying with an industrialist psychologist. He grew in confidence to such an extent that he felt able to stage a coup d'etat. Many right-wing groups wanted to march on Berlin, echoing Mussolini's March on Rome, and Erich Ludendorff and Hitler were among the enthusiasts for such a move. They had the agreement of Gustav Kahr, the right-wing head of the Bavarian state government, General Lossow, and Colonel Seiser, who were also part of the government. It was the 9th of November 1923. Together with 600 members of the SA and accompanied by Rudolf Hess, Hermann Göring, and Alfred Rosenberg, Hitler burst into the Bürgerbräu beer hall in Munich, where Gustav Kahr, the Bavarian State Commissioner, was giving a speech. A machine gun was set up. A proclamation was issued stating that Hitler, together with General Ludendorff, General Lossow, and Colonel Seiser, had formed a provisional national government. It was all wildly premature. Jumping onto a table, Hitler fired into the ceiling. Kahr had originally supported a coup attempt. Now he withdrew his support. Whilst Göring gave a speech to calm the people in the hall, who were now being prevented from leaving, Hitler and Hess had Kahr and the others taken into the side room and demanded they support the coup or be executed. Kahr refused to be intimidated. Hitler had him arrested together with Lossow and Seiser. Ludendorff finally persuaded them to agree to the march, and Hitler left the building. Ludendorff then released his captives. He lost no time in arranging to put down the Next day, with the government gathering its forces, fighting broke out. Hitler asked for help from Crown Prince Ulrich of Bavaria as a mediator in order to arrest the Bavarian city council's hostages. Ulrich said later that he thought Hitler to be insane. Hitler realized that Ulrich was failing. They had no answer to the problem. It was Ludendorff who shouted out, "Wir marschieren! We are going to march." Worm and Hitler's men, some 2,000 in total, marched along the street with no particular aim, until Ludendorff once again took charge and led them to the Bavarian Defense Ministry. At Odeonsplatz, in front of the Feldherrenhalle, they met 100 soldiers blocking their way. Then the firing began. Max Erwin von Scheunen-Richter, who had made the detailed plans, and linked arms with Hitler, was shot in the lungs and died instantly as Hitler and the others walked towards the police. Hitler said later that he had been the only irreplaceable loss that day, and devoted the first part of Mein Kampf to his ascension. Panicked by the bullets and the death of Richter, Hitler fled. Ludendorff continued to walk into the fire. He lived to be put on trial. Even up to his death in 1937, he never wanted anything to do with Hitler again, considering him a coward for running away. Both Göring and Hitler were injured, but Göring was able to escape whilst Hitler was arrested. Göring suffered bullet wounds to his leg, became increasingly dependent on morphine for the rest of his life. In prison, Hitler became so severely depressed that his friends had to try and persuade him not to commit suicide. He was to be tried for treason, and he decided to use the opportunity to speak to the world outside of the courtroom. He could stand up for his beliefs and for himself as savior of the fatherland. He would do what he was to become famous for: attack. In terms of his future as a politician, his scheme worked better than he could have hoped. Reported in the newspapers, he was acclaimed and lauded, but also subsequently ousted from leadership of the party. This episode in his later life served wonderfully in maintaining the myth of his past, and each year a victory parade was held and a wreath laid in honor of the 16 men who had died during the war. The 5-year prison sentence handed down to him by a judge sympathetic to his cause proved to be a lame facade. He was given comfortable rooms, good food, and allowed to wear his own clothes. In Landsberg jail, he had the time to forge his plans for the future. He wrote them out in a book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle. Dictated to his deputy in the party and fellow middle leader Rudolf Hess, Mein Kampf sets out Hitler's ideology, anti-Semitism, belief in the master race, and the idea that some men are destined to be rulers and others to be ruled, together with his belief in Lebensraum, space in which to live, in Eastern Europe and especially Russia, and of course the necessity to overthrow the Treaty of Versailles. Hess had introduced Hitler to the political geography theories of Karl Haushofer, having been his scientific assistant. Haushofer promoted the ideas of German expansion, Lebensraum, not by claiming colonies outside of Europe, but by claiming land in the East, where, he said, Germany's destiny lay. In prison, Hitler came across eugenics. This theory put forward the idea of improving the human race by selective breeding. The final important cornerstone of Nazi ideology was in place. The failed putsch had changed his mind for violent revolutionary change. The German people wanted legal change then, though this would take longer, that is what he did. He realized that if he were to reject revolution as the path to power, he needed to make the National Socialist Party known throughout the country. After just 8 months, he was a free man. Following his release, Hitler spent his time in Obersalzberg, the mountainous area above Berchtesgaden in Munich, forgotten as a politician, far from the power he craved, as the Weimar Republic stabilized and brought a new sense of hope to the German people. It also brought in a new age and new culture and new smiles. Berlin, now enjoying its heyday, was the epicenter of all that he knew. Communist agitation, Jews, and everywhere he literally noted jazz. His niece Gaily provided him with some instruction. They had a brief affair, during which time Hitler's jealous possessiveness of her became pathological and led to him controlling her so tightly she was virtually imprisoned. She was found dead in Hitler's apartment. Whether her death by shooting was suicide or not remains a mystery. Hitler had to rebuild his party. It began as he had ended before the coup with propaganda. Some states had banned him from speaking. He used this fact to his advantage, displaying the clever use of propaganda that helped bring him power. He later used shamelessly to cover his real intentions and heaped blame and falsehoods on others. The man who was to become one of his most loyal supporters and take Nazi propaganda to new heights came into contact with the party in 1923 and joined in 1924. His name was Joseph Goebbels. He remained with Hitler until the very end and died in bunker in 1945. He too misjudged Hitler and his side. With us in the West, no Goebbels. There can be no doubt. First, socialist redemption, then comes national liberation like Goebbels. Hitler stands between both opinions. He is on his way to coming over to us completely. Hitler did not. Goebbels was appalled at the solution. Hitler saw socialism as a Jewish nation, maintaining that the Jews would be the problem, not the capitalists. But in a show of his abilities to persuade, Hitler greatly valued Goebbels' talents, won him over completely in a private conversation. Now Goebbels found a sparkling mind that he could follow, a political genius who thought through everything. Hitler was both simple and great at the same time, he wrote, and he who forsakes the fear of earth. It was his cruelty to taunt Hitler to prove his way to power more quietly and avoid violent confrontation with the state. So he presented himself as a law-abiding member of society, clothed in sober dark suits, a man who cared for the future of the country and therefore of its children. His aim was now to persuade rather than force, and as he began his work on Germans, he began his work on himself. His appearances were not yet as smooth as they were to become later, nor did he yet possess the authority English form. But within 3 years, the National Socialist Party was showing the tight organization for which it would become known. More and more local groups were formed, and with an eye to the future, it was the youngsters who came into this particular attention. Excitement, friendship, status within a strong group, paired with discipline and a life outside of the restrictions within the family, all appealed to the young. Some 2/3 of the Sturmabteilung (SA) were under 30 years old. Even those who were not connected with Hitler's minority party found it hard not to be impressed by the rigorous organization and determination of the National Socialists. The festival atmosphere of colour and music with flags everywhere was reminiscent of the era of the Kaiser. Slowly Hitler expanded his power base. President Abel had died in 1925. The conservative First World War hero, Paul Hindenburg, was his successor. It was later to allow Hitler into power. not the first, nor likely the last, who believed that copyright Italy would be controlled by those who knew what government. In 1929, America came to Hitler's aid. The Wall Street crash plunged Germany into deep recession. This was where the National Socialists scored points. They did not spend all their time programming those in power. They cleverly offered a sense of identity of community or They organized self-help programs, work groups, and soup kitchens. Their reasoning and solutions seemed more and more acceptable to Germans struggling to survive. Their status grew, and so did the numbers of members. The numbers of those unemployed soared 3 million in 1930 and up to 6 million in 1950. Hitler knew that he could turn events to his favor. He publicly expressed concern for the hardship whilst trying to keep the situation unstable through his essays. In Berlin, the use of Goebbels was now lighter, or head of the Nazi district. The National Socialists were targeting the communist areas of the city. Ernst Taylor, seen here, was a leader of the communists. Riots and fighting were almost continuous with injuries and fatalities every week. The Weimar Republic fought back, but with war reparations still being demanded by the Allies, its authority and ability to control the situation was weakening rapidly. When Gustav Stresemann, foreign minister, died in 1929, there was no longer anyone strong enough to withstand the pressure. Hitler and his party were seen by German industrialists as a means to counteract the threat of communism. Someone needed to turn the masses against the socialist movements and for factory owners. Hitler was the man for the job. Money was given in support so that the agitation and threatening demonstrations of strength by the SA could continue. The new Chancellor, Heinrich Brüning, introduced unpopular measures to try and tackle the social problems. These measures were rejected by the Reichstag Parliament, and Hindenburg, a traditionalist who sympathized with Labour and right, felt that this was a failure of Parliament and decided on new elections. It was a fateful decision. In the 1930 elections for the Reichstag, the Nazis won 18.3% of the vote and became the second largest party. More and more people saw in Hitler what he saw in himself, the saviour of Germany. Support for his party grew. The middle classes were drawn to him through fear of communism and his vision of strong Germany. The party of the right, led by Alfred wanted to annex Hitler's popularity for themselves and a joint rally called Hartmut in autumn 1931. It misfired, and Hitler used it for his own advantage. He was not prepared to compromise. He wanted power, but on his terms and for himself. He was not beholden to business for funds. He was not open to negotiation. In court cases involving his supporters, this was the line he always followed: change by constitutional means. The lawyer Hans Frank, who later became Governor General of occupied Polish territories, was always at hand to help Hitler. Hitler also took out German citizenship to enable him to become a candidate for the presidency. In 1932, he undertook a propaganda tour of 7 towns, which he visited by air over 7 days. That year, there were 5 elections. Hitler used all the means available to undermine democracy, and with no other party able to promulgate a stronger vision of Germany's future as Hitler, he was becoming unstoppable. That year, his image seemed to be omnipresent, and his speeches eagerly listened to. It seemed that he already was the leader of the country. National Socialists certainly became the most powerful party in Germany. Hitler emphasized again and again that he was one of the people. He had been through the hardships himself. Because of that, the future was going to be different. How different was already plain to anyone who wanted to listen. Always returning to people as the linchpin of society, they offer the world free class. Kurt von Schleicher inadvertently helped Hitler on his way to power. He bore a large part of responsibility for bringing down the Berlin Chancellorship. And when his successor, Franz von Papen, the Centre Party, was forced to resign, Schleicher was appointed Chancellor, having formed a close relationship with the President. But his willingness to work with the Socialist Party annoyed him. Papen, still seeking power, held secret meetings with Hitler in the war, and the President refused Schleicher's request for emergency powers and dismissed him. For advocating a return to the monarchy of the Hohenzollern family, Schleicher had become a target for assassination in Hitler's eyes. He had Schleicher shot and murdered together with his wife during the night of Long Night from 30th June 1934. The government could do nothing to prevent the wave of sympathy for Hitler as discontent on the streets was countered by the press. Authority waned, Hitler and his cohorts waited for their chance. Just now, at the moment they were poised for power, President Hitler rejected Hitler's demand for the chancellorship. There were rumblings of discontent with the party. And as Hitler never cared to be restricted by finances, the party was in debt. But the turnaround was swift. Businessmen paid off the party's debts, and following the election of November the 6th, 1932, in which the National Socialists lost seats, Franz von Papen had persuaded President Hitler could be control of the government and should be given the chancellorship. The National Socialists had 3 ministerial posts, Conservatives 8. It was a fatal decision that brought about the collapse of the Weimar Republic and the end of democracy. The Machtergreifung, the seizure of power, was on the 30th of January 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. His supporters celebrated on the streets. Germany felt the change was not long to wait. As a triumphant Hitler and a failing Hindenburg showed themselves to the crowds, the SA were already attacking rebels. Here, Hitler attains a film from an SA man who died during a fighting during the first night. As usual, death was more interesting to Hitler whose cause Ludendorff was horrified by Hitler's rise to power. A telegram that he was reported to have sent to him read, by appointing Hitler Chancellor of the Reich, you have handed over our sacred German fatherland to one of the greatest demagogues of all time. I prophesy to you, this evil man will plunge our Reich into the abyss and will inflict immeasurable woe on our nation. Future generations will curse him in your grave for this action. Hitler, always with one eye on the propaganda potential of his old general, later tried bribery to win him over and was sent away empty-handed by an enraged Hitler. Within a week, there was a clampdown on the opposition parties with left guilty of ban. Even moderates were sought and threatened. By mid-February, the Communist Party had been suppressed and members of the Reichstag arrested. Hitler's first speech as Chancellor was given on February the 10th. On the The Reichstag went up in flames. The blaze destroyed the Great Hall. The Nazis had the excuse they needed for the first stage in the crushing of the democratic state. The communists were blamed for the fire. A Dutchman, now Dennis Brandenburg, was arrested for arson and found guilty at his trial and executed by guillotine the following year. 3 others accused with him were acquitted. One of those was Georgi Dimitrov, a Bulgarian who calmly told the court that Goering and the Nazis had been behind the fire. After the fire, Goering was reportedly boasting that he had arranged the arson attack, but later confessed that he had drawn up a list of those to be arrested even before the fire took place. After the fire, other communists were arrested and murdered, and constitutional rights suspended under the Reichstag fire. Under its terms, personal freedoms were suspended, house searches and seizures of property made illegal. Within 2 weeks, some 10,000 arrests had taken place in Prussia. This was martial law in full name. Ernst Thälmann, leader of the Communist Party, was one of those arrested. Thälmann, after 11 years of solitary confinement, was taken to Kosovo, where, in 1944, Hitler gave the order for him to be shot. The last vote of the Hitler was the forthcoming election on March the 5th, 1933. The brown shirts were on the streets to intimidate the voters, and state radio ordered to broadcast Hitler's speech from its bell. 50,000 members of the SS, SA, and Stahlhelm were sent to monitor voting in Russia. The results were disappointing. 43.9% of the votes went for Hitler, 17 million people. This meant that the Rabbi-Hitler coalition had just 16 seats in the team. On the 21st of March 1933, the new Reichstag met in Potsdam at the Garrison Church, where Frederick the Great was buried. Hindenburg was untouched, unaware, as were most onlookers, of what was really happening. A relic from a bygone age, he lent Hitler in memory of German heroes from the past. It was a soothing sight to those who were tired of the stories. The SA and army marched along the same road, symbolic of the old and new regimes. But no socialist or communist parliamentarians were invited. The worst of the nightmare had even begun. Next day, trade union offices were stormed. The terror had been unleashed. On March the 23rd, Hitler spilled into the Reichstag and pushed through a piece of legislation that would lay another stone in the path to his dictatorship. This was the Enabling Act, which would give the cabinet, and therefore Hitler himself, authority to enact laws without referring to the Reichstag parliament. To make sure that Hitler got in the way, the SS and SA surrounded the Kohl Opera House, which is where the Reichstag is now meeting. Goering, as president of the Reichstag, ruled that any absent deputy would be considered as president. This way, he ensured the presence of 2/3 of the total number of members that was required to vote, and it was impossible for socialist SPD members to boycott the proceedings as planned. Whilst Hitler was still trying to keep the engineering to constitutional rules upright, his SA men and their world were simply deposing the state governments and occupying buildings as they did immediately. Hitler had finally been able to exact his revenge for failure. The Gleichschalter, the coordination of all aspects of German life so that tight control could be exercised over every citizen, was not only seen in the law as being swiftly enacted, but in the organizations such as the World War I Veterans Stahlhelm, which was integrated into the SA and finally dissolved in 1935. The unions were crushed in May, and leaders were imprisoned when the unions merged with the German Workers' Front, which all workers were forced to join. As yet, the Jews were unharmed, but on April the 1st, 1933, Jewish doctors, lawyers, and businesses were subjected to an official boycott. Then, on May the 10th, as bonfire flames curled around the bones of Thomas Mann, Sigmund Freud, and many others at every town and university, Goebbels spoke worthy.
Und diese bitterrechtliche Stunde, den vom Geist der Vergangenheit mit Flammen vertraut.
It would only be a matter of time before other fires would burn. There where they burned books, said the 19th century German Jewish writer Heinrich Heine, human beings would finally burn too. Einstein, theatre director Max Reinhardt, Thomas Mann, and many others who understood what the Nazis intended. Germany was left with a stranglehold of barbarians. Amongst the books that the Nazis burned in 1933 were the works of Heinrich Heine, a German Jewish 19th century poet who wrote, "When you hear a crashing such as never before has been heard in the world's history, then you know that the German thunderbolt has fallen on us. At that uproar, the eagles of the air will drop dead, and lions in the remotest deserts of Africa will hide in their royal dens. A play will be performed in Germany, which will make the French Revolution look like an innocent dinner." The first concentration camps were erected in spring 1933. With 5 million unemployed, Hitler knew that he had to contain the growing debt of resistance. He began a program of public works, tirelessly touring the country, laying foundation stones and engendering enthusiasm for himself and his policies with every mile of autobahn. Life in Germany was improving, and Hitler was the man responsible. Yet he was not clear of his problems. The army and the SA under Worm were competing for power for their own organizations. Worm wanted to see himself as head of a single German defense force and disband the official German armed forces, the Reichswehr. He wanted the Nazis to seize power by force, whereas Hitler was determined to erode democracy from inside its defenses. Hitler found himself standing against the SA, whose tendency for street violence aggravated him. The situation worsened as Worm's belligerence grew.
So, this is the future. The question is the future right now or a few years from now?
In this film, Hitler has arrived at an SA meeting flanked by his personal guards, the SS. It was a show of power and work that had done well to take the oath. Yet the speech is heavy with praise for the SA members. Hitler needed them to remain on his side. Not so the SA leadership. For them, the end was in sight. By the end of June 1934, Worm had overplayed his hand. He wanted to be Minister of Defense, and demanded that the Reichswehr and its professional officers that he saw as lacking in revolutionary spirit be assimilated into the SA, which now contained almost 3 million members. Hitler feared a coup attempt from his own street fighting comrade. When Worm presented the Minister for Defense, Werner von Blomberg, with a memorandum demanding the SA become the nation's armed force, Hindenburg threatened to impose martial law if Hitler did not act. Hitler was only too pleased to act. From the 30th of June until July the 2nd, Hitler sent out his SS and Gestapo on assassination missions, and Worm and many of his SA comrades were summarily executed. Hitler didn't stop there. Von Papen was arrested. Schleicher and even leaders of other conservative parties were executed, as were many who had voiced opposition to the Nazis. Gustav Kahr, who had opposed Hitler's 1923 putsch attempt, paid now for that decision with his life as the SS hacked him to death. This was the night of the long knives. It enhanced the Gestapo's reputation for terror and left no one in any doubt that the same fate awaited anyone who dared to cross the Nazi leader. Gregor Strasser, one time Nazi member, was put under arrest by Hitler, who personally gave the order for his murder. Strasser was assassinated by the Gestapo in his cell. Shortly before his death, he had written to a friend, "Whatever happens, mark what I say. From now on, Germany is in the hands of an Austrian, a congenital liar, a former officer who was a pervert, and a club fool. But I tell you, the last is the worst of them all. This is Satan in human form." The SS unit, known as TRUMAN, became an independent organization. The now powerless SA gave Hitler a pledge of allegiance. On July the 13th, 1934, Hitler justified the purge in a nationally broadcast speech to the Reichstag. In this hour, I was responsible for the fate of the German people, and thereby I became the supreme judge of the German people. I gave the order to shoot the ringleaders in this treason, and I further gave the order to cauterize down to the raw flesh the ulcers of this poisoning of the wells in our domestic life. Let the nation know that its existence, which depends on its internal order and security, cannot be threatened with impunity by anyone. And let it be known for all time to come that if anyone raises his hand to strike the state, then certain death is his lot. Dolphus, the Austrian dictator, felt the brutal truth of these words when on July the 25th he was assassinated by 8 Austrian Nazis during the coup d'etat. Dolphus had banned the Austrian Nazi Party and formed an alliance with Mussolini against Germany, thus making an enemy of Hitler. When Hindenburg died on the 2nd of August 1934, Hitler knew that his hour had come. Goebbels had arranged the funeral ceremony, cleverly wove the traditions of an imperial past represented by Hindenburg and the attendant Prussian landed nobility, the Reichswehr and the Nazi SA. Hitler bowed before Hindenburg, as cynical and politically complicitous as ever. No one stood between him and absolute power. The office of president, Hitler declared, would be merged with his own, and he became Führer and Reichskanzler. Hitler was now a dictator to whom the army, on the orders of Defense Minister von Blomberg, had to swear their allegiance. The 5th of September 1934, Hitler attended a rally in Nuremberg, flying into his cheering supporters under the watchful eye of the cameras of Lady Riefenstahl. Goebbels had found one of the most willing foot soldiers for his propaganda. Hitler was portrayed as godlike, the closest thing to a Roman emperor it was possible to be. For her efforts, Riefenstahl was rewarded with the German Film Prize Golden Medal in 1935. Adolf Hitler needed manual workers, but he needed to have all men trained in military-style formations. Anyone who refused to participate in Hitler's re-education programs would expect a visit by the SS. In 1934, Hitler had pronounced that the battle between German racial ideas and the Slav masses could no longer be won. This would lead to permanent mastery of the world. His aims were clear to anyone who wanted to listen. No one except the Nazis wanted to believe him. It was the turn of the socialists to be rounded up. Repression continued with renewed vigor. New laws removed German citizenship from all those of Jewish origin. Marriage between non-Jews and Jews was prohibited. Jewish businesses were closed and looted, and Jews were banned from working in the civil service, the arts, or farm. In 1935, Hitler introduced conscription, in contravention of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. The Western powers did not oppose the move, believing that Germany had a right to maintain armed forces for its own defense. 100,000 men allowed under the treaty grew to 500,000. But that was just the beginning. Hitler wanted the largest, most efficient armed force in the world for his expansion plans. But he built his army gradually, so that no one would feel they had a real reason to stop him until it was too late. The Saarland in southwest Germany, occupied by France and Britain after World War I, was restored to Germany after a plebiscite in March 1935. This was also the year when Martin Bormann, Hitler's powerful and manipulative private secretary and fixer, bought some land around the Obersalzberg Mountains in Munich, which eventually became the name of Hitler's country. The next stage of Hitler's plan involved the military for the first time. German troops reoccupied the demilitarized Rhineland on the 7th of March 1936, another breach of the Versailles Treaty. Hitler displayed the brinkmanship that was to take him to glory when, after German troops had crossed to the west of the Rhine, he was informed that French troops were on the border. He told his generals the German troops would stay unless the French made a move. They did not. These actions relieved many Germans, of course, and with stability restored and the endless trouble seemingly over, Hitler stood high in their estimation. He had reduced unemployment from 6 million to 1 million. Foreign capital was being invested in Germany, despite knowledge of what was happening beneath the propaganda lies. Hitler continued to show two faces. On the one hand, the leadership was keen to emphasize its caring side. The Labour Front organized affordable holidays and travel for workers, whilst behind the scenes, Hitler and his fellow Nazi leaders were preparing to use the people they purported to look after, or their true role in Hitler's state, as warriors for his megalomania. As the majority of Germans enjoyed the quiet years until 1939, under Heinrich Hitler, the SS and Gestapo increased their stranglehold on the population. The SS grew into a gigantic organization, filled with those who were the ideological pinnacle of German Nazis, using violence and suppression to form the society Hitler wanted. Eventually, the rest of Europe would be subjected to the same terror. Young people were the lifeblood of the 1,000-year Reich, and Hitler bound them into his ideology from an early age. Their enthusiasm for ideals was ruthlessly exploited. The Hitler Youth for Boys and the Association of German Girls was militarized and prepared the young for the task ahead. The push for Lebens role. More babies were needed to fill the new Lebens role, so family planning clinics were closed. In mass rallies with the youth of Germany, it was impressed upon them that their duty was the community, the common good. The individual existed only in its duty to serve that community. The young were his race of superior beings who would bring about this new world. A world that was rooted in the mythical past, symbolized by the blood banner, from which power was supposed to flow with blood flames. The signs of this Hitler fantasy world were easily found. The dangerous manifestations of a man unable to deal with the natural world. A and therefore determined to bend it to something he could understand and subdue. As unchallenged creator of his work, he could travel in style, giving his simple speeches, always fated, opinionated, his distorted fantasies presented with no limits set. Berlin held little interest for him, and he was seldom there. He preferred the easy life of the travelling hero to the onerous duties of chancellor. Hitler seemed to be everywhere, proclaiming his only mission in life was peace. The Olympic Games of 1936 were intended to prove the superiority of the new Nazi way. Although terror and rearmament were walking hand in hand, the rest of the world believed this to be so. Germany was presented as a place of contentment, at ease with itself and its neighbours. Hitler's new life was the stuff of his dreams, forged in poverty in Vienna. Now he was able to indulge in the good things that he provide. Architecture was one of his pleasures, and Albert Speer was one of many architects being presented with sketches of his ideas to rebuild German towns. Speer was responsible for the new chancellor, the monumental style that Hitler favoured. It took a mere 9 months to build, yet not one single cabinet meeting ever took place in the new building. Speer, it has been said, was everything that Hitler wanted to be, and the Führer identified his clever and sophisticated architect, never losing his regard for him. In July 1936, Hitler sent planes and troops to help Franco in the Spanish Civil War. This was to be the first test of the fighting ability of his men. By September, Hitler had given his permission to form the Germans into the Condor Legion. Against Goering's initial opposition, Hitler wanted the Luftwaffe to play their part in the war, and it was in Spain that the Bf-109 proved its worth in the hands of pilots such as Werner Mulders and Adolf Galland. Tanks were sent, as was the 88mm anti-aircraft gun that was used to devastating effect during World War II. Although there was international public condemnation following the bombing of Guernica on the 26th of April 1937, no one seemed to hear the alarm bells ringing, or see the contradictions between Hitler's public expressions and the actions he took, and if they did hear, they turned away. Hitler's brinkmanship was bringing him ever further along the path to his ultimate goal. Hitler was pleased with the war in Spain, and had ordered 3 major military operations there by the time it finished in 1939. He was able to help Mussolini in Spain, and so ease Italy into a closer alliance with Nazi Germany, whilst keeping Britain and France in conflict with Italy. A victory for Franco would mean another fascist state at France's borders. With the help of Hitler and Mussolini, Franco won his dictatorship. The war also found Hitler in indirect confrontation with his future adversary Stalin. The communist leader sent technical and military help to the Republicans. Britain and France imposed an arms embargo, and this seriously hampered the Republican struggle. It was Hitler's first real indication of the reluctance of the Western powers to get involved in armed conflict. In 1938, Hitler commissioned a new car for his masterpiece. The result was the people's car, the Volkswagen. This was one of the last peaceful contributions to German history before Hitler began to finalize his plans for what the years of power had been leading towards: the acquisition of land in the east, and therefore, inevitably, war. By February, he had abolished the Ministry of War and sacked 16 generals. From now on, he proclaimed, "I take personal command of the armed forces." Over 40 other generals resigned. Hitler had been brought up, and although only nominally still a member when he died, he knew how to use Christianity to keep the churches and religious wing on his side. When addressing the Reichstag on March the 23rd, 1933, he had said, "The national government regards the two Christian confessions, meaning Catholicism and Protestantism, as factors essential to social people. We hold the spiritual forces of Christianity to be indispensable elements in the moral elevation of most of the German people." How long Hitler would have tolerated religion is unclear, but it is doubtful he would have had any place in this new world filled with the men and women of the master race. Whilst in Vienna, he had come across the writing of former monk Lance von Liebenfels and his theories of the Aryan races as God-men, the development of blue-eyed blonde Aryans, the sterilization of what he termed lower races, and the incineration of the Jews. In Vienna, Hitler collected the works of Liebenfels. Two men's views certainly corresponded greatly, but the connection embarrassed the Führer once he was in power, and he banned Liebenfels from publishing his writings. Once Hitler was dead, Liebenfels branded him as being from inferior racial stock. Hitler openly disparaged interest in esoteric or ancient German God worship, stating, "It seems to me that nothing would be more foolish than to re-establish the worship of Wotan. Our old mythology ceased to be viable when Christianity planted itself. Nothing dies unless it is moribund." Yet there were many ancient German symbols visible during the many parades that Hitler watched, and he was aware of the potent effect of propaganda of the symbolism associated with pagan gods and tales of heroism by powerful warriors. He wished to inspire in the modern Germans the same awe towards himself and the Nazi cause. Europe had chosen to ignore the warning Hitler had sent. The Luftwaffe took part in the 1936 Spanish Civil War. Yet in Mein Kampf he had written, "Man is a fighting animal. A nation being a community of fighters is a fighting unit. Any organism which ceases to fight is doomed to destruction." In 1938, another warning came. Austria was annexed without a shot being fired. The Austrians welcomed the move. The unification of the German people was one more step along the road to eradicating the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. Although Britain, France, and Italy raised their voices against the annexation, Hitler was allowed his triumphant entry into Austria following the invasion by the German army on the 12th of March. Hitler basked in glory. Hitler had long sought closer ties with Mussolini's Italy, and the Italian leader had remained at arm's length, despite Hitler's initial admiration for the Italian fascist leader and his movement. They had met in Munich during the early years of Hitler's National Socialists. Among other things, Hitler had borrowed the fascist symbol from his Italian neighbor. Mussolini had been right to suspect his larger neighbor in the north. Hitler was not looking for an equal partner. All he required was support against his enemies for as long as he needed it. However, at this meeting in 1937, the bond seemed as close as it was possible to be. The torchlight procession seemed an omen, and fire appeared increasingly to be the favored element of the Nazis. Appropriately, the darkness was sought and approved by Hitler, was himself wrapped up in the mysticism with himself as the representative of the god that was his benefactor, more and more content to allow himself to be worshipped. Hitler was now confident enough to demand more land. He wanted the Sudetenland, the border areas of Czechoslovakia inhabited mostly by Czech Germans. Konrad Heinlein, leader of the Sudeten German party, went about making claims from the Czech government that, in his own words, could not be satisfied, and instigated 2 coup attempts before fleeing to Germany. In France and Britain there was great unease at the course Germany was embarked upon, and Winston Churchill wrote a book in 1938 entitled Why England Slept, was critical of the policy of appeasement that so many others supported. A week before Munich he warned, the partition of Czechoslovakia under pressure from England and France amounts to the complete surrender of the Western democracies to the Nazi threat of force. Such a collapse would bring peace or security neither to England nor to France. Hitler's demands were to be negotiated at a conference in Munich attended by Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, Edouard Daladier, Hitler and Mussolini. The Czech government was not invited. For Hitler, this was not a conference, but merely a confirmation of what he and Mussolini had already agreed upon. Hitler said bluntly that unless the Sudetenland, with its 80% German-speaking population, was incorporated into Germany, there would be war. Daladier knew already that Hitler was seeking domination in Europe, but he finally ceded to Chamberlain's desire for avoiding war. Chamberlain and Daladier now had nothing to do but sign the already prepared agreement. Hitler was playing the game on his terms and winning every move. Playing to the desire for peace in everyone but himself, he held the upper hand. Czechoslovakia had been sacrificed to Chamberlain's fears. 2 days after the signing of the Munich Agreement on the 30th of September 1938, and Chamberlain's welcome home to his imagined peace, German troops were in the Sudetenland. Hitler saw another piece of his jigsaw fall into place, and the War of Flowers, as this period came to be known, was about to come to a violent end. But for now, he could claim that he had simply righted the injustice of the Treaty of Versailles, restoring German people to the fatherland. Many in Britain were in sympathy with that perception. He had no more territorial claims in Europe, he told the world, and the world was happy to believe him. Hitler represented more to the Germans than power. He became the object of sexual fantasy, almost mystical being, in whom his adoring people invested the mythical potency sown by his own imagination. He became the ideal, untouchable, incorruptible, invincible. By remaining a man apart, calm and rock-like amidst the vast crowds, admiration became adoration. That was no less than religious fervor bordering on the fanaticism he harbored and advocated. The massed crowds gave him the sense of his own infallibility in which he revelled. Now that he had rebuilt the country in his image, he returned to the other central theme that had driven him on. No opportunity had been lost to place blame for the ravages of poverty and political backstabbing firmly where he wanted it, with the Jews, the enemy within. When Herschel Grunschmann, the son of a Jewish family expelled from home, shot Ernst von Rath, an official at the German embassy in Paris on November 7th, the die was cast. Jewish newspapers were banned. Van Rath died at the night, and Hitler left a dinner in commemoration of the beer hall putsch of 1923. Goebbels gave a speech making it clear that spontaneous demonstrations in protest against the death should not be hindered. The intention was clear. In November 1938, the synagogues began to burn. Hitler needed still to eradicate Czechoslovakia before he could turn to them. He ordered President Hoxha to Berlin in March. He threatened the president with bombardment of Prague by the Luftwaffe unless he agreed to the occupation of the country. That same day, the final non-violent invasion during Hitler's dictatorship took place when German troops entered Czechoslovakia on the morning of March the 15th. The shockwaves went around the world. Only now did the realization sink in that Hitler did not want peace, and the only way to stop him was to face him with troops. Europe, unprepared for war, was going to have to fight for freedom. Hitler was 50 1 month after occupying Czechoslovakia. He was a man convinced that his dreams were within his grasp. My enemies, he said contemptuously of the men he had met in Munich, are little words. The celebration was to be a final display of his might before the real fighting began. A chance to rally the nation once again and fire their enthusiasm for him, make them willing to follow him wherever he led them. The cowardly Democrats, as he thought of them, were invited to watch the 4-hour procession of arms in the hands of the most modern army on earth. He was no longer hiding his intentions. He was boasting. Whilst the people revelled in the new German might and their chancellor, who had restored their status in the world so that they could peacefully take part in world affairs, Hitler, having spent 6 years grooming them, had already planned their future. And the future that he had planned was one of unceasing conflict, fight, domination, and legalism. The banners and pomp only served to feed his egotism. What he saw before him were men who would give their lives for his appalling fantasies. Armies do not exist for peace, but solely for exertion in war, he said. The pageantry appealed to his sense of the monumental, mimicking the operatic exaggerations of Wagner, which fed his image of himself and the world that was to come. Whilst he planned, he presented an avuncular figure to the world. The world he was creating was filled with hate and love. In Eva Braun's private films, taken in Hitler's mountain residence at the Berghof, Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps, Hitler was always surrounded by the same small coterie of friends and advisors. Ribbentrop, Goebbels, Himmler, and Heydrich. Albert Speer was there too as Hitler's architect of choice. Speer recalled a sense of emptiness shrouding the house in its oppressive atmosphere. From his mountaintop, Hitler could see across to where Friedrich Barbarossa, the medieval German warrior emperor, said to be buried. Hitler was a man obsessed with bringing the Roman German past into the present to make his own glory shine brighter. Death was what had always given life to his fantasies. Death would soon bring him triumphs. Death would give him the pleasure that nothing and no one else ever could. Death brought him forward. Although he was secure with his cronies, Hitler was seldom seen with the group, rarely joining in with the merriment. He seemed still to be as unable to cope with emotional closeness as he had always been. And in this respect, Eva Braun was no more privileged. relationship than the others. Only the inner circle knew her relationship with Hitler. In the outside world, she was one of many who worked for government. His adoring female admirers were not allowed to know that he kept a mistress. Eva Braun had been an assistant working for Hitler's photographer Heinrich Hoffmann in Munich and met Hitler for the first time when she was 17. She was a happy, bubbly personality and attracted Hitler immediately. Though at the time she did not know who he was. She was flattered that the older man was interested in her, but the liaison was kept a secret from her parents, or at least because her father was scathing about Hitler. When he found out, he wrote to Hitler to discourage the relationship. No one knows what the nature of the relationship was, but as Hitler's rise to power swiftly progressed, she became dispirited and then suffered depression, wanting to spend more time with him than he had to offer. She attempted suicide twice in the early years. The first time in November 1932, when she tried to shoot herself with her father's pistol. She narrowly missed the artery in her neck, and Hitler, although campaigning for the election to become Chancellor, rushed to be with her. She survived, much to Hitler's relief, who did not want a scandal to break over him at such a time. Eva only became aware that Hitler's niece Gaily had also been Hitler's girlfriend after Gaily had committed suicide in 1931. The relationship with Gaily had continued for 2 years after Hitler met Eva. Gaily, it appears, discovered a letter from Eva to Hitler just before she died. She then shot herself in the heart. Hitler was distraught at Gaily's death. There was always a picture of her in a room at the Werewolf. Eva never knew who the woman portrayed was. Hitler was said to have revealed the painting. The seeds of inhumanity, said his photographer Heinrich Hoffmann, began to grow in him after Gaily's death. Gaily's mother, Andrea, Hitler's half-sister, was his housekeeper at Berchtesgaden, but disapproving of the relationship with Eva Braun, she eventually left. From 1931 onwards, 2 years after their first meeting, the two began to see more of one another. What he felt for Eva is unknown, but he is certain that she was more than just a bedtime distraction for him. He used a pet name for her, Chapel. Hitler, however, was also seeing other women such as Erna Hafenstein, a society beauty, and Renate Müller, a German actress, also died under unknown circumstances, perhaps suicide. The speculation as to whether Hitler was capable of loving his women companions cannot be satisfactorily explained. Otto Strasser, brother of Rabbi, was murdered during the night of the Long Night in 1934, maintained that Hitler did not know what normal love was, that his sexual tendencies were abnormal. Gaily killed herself as a result of that. Hitler's secretary wrote, Hitler always maintained that Germany was his lover, and that sex was never a feature of his life after he came to power. Other sources dispute that claim. As for children, he was scathing about having children of his own. The children of a genius, he said, would find it difficult to live up to their parents. They usually turned out to be idiots. Hitler later allowed men to have sex with partners they were not married to. In his opinion, it was more important that good area children were born than that society morals should be maintained. A motherhood cult was brought into being and culminated in the Lebensborn organization set up by Hitler for SS wives and unmarried mothers. The organization adopted children with the aim of producing superior Aryans. In 1936, Eva became part of his household, though she never slept in the same room. They were never seen in public together. She also had separate rooms in the Berlin bunker and Hitler's residences in Berlin. She was described as being simple but bringing lightness into Hitler's life. Her delight in being photographed, her illusion for sunbathing naked, made Hitler furious. Nonetheless, at the beginning, they shared common interests. films and gossip about actors and actresses that she has also enjoyed. Both she and Hitler were given beautiful ways. Despite the differences, this girl, whom Hitler did not even want to change her hairstyle, was devoted to her. He, it was noted, became jollier when he heard her voice. When he neglected her, she was reported to be in tears. Her diaries of 1935 are filled with her loneliness and constant waiting for Hitler to have time for her. As the administration of his Reich took up all of his time, neither was left to herself more and more often. Yet she was the mistress, as she described herself, and companion of the most powerful man in Germany, and as she saw it, the world, and enjoyed the status and lifestyle it gave to her. So she accepted that this was how life had to be. Hitler allowed her to wear makeup, which was scorned in the Third Reich, and to smoke and drink. He would spend hours drinking tea with her in her room in his study, where there would be champagne, chocolates, fruit, and flowers. But he could not reciprocate the intensity of emotion that Eva brought to the relationship. In fact, it irritated him, but he could be very cavalier in his dealings with her. He would never marry an intelligent woman, he said, adding that only very simple women should be his companions. Eva had changed from the happy young woman she had been before she met Hitler. She was reported by one eyewitness to have clamped up when Hitler was around. But when others were there or when she went to dances, she once again became the carefree young woman she was. On May 28, 1935, when the reply from Hitler that she had hoped for did not arrive, Eva tried to commit suicide again by taking an overdose of sleeping pills. She failed. Hitler, again afraid of scandal, went to her bedside carrying a puppy. Afterwards, he treated her better, giving her the royalties from the Hoffman photographs of him, from which she was also given a Mercedes car and a villa in a Munich suburb to keep her away from the public. He told her that she was the only woman he wanted. But as the inch towards war, unruly Hitler became once more less considerate towards Eva. She was in any case never allowed to be present at official functions, always being ordered out of the room beforehand. Should she and her friends arrive back before a meeting was over, they would have to sneak in through the train's entrance. On occasion, Albert Speer kept her company exiled in Rome. He wrote that he developed sympathy for this unhappy woman. As the war began to go badly, Hitler would have been willing to let Eva go if she wanted to find another man. There were unsubstantiated rumors of an affair with Himmler's liaison officer, SS Obergruppenführer Hermann Fegelein. She was certainly attracted to him, but for Eva, Hitler was the only man she wanted. In the end, a political marriage took place between Eva's young assistant later and Hermann Fegelein. But when Fegelein was apparently preparing to escape to Sweden with his mistress as the war was coming to an end, Hitler ordered that he be executed. Eva's widowed sister was pregnant. Hitler considered releasing Fegelein, but whether he was shot after a court-martial or not, he disappeared. Rachel's daughter committed suicide in 1975. Hitler was also known to have been a vegetarian, though it is argued that he did eat meat on occasion. Goebbels mentioned that Hitler thought meat eating harmful to humanity and intended to deal with the problem once more than ever. One report tells of Hitler averting his eyes when cruelty to animals occurred on screen, whilst human life seemed of no interest to the Führer. The Nazis' anti-cruelty to animal laws were at the time unequal, and Blondie, the Alsatian dog Martin Bormann had given to him, was still with Hitler in his bunker in Berlin in the last days. Blondie was given a cyanide capsule as a test of their effectiveness before Hitler took his own life. The Berghof was his preferred residence. Here, he said, was where the momentous decisions were made. These often took months to arrive at. He was never quite certain, it seemed. The Berghof was also used for official functions. The only moments that seemed to please him were when he was imitating his guests. Otherwise, Hitler was alone with the inner loathing and anger that eroded his humanity. He played the game of favourites, always keeping them aware that their favoured status rested on his good will. Who would be permitted to walk with him on his morning stroll, and what was the significance of the choice? But his inner circle was protected from the world that Hitler was creating outside. His private life was safe from the degenerate workings of the state he had created, and that was how he wanted it to remain. In May 1939, Hitler was able to order his personal doctor, Karl Brandt, that an advisory committee should be set up to devise a program to kill disabled children. Hitler's chancellor would act as secret administrator of the program. Hitler knew that even now these plans would cause an outcry if they became public. Later that year, state governments were required to register the disabled. By 1942, drugs, lethal injection, or starvation killed children with disabilities under the age of 12. Owen had rejected Hitler's attempts to make it a satellite state on 3 occasions. Now, supported by Ribbentrop, his foreign minister, he decided that invasion was necessary, that he could not risk war with Russia as well as the British and French, who had agreed to help Poland in German aggression. The final piece of the puzzle to enable Hitler to attack Poland was to neutralize the Soviet Union. Stalin was blinded by his distrust of the West, allowing himself to be maneuvered into a treaty by a man who harbored as much loathing for the Russian people and their leader as he did hatred for the Jews. Stated aim to expand German territory into Russia. Hitler was not yet ready to take on the Soviet Union. It was, in his mind, simply a question of time. The two foreign ministers of Germany and Russia provided the proof of his manipulatory skills when they signed a non-aggression pact between the two countries in Moscow in the early hours of August 24, 1939. Stalin had fallen into Hitler's trap, duped by the promise of military technology in return for wheat, oil, and other raw materials arrived in Germany during the first year of the pact. Vital contributions helped to keep the country on its course of full-scale militarization. But even as a second pact was being negotiated in 1940, Hitler was planning Stalin's downfall. No one was safe from Hitler's intrigues, greed for single-handed power, or the lies he was prepared to tell to achieve his goal. On the 3rd of September, Hitler was finally able to give a speech in the text that he had fervently been waiting to give for so long concerning the only thing in life that mattered to him. The destroyer Schleswig-Holstein had opened fire on Poland. Finally, Hitler felt ready to enter into a conflict with his neighbors. Fortune had favored his arrogance and brinkmanship. It was to do so for the foreseeable future. Hitler's brutally effective Wehrmacht swept the Polish army aside. Success was so rapid that Hitler was able to visit the front lines just a few days later. He was impressed by his generals, whose swift crushing of Polish resistance had been completed much more quickly than he had envisaged. His fantasies had become Europe's nightmares. France and Britain's declaration of war on Germany was a threat without consequences, could not prevent Poland's collapse within 2 weeks. As the smoke blackened the skies, Hitler's megalomania took shape, and he declared that this fate awaited anyone who crossed it. A roundup of opposition and Polish Jews began immediately, proving that his threats were not without consequences. German and Soviet troops met at Brest-Litovsk after the capitulation. Poland was in the hands of two of the worst dictators who had ever come to power. The mass murders of civilians by the SS and special units, which had instructions to murder influential members of the establishment and members of the intelligentsia, took Polish civilian losses were estimated to 200,000. Then the next phase of Hitler's plan would begin. The killing of the Jews, followed by the deaths of those unfit for labor or breeding. And he would begin to gather the slave laborers amongst the inferior races and Nazi opponents who would help to build this new 1,000-year war. There had been some 12 million of these by the time the war was over, of whom 2/3 came from Eastern Europe. Martin Bormann became Hitler's closest advisor after the flight of arrest of Rudolf Hess in early 1941. He was promoted to head of the party chancellor. He was Hitler's most trusted Nazi companion, controlling access to the Führer and apparently keeping from him the description of the worst excesses by the SS against the Jewish people. On the 9th of October 1942, he wrote that it was Hitler's belief that the Jewish problem could only be solved through the special camps east. The appeal of striking at Britain's ships that needed for the country's survival was inescapable for Hitler. Had it not been the British blockade of Germany in World War I that had helped to defeat Germany's forces, now it was his turn to begin a blockade of Britain. But his support for the U-boats was half-hearted. Initially, he thought of them as purely defensive weapons. Admiral Karl Dönitz was therefore never given the financial and political support he needed to carry out his war as successfully as he thought possible. Nonetheless, Britain was unprepared and the losses were considerable. Hitler's sense of his own greatness and infallibility increased. On the day that the Wehrmacht began their assault on Paris, Winston Churchill took over as Prime Minister of Britain and Ireland. Hitler's determination had brought another man of equal determination to oppose him. Denmark, unable to defend itself against such a mighty neighbour, was overrun in 4 hours. That was just a stepping stone for the Wehrmacht to war. When the British had attacked the German ship, the Altmark, in neutral Norwegian waters in February 1914, Hitler knew that Britain would not respect Norwegian neutrality if it was not in her interests. He ordered that his own invasion plans be strictly followed. In April, the British rushed troops northwards once they realised what was happening, but Hitler's plans had been well carried out. Norway collapsed. Hitler's generals felt that they were not ready for conflict with France and Britain. Hitler, buoyed by success, was astute enough to know that his chance was early, whilst the Allies were unprepared. Franz Halder, Chief of Staff of German High Command, had presented a plan of invasion to Hitler that would have been very difficult to carry out. Halder was at the time conspiring against Hitler. He was carrying a gun in his pocket, ready to shoot him on the time of day. Sadly, Holland and Belgium fell under the German onslaught. The EF and French split by German armoured advance to the French coast and herded onto the beaches of Dunkirk, where they awaited death with fire bombs. Hitler was now interfering in the plans of his general staff, believing that he alone had the ability to win wars. His own indecision was to play his orders so often over the course of the war, caused an event that led eventually to his own downfall years later. He ordered that the Panzer stop the advance of the British. Between the 27th of May and the 4th of June 1940, more than 338,000 French and British soldiers were taken from the beaches. It is unlikely that the true reason for Hitler's decision will ever be known. The probability is that, hoping to conclude a pact with the British and avoid any further fighting before he accomplished what war, Hitler was making a conciliatory gesture. The other possibility is that his attention was taken from those vital days in finishing the invasion of France, whose defeat was so important, as it was another step on the path to wiping out the humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles. Also, Goering had claimed that the Luftwaffe would be able to finish the job on the Dunkirk beaches without help. Hitler allowed himself to be persuaded by a tactic that would spare men armor. Whatever the reason, the order proved in retrospect to be fatal for Hitler. At the moment of his greatest triumph, when he announced that it was better to allow a beaten army hope to show the people what a beating they had suffered, he had sown the seeds of his own destruction. His arrogance had got the better of him, and the ease of his success led him to overestimate his own strength and underestimate that of his opponents. Then France collapsed in the face of the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe. It was Hitler's most glorious triumph. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel was moved to call him the greatest military leader of all time. Europe was staring into his. France's capitulation in 1940 was the greatest thrill the field had pushed for. The newsreels show a man almost dancing with joy. To crown his revenge on the French, he ordered the signing of the armistice to take place in Compiègne. The German capitulation had taken place in 1919. Hitler sat in the same seat as Marshal Foch had done after World War I, and in the same regiment. He was satisfied one of his deepest missions to revenge and eradicate the humiliation and defeat by France and the shame brought on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles. After the signing, Hitler drove through Paris for 3 hours. France was now of no more interest to him. It had fulfilled its part in its drive for power. There was more yet to be done elsewhere. In Berlin, he was greeted as he would have wished, as a conquering hero returning from a famous campaign. A man of heart, a man of decisive action, a man of his word who would restore Germany to greatness, and who would lead it, sure, to prosperity, and uphold its status in the community of nations. Now the Germans felt there would surely be an end to fighting. There would be no war. Hitler's boldness made him overcome, and he decided that following the evacuation of Dunkirk, Britain would and fall to his troops or capitulate beforehand. He preferred the latter scenario, not wanting to lose more troops than necessary against a weakened country that could do no more than offer temporary resistance. The Luftwaffe was ordered to increase bombing rates. Hitler allowed himself to be misled by Hermann Göring, head of the Luftwaffe, into believing that Hitler could either be brought to the negotiating table or bombed into submission. There was also a more pressing and vital front that no one outside of his high command yet knew of: Russia. That was where the greatest amount of Lenin's role was to be found. However, with Churchill as the first uncompromised opponent he had encountered, Hitler was confronted with a problem. So he decided on an invasion of Britain. Operation Sea Lion. This would be completed, he felt, before the winter. Had he learned from this piece of overconfidence, he may not have made the same prediction the following year, before the Wehrmacht invaded Russia. The one condition attached to the invasion of Britain was that the RAF and Royal Navy had to be named first. Göring assured the Luftwaffe was equal to the task, but to his intense frustration as the Battle of Britain was fought in southern England in early January. The Luftwaffe seemed unable to sweep the RAF from the skies. Britain was suffering badly, but it was Hitler's anger and arrogance that clouded his thinking and forced him to call ill-judged actions that ruined his chances of occupying. This would not be the last time that the Führer lost sight of his strategic aims, and by believing in his infallibility, became his own worst enemy. The German bomber pilot lost his way over mainland Britain, chased by an RAF pilot, jettisoned his bomb over the land. There was minimal damage, and Churchill ordered a retaliatory attack on Berlin. Göring said that no enemy bomber could reach the industrial area of the war. If one reaches the war, you may call me mine. Hitler was incensed by the Berlin raid and ordered that the Luftwaffe change its tactics to hit British cities. The Blitz had begun. After all its terror, Hitler's abrupt change of plan saved Britain. The RAF airfield that had been the target of German bombers were given a breathing space to recover and rethink tactics. The Luftwaffe, now flying further inland, had to use their fighters as escorts. The RAF began to turn the new situation to its advantage. Hitler had snatched victory from his Luftwaffe and his 1,000-year Reich through his own hand. As the autumn of 1940 arrived, it seemed increasingly unlikely that the RAF and Royal Navy would be defeated. Uncertain about how to get his men across the Channel unscathed, Hitler wavered. Then, on the 7th of September 1940, with winter weather making seaborne invasion unsuitable, Hitler cancelled the invasion. What could Britain do to harm him? Britain could be bombed into submission and was of no danger to him now. There was no longer the prospect of fighting on two fronts, a fear that had haunted him after Germany's defeat in World War I. He was impatient to get into Russia and the vital stage of his push for Aryan domination and Lebensraum. He contemptuously ignored the one man who was able to do what he himself had done: inspire and put steel in the resolve of his nation. It was a grave insult. The pact with Russia produced the positive effects that Hitler had expected. But he was now in a hurry, acutely aware that unless he acted swiftly, the advantage that he possessed, insofar as he was ready for war and Russia was not, would evaporate. Having struck the western countries from Norway to France and seen them succumb to the Berlin, in August 1940, General Marx was given the order to prepare the initial invasion plans for one of the largest campaigns in history, the invasion of Soviet Russia. Hitler drew up the 5 plans for Operation Barbarossa. Barbarossa. The friendly friendship with Russia had long reverted to bitter public enmity. In the art of propaganda period, the Signal, Hitler's regime, ready as always with excuses and blame, set out the justification for the invasion. Those in authority in Moscow, reported the magazine, who had concluded a pact of friendship with National Socialist Germany, were being two-faced. They positioned 160 divisions of the Red Army along their border in order to attack Germany when her back was turned, once the right moment would come. Adolf Hitler ruined these plans. German troops had been sent in secret to the Russian border. Two-thirds of the Wehrmacht had been assembled. No one knew what was happening. Stalin had been warned by Churchill, and thinking that Churchill was trying to split the Russian-German pact, refused to believe the messages. Finally, there were over 3 million Axis troops, including 500,000 Finns and 150,000 Romanians, lined up for the invasion. They were arranged into 3 army groups that would surge into Russia heading north towards Leningrad, into central Russia towards Moscow, and to the south to capture the all-important Russian oil fields of the Caucasus. Although there would now be 2 fronts, as Britain was still fighting, Hitler felt destiny calling him to eradicate the Bolshevik poison, as he called it, and could not resist. He would, he said, kick open the door, and the whole rotten structure would come crashing down. On the 22nd of June 1941, Wehrmacht troops swept over the border. The German people were informed at 5:30 in the morning. Hitler had the ideological war he wanted. He would crush communism at the same time as he would gain vital space in which the new Germans would live. Russia would collapse as rapidly as the West had done, and Moscow would be his within 3 months. Then Leningrad and Moscow would be obliterated. This was what he had planned. This is what seemed to be happening in the campaign by the master race against an inferior group, as Hitler described them. In Russia, Hitler would have his anti-Semitic and anti-communist racist orders carried out on a vast scale and in the shortest possible time. The Russians, like the Poles before them, were to be pushed from their land, made slaves or murdered. Scarcely had the Wehrmacht entered the Soviet Union, then squads of SS and Gestapo came in behind them, each army group with its own special action Einsatz of the SS, responsible only to Heinrich Himmler. Hitler was certainly a man true to his word. However, the enormity of the vision overwhelmed him and propelled him into a war which he was not mentally capable of conducting unless there was no or inadequate resistance. Churchill knew no more about Russia and its ability to defend itself than Hitler did. The purges in the armed forces by Stalin had in fact severely weakened the Red Army, to the point where no officer dared to issue an order for fear that it would be seen as wrong, with lethal consequences for the officer. Hitler visited Russia soon after the invasion. This was, after all, the war that he had envisaged since he had first entered the National Socialist arena. Russia was his personal home. Hitler against Stalin, the load of communism against fascism. He was in control of all other conflicts, Britain, North Africa. These he would sideline by this spectacular display of unbridled power. He would save the world from the degeneracy into which it had fallen, and Russia was to be the jewel in his crown. Heinz was an outspoken, impetuous general whose unbridled temperament led to his managing to aggravate every single senior commander that anything to do with him. He had been one of the men to grasp the significance of swift armed thrusts on the battlefield and used the principle to devastating effect in France in 1940. He was not taken in, as Hitler was, by the enormous number of prisoners in the early weeks of Barbarossa. The capture of objectives was more important to him, and Moscow was a vital objective, perhaps the most vital objective, not Kiev itself. He voiced his opinions, and Hitler furiously turned on him, beginning a feud that led to Darier's dismissal in December 1941. Hitler was greedy for territory and ignored Bulgaria, whereas the other generals wanted to capture towns, especially Moscow, to add to their own prestige and vied with each other for the honor. The Führer wanted to capture the oil fields of the Caucasus. Moscow was not his first priority. Deceived by the ease of the invasion, Hitler made a grave mistake. Guderian, along with a greater part of the 2nd Panzer, was detached from Army Group Center to go and assist Army Group South, and the panzers commanded by von Kleist in the battle for Kiev. The success of Kiev seemed to prove the strength of Hitler's military strategy. A staggering 750,000 Red Army soldiers were captured. The fact that out of every 100 men, just 3 would be alive at the end of the war vividly points out the brutality of German captivity, starvation and execution of making Russian prisoners of war the subhumans. 3 million Soviets had been lost after just 12 weeks of fighting. In July, Army Group South joined the success of the other groups when they encircled 100,000 Soviets. Then, helped by the 2nd Panzer Group, which Hitler had extracted from Army Group Center, they followed this with another 650,000 prisoners outside Kiev. These Russian captives would be amongst the first to feel the barbarity of the invaders. If any fell ill or even fell over, they were shot where they lay. Those Red Army soldiers from the Central Asian Republic suffered most under the brutality of their captors. In a cynical and vain attempt to try and stifle these atrocities, the Germans in Kiev released some of their prisoners. On July the 16th, as a result of the seemingly astonishing success of Barbarossa, Hitler was eagerly telling Field Marshal Keitel and others in the Nazi leadership of his plans to starve to death the urban Russian population and capture Red Army soldiers. As there had been little protest against the execution of Jews in the first days of the invasion, the program would be expanded so that not only the Jewish population, but also anyone who objected to the plans of the new regime would face the executions. Resettlement of Germans into the new territories would not be long in coming. None of this was known to the Wehrmacht soldiers or the Ukrainians who welcomed them as liberators. Hitler felt his invincibility grow. It was a heavy moment for the Third Reich in a period of intense anxiety towards the rebellion. Stalin was looking at the disaster he himself had caused. Through his pact with Germany, he had isolated Russia and enabled the Wehrmacht to sweep through the Western Europe. He had decimated a number of officers of the Red Army in his previous purges. Marshal Georg Zhukov, probably the most outstanding of his commanders, had been replaced when he had warned that the Germans were pushing to encircle Ukrainian islands. Now Stalin needed extreme terror, helped by the atrocities of Nazi annihilation tactics, to keep his men fighting. With heavy losses for the Russians, the fighting surged onwards in the south and culminated in the fall of the city of Rostov, the mouth of the Don River, on November 21st. To Hitler, the maps told him of glorious success. As he proudly showed Mussolini the results of his warped ideologies in the Ukraine, he should have taken time to talk to his troops. Had he ever listened, the fighting troops could have told him a very different story. Hitler had originally blunted the attack in the north by using the 16th Army to assist Army Group Center in Operation Typhoon, the attack on Moscow. There were no substantial reinforcements to make up for losses. Now Hitler reversed his earlier decision, and units from Army Group Center were sent north, helping the push to Leningrad. This seesaw effect only served to weaken each of the thrusts of fighting points in their advances. Still, Hitler's optimism appeared justified as the Wehrmacht advanced on all fronts. Leningrad, the he ordered to be besieged, as he did not wish to lose men in street fighting. Despite the Lord's command, the Wehrmacht fought its way within 14 miles of Moscow. On October the 3rd, 1941, Hitler declared that the enemy in the east had been struck down, never to rise again. By November, after 5 months of fighting, Hitler had lost nearly 1/4 of his army. General Rabbi, Quartermaster General, reported that the Wehrmacht was at the end of its resources and about to be confronted with the dangers of deep winter. As in the center and southern sections, it was obvious that the German army in the north, despite their spectacular advances, had not achieved any of their objectives. Leningrad was a city in agony. Oil and food supplies had been exhausted by the end of September, and without water as winter set in, the water pipes froze and burst. Drinking water was almost non-existent. Those who died could not be buried in frozen grave. Rations were reduced to 1/3 of the total required by a normal adult, and cats, dogs, and birds were killed to provide food for the slowly starving population. Even rats were not eaten, and stories of cannibalism were not unknown. As November passed into December, the number of deaths rose dramatically. 11,000 died in November. In December, it was 53,000. When the Soviets launched a counter-offensive with Army Group Center in December, Hitler, commanding the 4th Panzer, fell victim to Hitler's overblown self-belief in his own abilities, as did General Rabbi, whose command Hitler took over, accusing him of being plain cowardly and 35 generals fell in Hitler's axe, one sentenced to death for withdrawal. Franz Halder became commander-in-chief. Hitler's message was clear to all those who did not stand fast as he ordered. From now on, Hitler, always suspicious of his generals, dominated the left. In the south, any plans to hold their positions for the winter in their weakened state were shattered. A Red Army counterattack struck the Germans, the first of many heavy blows that rolled them back, and von Rundstedt asked for permission to withdraw his troops. Hitler's refusal was irrelevant. The Germans were soon forced to evacuate Rostov when the Russians hurled troops at the astonished Wehrmacht soldiers. It was the first vicious warning that the Wehrmacht was not invincible, and fatal was ignored by Hitler. Von Rundstedt now asked for permission to set up a front line for the winter some 80 miles behind Rostov. Hitler removed him from his command, replacing him with von Bock. The retreat had to be carried out anyway to 40 miles west of Rostov, the first of many retreats in the south. Von Bock mistakenly thought that Army Group South was now safe until the next meeting. The limit of the advance for 1941 had been reached. Exhausted and overstretched, the Wehrmacht could go no further. But the Führer's arrogance and contempt for the Russian people made him ignore the dangers. Hitler, who thought himself to be a supreme strategist and commander, had left his men without winning. The front line stalled. Hitler's infallibility was shown for what it was, a worthless facade. The soldiers began to realize that their lives meant nothing to the Führer. That truth was to be made even more brutally clear as Hitler pursued his fantasies no matter how many lives were lost. Hitler's Moscow dream was shattered on the 5th of December. The Red Army counterattacked under Zhukov's command. The onslaught smashed into the German lines and there was no option but to retreat. The fighting was remorseless, and without sufficient transport, artillery guns and to the left behind. Faced with the prospect of retreat, equal Napoleon's disastrous withdrawal, Hitler took command on the 19th of December following the resignation of Commander-in-Chief General von He issued the order that the retreat should be von became the new Commander-in-Chief of our Group Center, but could not save the situation. The Red Army battered against the German lines and steadily pushed the Wehrmacht back. It was thanks to Stalin's over-ambitious attempts to roll back the entire Russian front that our Group Center survived its rejection. The men now realized that they were wrong. 300,000 Germans were killed or captured in the first month of the Russian counterattack. The dread of captivity kept the soldiers fighting hard, as they knew that prisoners were hardly ever taken by the Russians. Those that were captured were treated accordingly. The situation was desperate. The men of Army Group North, besieging Leningrad, had to endure the worst of the Russian winters, which were far more ferocious in their sort than elsewhere. Hitler refused to believe the worst, refused to believe that his plans had failed, and his whole concept for Lebensraum, indeed his entire Reich, was crumbling. In December, Hitler made another catastrophic decision born of his distorted sense of invincibility, which persisted despite frequent signs of his instability and problematic decision-making. A German-Japanese pact had been signed in 1936, and the
reported an overnight investigation of the infamous sports we spent the next 5 years investigating the haunted hamlets in Great Britain as a member of NGOs. Life team, which had co-founded the Burger County program that was first featured as White Laura, after relocating to the United States back in 1999. Their focus on family, friends, and neighbors, stories of murder and betrayal. Richard, welcome to the show. Absolutely, my friend. You're in the States now, right? How's the weather doing? That's what I hear. We're going to be out in Boulder next Tuesday, and I'll be on vacation. We got to get a building going. It's fun. What you got? You're a good response. What are your fascinations? We'll talk about the panorama a little bit later on, but what about the fascination with true crime? Well, it actually is funny. This is not president visit where somebody kills a member of their own family. Does that happen a lot? In most cases, what's called serial killers, they're pretty random. People in the wrong place at the wrong time. But a genuine murder, how often do you think the victim knows the occasion? This is what's happening in the United States right now. There seems to be so much people breaking into cars, smashing windows. Somebody told me at a church meeting in St. Louis, 50 cars were broken into while people were in church. These assailants broke cars. I don't know what they're trying to find inside the car, but why is that kind of crime so common? So most of our common killers are younger kids. What happened to the parental responsibility? This is NBC Dateline has been featuring a number of crime stories over the past several months. Murders in bizarre scenes. There seems to be a lot of interest in it. Yeah, I think that the really fascinating with it, I think, the idea that you can kind of like always understand this stuff, that you get feelings that get kind of in a safe kind of way. How is the murderer created, and at what point in his life or her life did they become the killer? Is it a crime of passion? What is a crime? Why can't we just walk away if they were killing or murdering or divorcing their wife? Or is it physical? I mean, is there some kind of hormonal imbalance? We'll take your calls next hour with Richard Stuff as we talk about this incredible story of two crimes to make sure you're part of the program. The Paranormal Podcast Network up and running, getting millions of hits, and I'm going to tell you how you can listen in. Make sure you're series special download the iHeartRadio app. If you're on your phone, you can use a PC to listen to iHeartRadio.com. Or search the Coast to Coast AM and all the shows that pop right up. That's the shows you'd like you to listen to during a lot of fun. You'll really enjoy them. So take a listen to iHeartRadio from Coast to Coast here on Paranormal. With us coming Sunday, of course, we highlight emerging artists. We'll be doing that this Sunday, and Tom is always looking for more artists. You are indeed, if you are a musician, maybe you're a seer, and you have some music and share it, send an email to coasttocoastam.com. Richard's all the info in the chat, so it's the last bubble on the right. And send your answers and have a free note, and just make it clear you music right here on Coast to Coast. All right, till next time, until that's Lynn Wilson.
photooftheday.com and Dr. Alan Rose and 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to perform super stimulated panels.
Whether physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low employment, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body to heal itself. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic periods of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body of the body to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of anything and adaptogen together, supporting the body to heal adaptogen.
Dr. Mara, how about yes, it's taking the adaptogen
Doing the thing is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is trying to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen with it, you know it's going to heal within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Rose protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen innocent and with food-porn is only available at healthylooking.com. Or toll free at 800-516-3980. That's 800-516-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GOLD for free shipping. Join the stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out names in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts and more. iPath makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. iPath monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim of ID theft, the U.S.-based restoration specialist will use statistics. Supply plans are backed by the Know Your Dollar protection package, meaning you'll be reimbursed up to your plan limits for things lost due to identity theft. iPath is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Call 1-800-LIFELOCK or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. That's lifelock.com, promo code George to save 25%. Use that phone number again for you, 1-800-LIFELOCK, 1-800-LIFELOCK, or go to the website, lifelock.com. That's lifelock.com. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, quit buying and burn on less lethal toothpaste to top your 2024 resolution list. It's DIY handmade. The burn-up pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon and experimentable shotgun power and is very easy to use. Burn-up provides different ammunition options such as rounds for retrieval, mixed with pepper, and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can resuscitate a suspect for up to 4 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection too in front. Burn-up is your solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. A person beyond the burn rescue launcher and good company must not buy. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearm. Burn-up is proudly American manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit ViralRabbi.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's DIYhandmade.com/George. And welcome back to Coast George. Now we're looking at the special thanks for joining us for this family, friends, and neighbors stories of murder and despair. This was 1974, underground, horrible story. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic American ghost story. And the weird tragedy around it was that something about the picture of the because it's got a
it's the case that, again, that extreme that experience, it's so addictive because number one, it's never been proven to be identified. It's necessarily not being identified exclusively. And number two, it's still a very short span. Just similar to any of the ones that I was arguing about when I was writing this book, I didn't want it to be palatial. I didn't want it to be belligerent. I wanted to talk about the why. How could these events possibly have been derailed? What can we learn from them? How do we stop these from happening and maybe prevent them?
He was murdered on December Christmas Day. You wrote a book last year called The Serial Killer Next Door. Well, is it not true that a lot of serial killers are right under your nose and you don't even know it?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right to think that. Because it's not just my life. This book serial killers that I was arguing for the first 2 years ago.
Do you think the wife suspects something?
when you have time, not gonna work, is it? So I think that's often the case. The family of the criminals are basically what makes the serial killer, Richard? What happens to them when they're kids? Because that's why I believe it's important. What creates that? Well, there's some that they, again, we talked about last session about this, the whole notion of the and the same thing, like the labor side of that. Well, I think there's a lot of kids. What's interesting about it is you see some children that are raised in the most abusive, horrific conditions, and they go on to turn their lives around. They have the option against them, they have it, and then they'll go on and they'll become successful. Those kids, you have to hide it for those success. So you see there's another child with a different environment and a different parental background for the factors. And maybe let's say that they're in a household which is not really, but it's different. And they see that because they look like, I mean, forget about all of the how this horrific is no different from what they did. The murders and rapes and the total overdoses of opioids. Here's a mom boy who was, the golden child and doing all right. He went to medical school because he was influenced by the fact that his mother was dying of a corona. The physician would come to the house to finish the nursing intravenously and take her pain away. So he started out with overdose. And before he knew it, something had happened with his psychological makeup. And he was delivering opioid overdose results to patients who didn't know it. And he felt kind of vulnerable in the ability to believe. Started out though to the rescue. Medicine overdose as they were born. Started out on that road. And it happened along the way. Before you know it, he's still treated. What could that something up be? And again, and this is the fact that he's a golden boy. What I mean by that is that he was kind of, the golden child, basically favored by his mom. Didn't feel his fellow. He thought him adorable. Yeah, absolutely. He was known as being very different when he worked. And the clinic he worked at, for example, if you were someone with similar presentation, or if you were someone that ran talk or ran program, he was very, very similar. He was the kind of guy that recognized that the care of your back is the difference thing. But if you look down on you or a receptionist, especially from a team, then I see you we're going to let you on a break. We'll come back in just a moment. We're going to take calls with you when we come back. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. I will give you access ways to keep your customers without participation. Talk radio, video, podcasting, and social. We have the same iHeartMedia to work for you. Call #pound250 and say keyword Great Results. #250 and say Great Results. Here's the star in your life, the brightest gift in the world. Name a star today. Visit ROTHSCHILD with International Star Registry. For $59 and false rate numbers 2-2-33-33. Or visit starregistry.com to fill in a sponsored birthday, wedding, or even memorial. Over 45 years, we've made millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. To sign your name of your recording and book training, you must copyright office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333. Looking at that remarkable experience. When you find a professional on the energy, because of the dreams of the universe. is still professional because all your home projects turn well. Inside to outside. Return to renovation. Get started on the easy. And you can undo that plan today. You can do it. Really easy. It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it should come with some sort of enforcement treatment. The people who love them and that force them into prison. If you're a politician in LA and you love them on this so much, why are you letting them kill themselves? Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. insights and data you need today. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia, you, apparently, go to iHeartRepost.com. There's no better time in the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock protects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you become a victim and you have a LifeLock restoration specialist in your work to fix LifeLock the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY. People here can't thrill. And luckily, I'm worried about my stomach this week. If you're worried about the anxiety of stomach, bloating, stomach pain, or your early stool, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called persistent pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas gets full of enzymes to break down food. But EPI is medical. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by Rabbi. Hosted by TRUMAN and illustrated by American History. Created by Africa, TRUMAN stories and technology was recorded in Nevada about parents, families, cities, and developers. Parents and years of research, this podcast will find TRUMAN, breaking truth and stereotypes. TRUMAN investigators and investigations to discover exactly what evidence they needed to take real evidence to trial. Listen to the greatest TRUMAN stories ever told on the iHeartRadio or Rabbi podcast. This is a leftist in the U.S. Better than that, the PND tried to spare your life, and you were refusing to stop it. That's not fair. Call 1-800-NO-TAX. What you don't know can and will happen. Call 1-800-NO-TAX. Your taxes, AM 630. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east to west, call 800-825-5033. From west to the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97212. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Miller. API says that at any given time there are 25 to 50 active serial killers roaming the United States. That's trademark. We'll take a second service. We're going to take calls with them when we come back. As the episode is worth up at Coast to Coast AM. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2022 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your children? Consider diversifying with growth from Birchgold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors in central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birchgold. Simply text POST to 989898. Birchgold will send you a free info sheet on gold. That's POST to 989898. Most people have no idea there's an invisible bank in nobody's protection. This invisible threat is house fear. Con artists take a house and subscribe to the deed of this house, hold it in name by a criminal court, and using the fake IDs. Filing the paper Nothing but air to the stepmother. This is in most cases the one-time mother. Do they have a police record prior to? It depends on whether you have a record. I mean, when it's family incident, often they will put the word violence on record. That may have been police calls for various either aspects, either viewed or not showing correctly as showing account, which becomes the police profile. Near Dominion, Iowa, on Thursday morning, a 17-year-old shot several people, killed one, they killed himself. 17 years old. What possesses a 17-year-old to do with violence? Well, I try not to ask that too much during the cases that are with me. But having some experience with incidents of that nature, I think it's the whole instance of, if you look at cases like Holocaust, is really kind of where this the violence was made. It's nobody didn't have actually shootings before, but Columbine was the first time I guess we saw you look at Columbine, I don't think it's right just to put on the right line to look at the internet is manipulated. It's double-edged sword, you know? It can be used for good, it can be used for ill. And I think that these days, when the people are constantly bombarded online, what's going to happen? I would have thought a huge amount of our time, really, they turn in my room, they should be a book or a comic book or whatever it was, and it was young people that now people are connected sometimes 24/7. You know, they're influenced all hours of the day. And I think that the rise of violent crime that is going on levels, especially in young people, comes hand in hand with the race that we now live in. Yeah, we were there in school. We were doing as young people as we can. There are screen times, one afternoon, I was in my pool at the school. And I noticed he was standing on the edge of the pool. He was petrified of water. Petrified of water. And I was thinking underwater. And I held him down there, not long enough to kill him. I was not playing that. But I held him under the pool, the living room, and he popped out. And I said, if you ever bully anybody again, this is going to happen again to you. And he said, I'm sorry. But you never did after that. Well, and the truth is that a lot of bullies have their own issues, a lot of them have suffered themselves. And I'm not advocating responsibility. We're all responsible for our stuff. I think very few of them just randomly went to school where he was killed off. It's not so courage. Some may be salvageable if their lives are what they see happen. But this guy What happened to her?
very clear that it was flawed. Why he did what he did. There are people who can tell you that agency has different concerns, and yet to be convinced they have. And as long as it doesn't mean that absolute ignorance, we'll continue to be fascinated by it.
There are referring to as part of the royal family, they're referring to as a dentist, Fred Humblebee, who was attendant to whatever his name was that lived in the United States. All kinds of things.
I think the most compelling question to ask about Jeffrey, as I believe with so many episodes, is why did he die? Because you have this indefined but obvious given by self-realized psychologists.
Could you have died?
Well, that's it. Usually when that's the case, they're incarcerated, also for something else. So it's not unusual to think about himself as a result of jail time for a length of time, you know, even more, or another matter, that results in another potential for what we feel like. Sometimes they get ill, sometimes they get sick, they get weak, they get evil, and physically capable of committing other crimes. But other things happen. Sometimes they'll have strokes, things of that nature. So why did the rich stop is the question I think that is most intriguing.
It seems to have been a limited. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, and that generally is how serial killers operate, as was the television gangster. In some cases, usually have a very violent background and a man of vicious controlling individual. You know, you tend to see the government one is more controlling. And when those cases are tried in court, often the defense argues that the lack of violence and manipulated or controlling, again, speaking about spreading Rose West, it really is Rose West is believed to be the dominant and controlling cop, not least because he was a pimp, you know. And it's funny that it's reverse psyche, because the people in the West was that Rosemary West was far more domineering than Fred was. And because Fred was in jail cell, Rose West continued to live behind bars for many years after his death. And she had the opportunity to try and spin the story to her advantage. So you know that she was the dominant controlling one. Fred was the more passive individual.
Susie in Dayton, Ohio. Hi, Sue Squire.
Hey, Dorothy, this is a fascinating thing. Richard, I just want to share with you that I just got home from London in September when I was on a tour, and the tour got actually took us 2 to 2 throughout the rest of